Hello, everybody, and welcome to the game.
Whoa.
You excited about next week, Keegan?
Yeah, I'm definitely not at all stressed about it. Not even a little. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you never DM'd
I said
before?
I'm not.
Have you,
Don't put words in my mouth.
Have you never DM'd before?
I've DM'd plenty. I've never DM'd in Aurorum, though.
Oh, okay.
That's different.
Fine.
I've been in all y'all's DMs.
Oh, that's true, actually.
That is true.
Oh, hey, Giselle!
Oh, hey!
And Solo Wolf!
Nice.
I almost didn't see Solo Wolf because Giselle jumped right afterwards.
I've only
And
got 3
Norway,
days left
that
of
means
my
Hype Train
discount.
started.
I've only got 3 days left of my discount. Yay! Here's my contribution to me.
Yay!
I mean to you.
To the royal you. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Ooh.
Thanks,
Oof.
Wade. There's 20, 30.
Oh, the
I
train
did
is
that
more
mostly
hype.
for
25.
Squishy Mata.
Okay. Hi. Hi,
Real
everybody.
ones play favorites. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. How y'all
Ooh.
doing?
Level 3 complete.
So you guys want to hear some serious hype? Since we're already at almost complete level 4 hype train, want to hear some serious hype? You ready for this? Bratwurst has cancer in her eye.
I nearly spat my coffee out when you said that. Thank you, Scott.
You're
Jeez.
welcome. So doctor says, a year we're lucky, probably way less.
And then you not just take the eye out, or is it spread beyond the eye?
She has a heart murmur. They said it's like a 4 out of 6 heart murmur. So she can't go for the surgery. She'll probably die on the table if they try to take the eye out.
What if they
Okay.
fix the heart and then go for the eye?
Okay, well, so we put her under, but then pull out the heart as it stops. Put in a new heart, but also grab the eye at the same time.
Don't they have machines for that these days?
We'll get the puppy dialysis.
Or just have
Yeah,
the
there's-
person that like sits there and for
Yes,
minutes?
we will hire a 24/7 person to sit there and go.
Well, I meant during the surgery, man, not at home.
For fuck's sake.
Why did you say that with a smile? on
We
your
were
face?
so-
What's wrong with you?
I was in such a good mood. I was literally 3 minutes ago. I was in such a
Today's
good
the first day I've been diarrhea free from my food poisoning. I was having a great day.
Gross.
It sure has been.
Anybody else have stories to share?
You sound too happy. I want to be like, oh man, I'm sorry, that sucks. Well, you're grinning and drinking coffee, talking about your dog's eye cancer.
I
Like, yay,
it's-
thanks
what
for
are
the
you gonna
support, everyone. Let's make it a good day. By the way, cancer.
do? I mean, sobbing is not going to help the situation. I love the puppy, so we're just
Yeah, it
giving
looks
her
like a
extra cuddle.
fucking psychopath. Doesn't help either. Yeah, puppy has cancer. Everyone, aren't you happy? Ooh, what a fuck.
Whoa!
Like fucking pickup lines from a goddamn psychopath bar.
Oh my god, that's funny because I just watched. I think the movie's is it Crazy Stupid Love? I don't know, the one with the Barbie Ken guy,
Excuse
where
me.
he's a pickup artist, and
Barbie
Steve
Ken
Carell
guy.
is a divorce.
Ryan Gosling?
Yeah,
or
Ryan
whatever?
Gosling
Is that
is
his
a pickup
name?
artist.
Yeah, Barbie
That's his
Ken.
name?
Carell. Yeah, the Barbie Ken guy, Ryan Gosling. Anyway, it doesn't matter. No, it's
I don't know
shitty.
why I know that.
It's sad. It's bad news, but again, it's one of those like
Oh, that's sad. Okay.
Yeah, you knowing, Barbie Ken guy. Yes.
Yeah, that's the sad thing.
No, it's sad, and as a family, we had to explain it to Aurora, to a 9-year-old. But luckily, she is already accustomed to it from when Brat got pancaked, so it made it a little bit easier. Poor kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get her a bunch of small other pets like mice and stuff that'll die along the way, so she's ready.
Oh no, we
Slowly
plucked
build
those
it
out
up.
of the traps. Those are yeah. I mean,
We call them hors d'oeuvres in Massachusetts.
Yeah, probably unrelated. I just start to feel weird about playing Mikhail the way I've been playing him.
Yeah, you're just playing
I don't
Scott.
Jesus. I had to bring my dog over here, who also has a heart murmur. Thank you.
oh, is it? Well, first of all, how old is the dog? I always forget.
He'll be 5 in a few days.
So, is it a mild murmur?
It's mild, yeah.
So
It
Brody's
doesn't
murmur
even
started, they
pop
didn't
up all
notice
the
it
time.
until she was like 8-ish. And then it progressed fairly rapidly. So by the time she was 9, they weren't even able to give her like tooth cleanings anymore. Because like we have the pet insurance that like covers a whole bunch of crap, and it's like, so she gets like the twice a year cleanings are used to, but they can't even give her the medicine for that anymore. So it's shitty, and there's like nothing they can do for it either, aside from like wait at open heart surgery. So
our cat's going through, I think, renal failure, and there's nothing they can really do for him either.
Yeah, it's like at a certain point, you just...
Except for along the way, he leaves shit and piss all over my floor.
Jake, we haven't seen any video of your puppy. Is he still kicking about? Actually, oh God, what is that dog's name?
He is.
Are you done dying from the hors d'oeuvres?
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Percy.
Percy! Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do you remember how Percy used to always be there in the background of Kingmaker and stuff? Oh, Percy's
You just climb up on the lounge and just lay there and sleep.
Yeah, he's right up on the casting couch, like the dark leather casting couch.
That's the one.
Yeah.
This is one of those days where I feel like
I'm not still over there asleep, having a nightmare.
I've never done it, but tonight might be the first. Dog casting couch, happy cancer. This is a great day.
Oh,
last time on Lost Initiative.
Okay, so now that we got the dark stuff out of the way, let's go to some light news, like Beltran. So,
yeah, let's go to slavery.
I mean, Beltran is a problem, but it does have a worse context when you do it that way, Wade.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. Should I not be saying what he does? Are we mitigating it? Oh, he's just an entrepreneur. He's a businessman.
He's just pushing the AI. That's what he's doing.
Boys will be boys.
Oh God, imagine if his parents actually said that. Oh, Beltran's made a mistake here and there, but you know how it is. Boys will be boys. Ooh, stab parent in heart now, instantly. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, that off my chest. You guys want to play the campaign now, or?
Yeah. Did you see the title of the episode?
It's Home to Haudh, Gwenn, I think.
I know. I pinged you.
Uh-oh. Where'd you ping me? Lost Initiative episode title? Oh no, I'm afraid. What is it? Cancer to porn to slavery. I'm blaming Scott. Oh man, that is quite the name. I feel like a title like that would actually get you in trouble on Twitch.
I feel like the things we say on this show should get us in trouble on Twitch.
Yeah, it's part of the content at this point.
No, but seriously,
like, if you do you feel like that's all, like that title there is just like America in general, right? Like you get sick, you can't afford your medical bills, you just got to like go into something else, which devolves into something else just because you're trying to get better.
It's getting a little too real here, boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to throw a dart at like a list of atrocities and not hear an American one these days. Like we're just kind of in it.
Yep.
At least we have California. Wait.
My home office is in LA, and when we're not in like group conversations, when we're like I'm having an individual chat, I'm like, oh, how's things going? And they're like, well, I live in LA, and then they'll tell me 5 minutes of like what it's like right now, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but they'll give you stories, and I'm just like, oh yeah.
Also, Scott, I need to request that to be cut from the published thing on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm never getting into your country. Just got to put that out there now. I have no issue with America. I love America. I fly American flags in my home. Just
if you
putting
show
it out
up
there.
in nothing but like an American flag Speedo, I guarantee you'll be welcomed.
Okay, sweet.
It's probably
Get one of those and a shotgun, and if nothing else, Texas or Tennessee or Kentucky will take you.
It's like a cowboy
we'll work on your country accent. It should be pretty easy.
Oh no! Now we have to hear it.
I got to work on it first.
No, it's easy. You speak slowly and awkwardly to have a twangy thing, like you just go
Slowly.
Yeah, slowly. Yeah.
Where in the South have you
I thought
been?
she was my second cousin.
Yeah. Like, I think she's pretty. Yep, I'm talking about my sister. So you got to do the hard R.
I'm glad my horse is a boy, or I might be attracted.
These days it might help you out.
You know?
Shout out to my family in Kentucky.
Why would I go dating
I mean-
down the street when I can go dating down the hall?
That's
And that's what
very
happened
much
last
Midwest.
time. Now we're gonna
Yeah.
head to Haudh Gwenn.
Midwest, like Ohio, right?
We have a mix. We're a melting pot of the North and the South.
I was gonna say the West and the South, but you know.
No, we know you Massachusetts types here.
Oh yeah, we exist
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's like the old South Park episode, the Smug Alert, where the Californians walked around with their heads shoved up their own asses, but we know that that's truly actually Northeast.
That's a massive cloud of smug. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
I actually don't remember that episode, and now I really want to watch it. But
I remember that part. I don't remember like the whole episode, but
okay,
some parts of it.
all right. So, renal failure, eye cancer, and all sorts of other horrible things happening. Let's lighten the mood by playing some tabletop games. Woo-wee! Yeehaw! Pew, pew, pew. Oh, that's the other way to let them know you're American. Bring a gun on the plane and just expect that should have been okay. That's the other thing you got to do. All right. So, you guys are going to make your way. So you guys had already had conversations. You had already planned XYZ. You'd already gone and spoken with Dwayne. Dwayne was like, all right, boys, we're ready to get out of here. And you're like, no, actually stay. And it's like, you're like, good boy, stay. And you're planning to head out yourselves to go to Haudh Gwenn. Now, as you go to Haudh Gwenn, you had given orders to, or conversation, but we'll just say given orders to, what's his name, to Leon, to keep those 3 individuals inside the cells because they cannot be trusted, but obviously feed them, keep it humane, so on and so forth. The other 5, they're going to do the buddy system, but they're going to begin their training process to see how that goes. Dwayne is going to stick behind and try to help with like hunting or whatever it is that he might be able to do.
You okay? You need to clear your throat or something?
So I was burping, but I'm not Mathis or
Okay.
messy.
You were just
so
you were just really sad about. You're like Dwayne staying behind.
sorry. Yes, but not my puppy. No, I just try not to belch into the microphone. I think it's vile when people do that. You guys had kind of like giving out the orders or things that are meant to be taken care of, and then your plan was to go and head to Haudh Gwenn. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're actually going alone. There's just the 3 of you with likely, maybe all of your horses, maybe just the 3 primate. It's up to you. I imagine you're not bringing a cart or a wagon. Maybe you are. And you have a few plans in place for when you get there. Any details you want to cover or sum up before we continue forward?
I think before we decide whether we're bringing a wagon or not, we would need to see Leon's list to see if it's the kind of list that would require us to bring back a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's actually a really good point, Wade. Thanks for pointing that out. So I imagine your caracters are literally doing the whole evening before prep and kind of like going over the lists or whatever it is. So we'll kind of assume that your characters are together inside of the room. It's been set up to be where yours is, which is the one around the corner, up where the alchemy lab was or is, whatever. So when you're inside that room looking over the details that he had set there, he had put together a list of various items that they need, predominantly around foods. And so he has when it comes to foods, he has the critical items, the things that are necessary, otherwise they cannot survive. Then he has the things that are optimal if you're trying to make sure that they can build muscle, nutrition, so on and so forth. The things that are really good for boosting morale, if you can get these kind of objects, that'd be really good for boosting morale. Then it's materials. So things like he has some basic stuff he was able to get beforehand, but if they're actually going to be working with these bows, they need better than just a couple of hunting knives for doing proper fletching. They need to have some basic, tools to actually do the fletching work, the stuff to make sure that they can properly prepare the feathers, details around those kinds of supplies to continue maintaining themselves. And then there's also other basic things that they'll need. So they had gotten beforehand, horseshoes, et cetera, but those things are always going to be a necessity because they can't forge themselves. They don't have a forge there. They can't kick up a fire and bring a hammer and an anvil and take care of it themselves there. They don't have the fuel for it. So items that we don't need to go down a list for, but from say a smithy or whatever it is. But then he also has a list of suggested personnel for you to bring in if you find individuals or know individuals that you can trust and want to give kind of credence to. And for this, he was saying how having somebody that can handle the finances at the very least, somebody that can like look into maintaining the inventory of everything that's at the place, running the numbers as he gives it to them to take care of it, like all of those like critical details that are right there. It would be nice if he could have somebody that oversees projects because his job is training and preparing for offensive measures. He needs somebody that can kind of like oversee the defensive measures of this place. So kind of like really build out the security around the perimeter and ensure that if anything's going sideways, they've prepared for it, beyond the scope of what he's focusing on. You might think to yourself, oh, does Edric do that? And to a degree, yes. But Edric is neither particularly good at that himself. And Edric actually more plays the role of being buddy-buddy with the rest of the people and trying to keep an ear to them so that he can like gather what their woes, concerns, and whatnot are and give them to Leon so Leon can like manipulate the morale of the area as best he can. And then pretty much anybody else that you think would be of value to bring there, as well as recruits. You need more people, but more people means more food. I don't know if you guys wrote those details down, but more or less.
I was working on it. So I've got supplies for survival, supplies for nutrition, money guy, defense guy, and what was the other one? Or were there another one?
And then there's supplies for self-maintenance, which is like the fleshing and so on and so forth. Yeah. Cool. And so that's what it kind of, breaks down to for you. Beyond that, you guys had your own things that you wanted to do, which we had talked about in the meta, in Discord, both publicly and privately, about things like, investing money to be able to continue to support them, blah, 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 blah. Cool. Last thing I want to go over before we dive fully into the session.
Well, two things, because Snaga brought up something important. We were originally going to take Dwayne back with us at first to go to the hospital to get looked at before he started the training. I don't know if we're changing the order of operations, but we did talk to Dwayne about going and getting checked in at the hospital at one point.
That's up to you guys.
I
did reaffirm with you about but if you want to change it, I'm fine with it either way. Before we settle on that, just because I have it pulled up on the stream so they can see it, and I showed it for you guys as well. There is a sheet called Camp Crack, because you haven't come up with a name yet. So Camp Crack works. And
I listed like 8 different names, and you didn't say a word about them, Scott.
You did not list it to me.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought you weren't in the Lost Initiative Discord. I'll send it to you
Where did you list names that you didn't do? I thought you did it with one with just them, not with me.
No, I did it with you. I posted it in like Aurorum spoilers or something at one point.
Just need to point out how anti-Jedda's Crack Scott is. The fact that it's been mentioned and called that, up until even right now, he still writes Camp Crack. He refuses to acknowledge the actual name that it is right now, before it inevitably gets changed.
His mom's name was
put that
out there. Unbelievable, man.
He rebelled.
What happened to Jake? Where'd he go? Oh no!
Unbelievable.
Jake, where'd you go?
You chased him off, Scott. My God.
I'd listed Hero's Hideout, The Sanctuary, The Refuge, Valor's Vault or Valiant Vault, Guardian's Grotto, and Uplifted Hollow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jake. I feel like you're giving a speech and something happened.
Yes. Weird.
I'm just giving you a little bit of our American hospitality.
Well, I do remember being in a few campaigns that were heavily censored by you, so this is throwback.
I actually believe that. I don't remember, but I believe it.
I was just thinking too. I got to go off topic for just 1 second.
Oh no.
Okay, the dynamic of this party, right? You got Wade reading Sun Tzu, planning stuff out. Like you've got Kiken, who probably has
read The Art of War
upon
this past week. This is true.
Spreadsheets upon spreadsheets. He knows everything that's going on. Then you've got me, who like I'll crack a beer and then realize it's 9:30 in the morning, jump on a call and don't take any notes. And I realize the only reason I'm here is because I've been grandfathered in. Everyone else is so prepared, ready to go, and I'm just like, oh, notes? What?
You're our Aurorum expert. You're our guy. You're our Dwayne.
Yeah.
But yeah, you won't spoil anything. We're like, So Jake, what did happen at 1.0? And you're like, I don't want to spoil it. It's like, God damn it, why are you here?
Jake,
No, damn it, cheat!
Jake, the real reason is when we inevitably have to flee the United States, we have a couch to crash on as we immigrate to
The
Australia.
casting couch, right?
Yeah. Damn it. With Percy. Like, Percy, no.
Look at where his mind immediately goes. It's crazy. Didn't even need any help.
He said casting couch. Okay. Jake, there is a question in chat about you. Are you from Australia?
No, Australia's a made-up place, and everyone who portrays it's actors, right? I'm getting that
true.
correct. We're all acting.
That is
Yeah.
that is a
I
fact.
heard it was a bunch of criminals.
I just say like a pirate.
That was my British accent.
What?
Jeez.
I'm from Sussex. I've also got the Sussex accent.
Yeah, I don't know.
That sounded ever so slightly Scottish.
He sounded like the Scotsman from Samurai Jack, who was just
Yeah.
always yelling.
Well, I was thinking of the guy that was on Game Changers that did the whole the Macbeth burger. I don't know if you ever saw that skit.
Mm-mm.
Google up McDonald's new Macbeth burger skit from Game Changer. It is a very, very funny. Anyways,
May as well do it now. We're not doing anything else.
Yeah, we're not. We're not
Yeah, we're 25 after not playing yet. Typical Scott.
No, I've been really good lately. Listen, my dog has cancer.
Today
I'm
is
just
lately.
coping.
Today is
Oh,
lately.
eat a dick, Scott.
I'm gonna pretend he didn't even say it.
You short, almost as gray bearded as me bastard.
I'm 5'11". Okay. All right, where are we?
I don't know.
Camp Crack. That's where we were. All right, so in it, I put together a quick sheet for you. So as we're making rolls that are necessary for running
Dwayne's
this,
decision, real quick. Are we having Dwayne go to the hospital or not, boys?
I thought.
I would advise against it. We need Dwayne there at the moment, but you can always outvote me and convince Dwayne.
He can go to the hospital afterward. I don't think it's an immediate thing. It was just one of those things we offered up to him.
Yeah, that's up to him.
I like the
can-
idea that your character's like, man, he's struggling mentally. We really got to get him to the hospital for his mental health. But like, it's not a convenient time.
I would 100% encourage him to go because it takes
Yeah.
one night. Like it took one night for me. I guess
Yeah,
Leo was
the
there
door
for a
is
while.
open, but it's up to him. Like if he doesn't,
Yeah, would Dwayne go right now, or would he prioritize this?
Yeah.
What would he do, Scott?
Wait,
He's
hold
his
on.
own man.
You're asking if somebody would prioritize their own mental health over literally anything else.
when being encouraged to go by
A
people they
rational
trust,
person,
yes.
not you.
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. I'm referencing the average person. Yeah, no, he won't.
I didn't
go.
say
Just ignore
rational
what I said. Okay.
person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He did originally agree to
As
go. That's
Kajitara
true.
said, he has a lot of medical debt. Remember?
he does have a lot of medical debt. He's American. He
He
has.
had a way around that though. He seemed to not worry about it. He was like, I can do this or that.
he can use Aldo's free hospital trip that Aldo will never use. You
He'll
know,
go and he'll be like, I am Aldo of the Valiant Few.
Immediately executed on Beltran's orders.
because I don't know if we want to do that.
He gets euthanized at the hospital. oh, poor guy.
And then all of a sudden, Aldo goes around saying that he's Dwayne for the rest of the campaign.
No, because then the slumbering queen will be after him with a bill.
Just calling him randomly. Is that?
I didn't know you had a phone. You even hold out on us.
We're like getting letters by carrier pigeon while we're at the ruins. Just where the fuck do they know where we are?
Mid combat is now a bad time. All right. Anyways, so Dwayne, if it's left up to Dwayne, he's not going to go. He's going to prioritize the cause, staying there and fletching, not having to stare down the issue of his own, dealing with his own issues as well as debt. He's going to do what the regular person would do and avoid all of that shit and continue living life as though nothing was wrong to begin with.
High fives for Dwayne.
Yeah. So anyways, we have a sheet here. It's all set up. We have, of course, the three of you are sharing the role of ruler in your more or less absenteeism. Because so it requires actually a week of downtime to be in a rulership position. But you guys don't actually invest a whole week of downtime for this. So it's a couple days each equals a week. And that's fine.
I love that Edric is counselor. Just want to point that out. I love that. That's great.
Well, for this crew of people, it makes sense. But yeah, Leon
The
Yeager,
only roles he wanted to fill were treasurer and defense.
and warden.
Warden.
Yep. And then heroic leadership, more or less just saying, what is it? Some of the kingdom's leaders are more or less just talking about this shit. Down here's like the penalties you're missing. So like right now, you actually have a suffer a -2 to all economy checks. That's why when we were talking about trade in our private chat, I was saying you're rolling with a -4 as opposed to the -2 that it's listed right there, because all economy checks suffer a -2 when you're missing both the treasurer and the viceroy. But we'll worry about that stuff another time. Just wanted to kind of touch on it. Cool. Your character
Wouldn't Dwayne slot into warden?
So the issue with that is Dwayne is not the appropriate person to be a warden yet. He can potentially take that role, but he just got there. And he's just getting himself familiar. He could potentially be given that role over time, and you very well may choose for that to be the case. But as of right now, he's an individual that's helping out with a couple of things, right?
Wouldn't anyone we send here be a person who just arrives, though?
Correct, but it takes time for them to take over the leadership role,
Gotcha.
right? Yeah.
So basically, if we're going to get a treasurer and a defense person, we need to do it like sooner rather than later. That needs to be a top priority.
You want to do it. Treasurer affects things that you're probably wanting to do now. Warden affects things that are likely going to happen in the near future, or definitely will happen later on if like your assault plan doesn't go well. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be like defending your place to a degree.
So back to the show.
So, and I shared with you guys some actions that you can take. I think I put that inside the public Discord one too. But some actions you can take, but we won't worry about those at the second. I just want to point those details out for you. So kind of bringing it back in game, or starting the game off at 8:30. That's okay. You know, a little jabbering with our friends. We have your characters.
We're going to be blamed for this. He was late because he had to get his drinks. Then he had to tell us about his dog and all this other shit. Then he's like, "You guys are so off topic."
Yeah. I'm trying right now, and you're talking about.
You know what? I don't care that you broke your elbow. Vine reference, man. Just move on.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I had a mystery team reference, but I'm gonna hold it in.
Don't know what that is. Either.
It's a great movie.
All right, let's keep going. So the back to the game. We're starting the game. Your characters are the night before you're heading back up to Haudh, Gwenn, looking over the list of things that he's looking at, and more or less, I don't know whether you care to RP it or we can just jump to the morning. But that evening, as you're looking it over and kind of talking amongst each other, it's not a small list. It is a large list of things, but at least Leon went as far as to give you a list of prioritization. That way, it's like, oh, well, if we can't do much, at least we know where we can have the most impact, or at least cause the least detriment, right? But he did give you like a proper list that's there. And it, likely sparks a conversation around like, if we need people to do this, and shouldn't Dwayne do this? Actually, I don't know. Maybe Dwayne's meant to go to the hospital. Shit, yeah. We should probably ask if he wants to. And that whole thing kind of plays out. Any RP you want to have with one another for this evening, or do you want to just kind of cut to the next morning?
I don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we got that out last session.
Cool.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Awesome. Love it. Then let's go ahead and jump into the actual session itself with you guys wanting to head out and off to Haudh Gwenn. So when you're heading to Haudh Gwenn the next day, please let me know what it is that you're leaving with. Obviously, your personal supplies. Obviously, you're bringing Nightstorm, and you're bringing the 2 good horses. Are you bringing all 5 horses or whatever it is that you have? Are you more or less making sure you have them all with you, and are you making sure you have a wagon with you in case you have a bunch of supplies you're bringing back? I assume you're not bringing
I don't think we would take all of them.
Okay.
No. I think
We'd
at
probably
most,
take
probably
one,
just one each.
We're going to need one for, we're going to need at least a wagon for supplies for the nutrition and survival stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I guess the self-maintenance gear, which I still don't fully understand what that is all for, but that stuff.
You don't fully understand what about it?
You said like for fleshing or fletching or something, like for arrow making.
Yeah, all sort of fletching is one detail, but there's lots of like a cobbler work. Somebody's boots are falling apart, and you can't exactly just go buy a bunch of new boots.
Gotcha.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that
kind of stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Gear and clothing. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just maintaining their shit. Cool.
So probably just what, Daisy, Simone, and then of course Nightstorm, and then the wagon, I guess is what we're taking then.
Cool. And so you're leaving Simon and Jacobo behind?
Yeah,
Cool.
I think so.
Awesome. So you leave them there so they just be taken care of at the camp, and you don't have to worry about them, whatever it is. Cool. You guys are making your way to the Haudh Gwenn. You know the trek very well. I believe that, I forget. I think it takes you 1 day to get there if you move very quickly towards it. Give you 1 second to confirm this because it's been a hot second. So you head out to here, go that way, and it's about, yeah, you guys get there in 1 day's time. Actually, less than a day's time with your trek to Haudh Gwenn. You can get there in probably about, a bunch of hours, close to a day's travel. You're able to head out and head over to Haudh Gwenn. So you do so.
That trip gets longer all the time.
No, it doesn't. It's literally, want me to tell you how many miles it is? It's exactly how
I'm
many
getting
miles.
some Faerun flashbacks.
It's 25 miles, and you guys, the slowest animal with you travels 45 miles in a day.
Oh, good. We don't have Daelric with us.
Okay. And so you are making your way all the way to Haudh Gwenn. And of course, you're not traveling at the lightning speed either. You're trying to make sure that you don't come out in the same spot. You don't necessarily want to be noticed so easily. So when you finally get to Haudh Gwenn and you're crossing the bridge or what have you that gets you over towards the main proper part of the town, crossing that bridge reminds you of something. You can smell this foul smell in the air because it's just the weather today. It's very heavy overcast, so it's one of those days where smog would really be kept down. So it's a heavily overcast day with a little bit of a breeze blowing upstream from east to west right now, and you have a faint smell, a putrid smell of the tanners, which reminds you we're in Haudh Gwenn. There's a whole bunch of shit we have to go collect while we're here. I don't know what your top priorities are as soon as you come into town, but you definitely are reminded of that as soon as you get here.
Are you aware of what happened to Julius Caesar, Scott? Because I just want you to know that, depending on how this goes, that could be you.
Let's see. I believe he had a month named after him. Went down in history as one of the
I'm not talking about the pizza or that. I'm talking about the et tu brute brutal murder part. Where he's like,
sure.
you guys
Yeah,
too?
the Ides of March
Like,
thing.
we are all about to start stabbing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, also one of the most prominently well-renowned historical I mean, sure, the end wasn't so great, but he is etched into history for thousands of years. Not thousands yet. Well, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Will
history is
continue
by
to
the
be for
victors,
thousands
and
more, I
we
mean.
will not be so kind.
Yeah. Nor have you done any of those things. So
No, but Will.
well, we'll see. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
So
You
how's
know,
our
the
armor?
guy who never finished the cemetery story, even though you have?
It's all going to
All
come
right,
down to
cool.
how
Just
our
had to get that
armor
out.
is. when
So yeah,
and
we
check
go
on
into
that.
town. We're gonna go collect our shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So how is that?
Cool. Do we get in fine? Is there any guard on the gates? Any of that stuff?
Great question. So as you're crossing the bridge, there is, of course, you kind of catch that smell, and it reminds you, and you're like, oh, we gotta go see the tanner. But that reminds you of a few different things. You heard the story about what happened with the tanner not too long ago, right? You got caught wind of it when you were over inside of Leshev. And it reminds you of that, because that story, oh shit, yeah, the guards. And you look, and there is a guard that's at the that's on the bridge right there. And they look over to the three of you, and they give you the typical, acknowledging that you exist, but not really paying too much mind to you, at least not at first. But as you finish crossing the bridge, they've looked back at you a couple more times, like maybe they recognize who you are, or maybe you're just the most interesting thing that's happening at the moment. But they're definitely looking at you a few different times. The guard
Sense
that was on the
motive?
bridge. Yeah, feel free. You can go for a hunch.
Oh, I just got a nat 20 at easy. Okay.
Julius Geezer.
Oh, there was a redeem,
There you go.
probably.
How old was Julius Caesar when he died? Allegedly died.
Oh, about 39.
We can't confirm when he actually died.
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
Okay. Fun fact before I continue on with your hunch, Wade. Somebody in the YouTube chat, I don't remember the name sadly, but one of the commenters in YouTube actually happens to be a professional tanner and gave like a huge list of advice for how to like represent different types of tannings and so on and so forth with this long ass comment post, and then followed up with another one. And it was like wicked badass. So on the Pissisode that Jake provided for us, they went ahead and gave us a ton of details in the comment section there. So
They're apparently in chat right now.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh hi. There you go.
There's YouTube's me, Paulie.
No. That's the Pissisode commenter. That's who that is. Pissisode commenter.
Nice to meet you, Paulie.
Ollie, the Pissisode commenter.
Hi, Paulie. Nice to meet you.
All right. So, what's up, Wally? So back to your game. When you kind of who's that rolled? I think it was Wade. No, Mikhail. Getting a hunch of that person. Mikhail, you definitely are getting vibes off of this guard that suggest they probably have standing orders to keep an eye out for you, or maybe they just know to keep an eye out for you. Know that they're recognizing who you are and that they intend to share that information. You're very heavily getting the vibe of that off of them. The other two, a little weirded out. You're like, no, definitely. This is what's going to happen.
I smile at them, but then I kind of lean towards the others and go, he recognizes us. Probably going to go tell his friends.
Good. Perhaps we should wave.
Aldo waves.
Yeah, I wave.
Koa gives like a hearty smile, like, good to see you.
Their face gets a bit, for half a second, they look a little like, but then it gets cross once they realize you're almost like mocking them with the three of you waving. And so
Mocking them.
they look a bit cross, and they do that whole like, because they're asserting authority, take like a couple steps towards you.
We have
cross their
legitimate
arms.
friends in the guard. We're just waving, man.
Of course, yeah, of course. So from there, you guys are going to turn, and head downriver over towards where the actual tannery itself is. Any questions you want to, anything you guys want to say before you get down there?
Not for me.
Cool. So as I kind of understood between each of you, and you are, when you guys get down to the spot, you can see that, no, the rumors were true. There definitely was a fire that was here. Hands down, no question, there was a fire. One of the walls is still like, being repaired, let's just say, but in the earlier phases of being repaired, where they're kind of more holding it up than anything. There's char marks all around the whole portion of the building, so on and so forth. There is a considerable amount of damage that has been done here. Fortunately for them, the area where that is, to make sure like a whole bunch of water doesn't leak in and ruin everything they're working on, they're able to take some, hides or whatever it is that they had around and drape it over the spot. Same as in real life, if you saw somebody with like a roof damage, you might see like a tarp temporarily over their roof while they're getting a contract or whatever just to fix it. They took hides or leathers or whatever and threw it over that spot to try to keep it contained so there's not further damage waiting for the appropriate repairs to be put in place. It's kind of strange to see because somebody that owns the shop, especially with the quality of material, things that they sell, you would think that they would have the finances to be able to afford repair work to be done relatively quickly. I mean, I don't mean like instantly, but you found out about that story how long ago and traveled how long, and it still seems in the early phases of this. That feels a bit off. So you recognize that as you're approaching the place and seeing this. But that all being said, the buckets outside that are that need to do their soaking or what have you outside, and the different areas that are being maintained, continue. The place does still seem to be active enough, so business hasn't stopped. So you believe you would be able to, just go inside. You guys just walk in?
I imagine
Yeah,
so.
I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah.
Cool. So as you guys go to walk in, whereas beforehand, maybe if you walked in, you would have heard like, I'll be with you shortly or something like that. As you guys walk in, the door opens up and you can see that he legitimately turns around and inside the place, turns around, and even though he has one arm inside of a sling, the other arm actually quickly grabs to a what the hell is it called? A flail.
Cudgel?
So literally like
Shotgun.
a spiked, a mildly spiked ball attached by a chain to a metal rod, like a flail.
Aldo
Turns around.
screams when he does that.
I need to know how to react to that.
Just like a normal scream, like a ah! Like
Yeah, like one of them.
like a Tom and Jerry scream. Like,
like a Daelric scream, like something Scott would do.
I'm just gonna warn you, I might be on one today. I'm just letting you know.
It's a good day to be on one. There's definitely nothing important
Okay.
going on that we need you.
Okay. So you guys can walk in, turns around, arm in a sling, and grabs the flail and like pulls it off the counter, and the ball and chain like falls down as kind of like clinking or whatever it is to show like authority as they stand there. And the three of you can walk in and you legitimately squeal, and so his eyes kind of like go dart to you immediately, but then they narrow because you guys had fun interactions beforehand. So they actually narrow when he sees you, and then he takes like an authoritative step forward as people are coming in, because the way the guys are kitted up and what have you. But then after a few moments, recognizes at the very least who Mikhail and Aldo are overall, and seems to simmer down a bit. And he goes, "Oh, just you lot," and throws the thing up on the counter with a loud clatter.
Yeah. Expecting opposition?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heard about the fire. Sorry about that.
You do it?
No, but
Then don't be sorry. Be valiant.
no.
Do
Fair enough.
you know who did it or why?
He shrugs and says, "There's what they say, and there's what they don't say.
What do you say?
Truth?" His eyes narrow at Aldo, like sharply narrow at Aldo, and says, "I'm starting to wonder if there is a piss mafia."
Dude, come on, man. You got a Birdman in Leshev, a Piss Mafia, and Haudh Gwenn. We
I
are
know
starting
we're going to
the-
spread rumors about other things, but I don't know.
With
Aldo
great
just
power
says,
comes great.
I
You need
told
an
you.
Uncle Ben in your life.
Best laid plans.
Uncle Koa.
It yeah, Aldo just says, yeah, well, I'm not the lion type. I told you what happened, and yeah, it's unfortunate it's unfortunate what's happened here. They broke your arm.
Cryptids. Cryptids is the word. You were spreading cryptids around fucking Adir. Bigfoot's up next.
He says, "It ain't broke. Burned. Burned something fierce.
Uh,
Some of the shit inside the shop burns something. It was goes up easy. Hard to put out."
Ugh. You get that treated at the hospital or someone else?
Yep.
Hmm.
That's why it's still there.
At least they know what they're doing. Damn.
They told me if
Anybody
I'd
else?
gone anywhere else, they'd have severed it.
Anybody else?
I feel
in
like they
town?
might just be telling you that, like, to drum up repeat business.
Fair.
There was like a no value add to the conversation that just kind of like brings down the mood another step. like, well, they weren't actually helping you. They were just trying to make sure they got your money and continue
Almost like
to do
having
so.
Scott as our DM.
Well, luckily next week it won't be me.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh,
I also
you won't
Yeah.
be here, bitch.
Yeah, I never get to be here for the fun stuff.
Nope.
Anybody else in town have similar misfortunes?
He says here and there little bits, but I haven't been paying too much mind. People talk, don't give a shit. He says, if I find out who the fuck did this, let's just say they won't be pissing themselves.
They didn't leave a message. Just a random act of Aldo just looks at him quizzically.
He says, "They didn't need to. I knew what they were doing." And he's kind of like looks away and starts walking to another part of the building.
I would suck on your thumb. Your hands are so sexy, Scott. Ken, do you regret that
Sure,
one?
I'm
You
not
regret
over
that
there
one,
having a
Ken?
nightmare.
You regret that one, Ken?
No, I'm awake. Yeah.
Ken's in my house upstairs, fucking here torturing me instead of hanging out with my wife and like being a cool relative.
The lore deepens.
Yeah. Last time he was here, he had his hands in my shit, but this time he doesn't.
Oh. Upgrades. I
mean
guess.
that literally, believe it or not.
Unfortunately, that was my impression. I figured you meant that literally, yeah.
Bridgie's also here. Family affair tonight. Hey, Ross.
Well, I guess Scott's gone, so
Yeah, so you want to take over? You're the
I guess so. I guess we'll just pivot.
Yeah.
auto win.
Yeah. I guess we're missing some people, but
Beltran had a heart attack.
yeah,
That's so
we'll
sad.
wing
He's
it.
gone.
so yeah, Beltran comes out, and at first we're all pretty surprised, right? Obviously, we don't expect to see this bastard, but he comes strutting out, with a fanfare behind him, cape billowing in the winds, and rocks fall out of the sky like they were sent from the gods and just crush him to bits. We can still see one hand with a ring on its finger, probably pretty expensive. We might want to take that. Just sticking out of the stones, just twitching. We watch the last little flecks of life leave him. And then everyone cheers. Then they stop because Scott came back.
Okay.
There's nothing much I love more than a gloved man.
All right, I left you with a lot to work with, Scott. Go ahead and take over.
You
Beltran's dead.
tease, Scott. You tease.
So, he walks to a different part of the room.
Beltran, he just died.
Yeah, he's under some rocks. Did you miss that? Did you not have your headphones on?
Are we gonna play this session or no?
You're the one who left,
I
dude.
guess.
The Tanner walks to a different part of the building that he's in after he gave his answer.
What was his last answer? It was like
Follow him
he-
into
he-
the other room.
He knew why they would. He knew the reason or something. That was it.
Yeah, they didn't have to say. I swear I had a question to ask then, and I don't know what it was now.
Appropriate.
That means he like does have some suspicion of who it was or what their motivation was.
Yeah, what their motivation was.
So he walks into another room. Still in earshot, I'm assuming?
Is this a room
Yeah.
accessible to us or a room that's
Different part of the room that you're in.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so you can still see him. Yeah, Mikhail will say, you can't think this is actually over piss.
What? No. Not yes and no.
Aldo looks at Mikhail.
Mikhail does not look at
Sternly.
Aldo.
Is it because you helped us?
Mhm.
There's a bunch of Listen, we have a deal. I'm going to see it through. I don't give a fuck what other people try to say or do. I'm going to see it through. It shrunk a lot. Like, a lot.
The pit, yeah. I guess that's not too surprising.
Oh, I forgot
Is it-
about the pit. I thought we were here to get your armor.
This is an
Tanner, not
armor.
the.
This is a Tanner.
Ah,
This is a slithering pit
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
I thought this guy
Yeah.
made my armor.
No. They provide the leather that the
Oh.
yeah.
This is the guy
Yeah.
we took the pit to that you were supposed to negotiate. That turned into him sitting you with buckets of piss to tan the.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
It's the other reason the piss mafia rumor happened.
Yeah.
Well, we believe you'll see it through. I mean, that much is pretty clear, the fact that you're still here. But I mean, we wouldn't want something like this to happen again just because you associate with us. Like, there's got to be something we can do.
Listen, I have a deal. We're gonna see it through, but you got a little bit of an issue. I did what I could with it. The thing is, it makes no sense. It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist in this world. It makes no sense. You know, you saw it. You saw me dump shit into it. You saw it. You climbed in it. You said it shouldn't exist, but it does. And I did what I could with it. Now the problem is, now that my job's done, is you need somebody to do something with it. And
Snaga pointed out, we had Ashanti who was helping with this, right? She was assisting him.
She
She's the one
did
that
at
was
some point, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, well, she also left and came back, and she was doing other things than just standing around and helping with us. But yes. But continue. Sorry, you broke my train of thought. I don't remember what I was saying.
That we need someone to do something with it. Yeah.
Yeah. He says, I did what I could with it, but you need someone to finish the job, and I can't do that. I'm not exactly someone stitching and sewing to make it pretty. I just get the material ready. And I don't know if you want to go showing this to my usual clientele.
Right. Can we see it?
Yep. And he goes over to where it is, and he actually opens up a like a small chest that he has off the unlocks, and then opens up a small chest, and he pulls out like a folded, crude looking dark fabric. I say fabric. It's tougher than like a cloth or something like that, but it's more supple than just like a raw hide. So it's more like how, if you've ever dealt with like a sheepskin or what have you, like those more supple leathers. It's more like that than it is a proper leather, right? And so he comes over with it and hands it to you, and you can feel like the toughness of it. Like, okay, this actually feels like it has a little bit of a weight to it, but not too much for like the size it is. Again, feels like more of like a lighter leather than otherwise. But as you open the thing up, it's actually a decent size. It's not well shaped because the thing shrank into itself, so he didn't like cut it into any particular shape. But it's actually like a decent sized bit of material there. I mean, Mikhail, it's enough material that even if you were to make something crude with it, you could probably make a proper cloak for one of you with this. Like that much material to it. And so you can see that as you open it up and it drops down, it has this like very dark color. It's like an inky color. So when you're looking at like a really, really dark ink, and so it's black, when light hits it, it will sheen more with a different color. But what different color you're seeing kind of depends on what angle you're looking at it, so how the light is hitting it, kind of like an oil slick, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's dark, and it might give off like a deep green that makes it look black, or a deep brown, or a deep blue, depending on like where you are and how the light is hitting off of it. But to just a basic, like a map view, would just be black. Anyway, so that's what you see as you hold this thing out in front of you. It is not quite as tall in its length as Mikhail is, but again, could be long enough to make a crude cloak for somebody if they wanted to, a cloak or a cape. Anyways, so that's like the material there, but you're more than interested in the material. You're like, okay, what about the hole, right? And so as you hold out the material, as you reach in, you realize, oh, this hole actually still has the material from the side that opens up actually still has some depth to it. It still reaches, you can still reach into it about 6 inches. So it's not a perfect amount from top to bottom. Like there might be some areas where it's closer to say like a 3 or 4 inches, some areas where it's like a 6.5 inches, but like the whole thing, you can actually reach into it. It has some depth to it, which is, again, there could be value there.
It went from 20 feet to 6 inches?
Yeah, the thing compressed into itself as it died, and then he was able to maintain some of its detail, yes.
Well, we're not using it to go in anywhere.
Yeah. Well, not anywhere we couldn't get to.
Human hand.
Yeah. not getting anywhere where there's not already like some kind of opening.
Yeah, that's pretty useless. That's a lot of nothing.
Tyler.
Yo, 6 inches is massive.
Yo, 6 inches is massive.
For some it is.
Yep.
Tyler, you live your
Tinkerbell?
best life.
Tinkerbell would be pretty big, but
Oh man. Oh boy.
Well, I'm sure this is a quality 6 inches. I'm sure this is like,
Girthy. Yeah. As with
yeah. And it's like well crafted.
So your characters see this and it's done, and your
Supple.
characters, do you legitimately look underwhelmed?
I mean,
Mikhail
it's
doesn't.
hard for me to imagine. I mean, I'm pretty underwhelmed. We gave him fucking 20 feet to work with, and he's like, "Here's a purse."
I'm talking about Koa. Does Koa seem underwhelmed?
I don't know. With the interior size being that small, probably a little bit, but like overall, does it look like it was well tanned?
You don't understand leather well enough to know if it was or wasn't.
Then he's probably just looking curiously because he doesn't really understand it anyway. So I
Yeah.
imagine he's just kind of looking at it with a normal, like, see how the others react.
Mikhail would probably say, like, he's like, oh, wow, you did shrink quite a bit, like you said. But
Well,
there's still something there.
It was given to me after it already started its collapse, right? Some days later. And I didn't quite know the materials you're supposed to use. And that girl you sent over, she helped out, but half the materials she wanted wasn't shit that you can get your hands on. So we had to jury-rig this and make that work. And well, anyways, this thing's amazing. And he looks at Koa like, he's like, what's wrong with you? And he like will go and take the material from Mikhail. And he'll be like, look at this. And he'll go over to Aldo. And unless Aldo stops him in some way, he'll literally take it and throw it over Aldo. So like drape it over Aldo. Huh?
Aldo doesn't stop him.
And so as it like collapses in on Aldo, so if it's only about as tall, a little bit under as tall as Mikhail is, Aldo's a little bit taller than Mikhail, right? So if you fold that in half, right, then it's like half of Aldo's height. But the thing is, for that half of Aldo, the upper half where it goes in, because it's about 4 to 6 inches on either side, that's what is it, 10 to 12-ish inches in depth that disappears. So all of a sudden you see Aldo's legs and like a skinny top, like as though you were watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit and the upper half of a character got run over by a train and the bottom half is still like walking around. And so he's like flat up top, or mostly flat up top, because the depth of who you are as a person is well under a foot, right? And so he's flat up top, but still has like full, however thick legs Aldo has down below. I imagine he's a chicken leg kind of person, but down below. And so it looks kind of crazy. And he's also a little bit shorter, 4 inches shorter as that part kind of like went down. And so he's like there. He's like, this is insane. What kind of, well, not insane. He goes, this shouldn't exist.
That's so weird to look at. Aldo, can you hear us?
Aldo faints.
Oh, shit.
So Aldo collapses, and this actually shows even more convenience for how it is. Because as Aldo falls, the thing actually drapes somewhat over Aldo funny. So like instead of it being like perfectly, if you will, draped over him, some of the part that was meant to be under him is now kind of like slid out and has more covered him. So more of his body, because again, if it's 4 to 6 inches, your body is not that thick, gets flat into the ground. He's a lot more flat to the ground than he was beforehand, kind of blending into the ground more easily, except for his like knees and calves and feet and whatnot are full size or whatever that's over there, but definitely kind of into it a bit more.
This is a very wild material, as you say.
Okay.
Just a bit different than I remember it whenever it was alive.
He shrugs and goes, yeah, you find another one, I'll do a better job.
I'm surprised you were able to do anything with it. It was, look at it. He'll go and try to get it off of Aldo's unconscious body.
He goes, it's more than just that. Look at this. And he'll take it from you and he'll walk over to,
He's dead.
Aldo is unconscious.
I can't even beat that.
He's one of those things where he'll take it and he goes to walk away. But as he walks away and he sees that Aldo's still down there, he's like, oh shit. Is he okay?
He's alive. I think he just fainted.
Are you sure? He doesn't look like he's breathing.
I'll check him. I'm not gonna roll sense motive. I can't beat it. But yeah, he's breathing. Just give him some space.
Aldo, do you want to luck it for a 30 so you can stop your heart? Just kidding.
Was hovering over the button.
I'm kidding. Bluff doesn't work that way. You
The
get
gods
bluff,
see
your
that you're
heart
scared of cloaks. They take note.
Mhm.
Right? They're get attacked by nothing but cloakers.
So yeah, he goes. So you checked on him? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. I go. Yeah. He's still breathing. Just give him some space.
He goes.
I'll,
Need
like,
to wake him
elevate
up. I
his
guess
feet.
something that'll wake him up pretty quick.
No. Just
Koa's
give him
ready
some
to be
space.
like,
He'll be
oh
fine.
yes, like oh. But when you say no, he's like, all right.
I'll just like take off my cloak and like roll it up and elevate his feet a little bit. And just be like, just back up. Give him some room.
He shrugs and says, "I mean, I don't mind, but he dresses kind of fancy, and I don't know if you know what kind of stuff spills on this floor." And just shakes his head.
He's already in it now.
Yep. And then he'll turn and he'll walk away to continue proving a point he was making earlier. So he grabs a box. So he goes over to where a box is, and he'll be like, "Hey, Koa." Well, actually, I don't know if he knows who Koa is. Does he?
I was here for one of the.
Okay, then
times
yeah.
he says, "Hey, Koa, come pick this up."
it was picks it up.
Pick it up, and I mean, it's just a box. It's not particularly heavy. I don't know, maybe 20 pounds or something. It's like, okay. And he goes, "Thanks," and I'll put the thing underneath it, and like so the whole side is up, and obviously gestures and you lower it inside the hole, so a good portion of the box is away, and then he drops the rest of the material over the other part of the box, and because the box itself is only about maybe 6 inches thick, it's more than enough that it completely it collapses down, so it's just flat, like there's nothing there. Even though beforehand you're holding a box that's maybe 6 inches thick, there's now nothing. It's just this flat material on the counter, just lumpy here or there as a material might be. And he goes, "Thanks," as he drapes it over it, and then he brushes it like with his hands, kind of smooths it out, just like not too much detail to it, but kind of loosely smooths it out, and then continues to fold it up, and then he hands you the material, which weighs as much as it did prior to him putting the box inside of it.
That doesn't make sense.
I told you, this thing shouldn't fucking exist.
I've never disagreed with you after fighting it and handing it over, but I more agree with you now.
Wow. Yeah, that could be really useful. I wonder if we could make it into a more, I don't know, there feels like something else we could do with it. I mean, it's an incredible material. Well done.
You want my opinion? And he gives like a wry smile and there's like a twinkle in his eye.
Now I'm curious.
He goes, "If I knew a thing or two about seamstressing or whatever it's called, I'd go ahead and turn it into a cloak."
Yeah.
You can walk past any guard station and they don't know what you have inside there. And he like looks at the large size sword in Koa's, on Koa's back.
That's a pretty good idea, really. I mean, in a lot of ways. Oh, you kept a piece of it. That didn't shrink too bad, did it? Like you were able to keep it?
He goes, that one turned out all right. You get this sense that it probably turned out better than yours did.
Mikhail doesn't comment on that. He was more worried that like if it all shrank away or whatever, then like this guy's left with like a tiny sliver of nothing.
It
for
sounds
his
like we
work.
were left with a tiny sliver.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
What movie
What is going
is it? Like
on?
Chucky? Like we leave you dead on the floor, and then you look away, and you look back, and like,
Yeah, well, when I heard that, I wanna stealth get up and see if I can kind of look around his shop and see if I can find this other one.
yes, a thing that can fold into itself. Yes, it's going to be super easily found.
Probably under the counter.
All right. So we'll say you go slinking off. I don't have Daddy's dice, so I'm just gonna go ahead and roll over here real quick.
Sounds like his can conceal 9 inches.
Ah! I rolled that 20. He goes, "Hey, where are you slinking off to?"
Oh, he's up.
Where am I?
We're still at the tannery, Aldo. You passed out.
Oh, why does it smell so bad in here?
It's a tannery.
Why do I smell so bad in here?
You passed out, so you were on the floor, my friend.
Can you help me, Mikhail?
Yeah.
Were you like on all fours stealthing, like skittering around?
More or less.
I will pick up my cloak that was also on the floor and help Aldo up.
Okay. And he's giving Aldo like a suspicious look because once again Aldo's being a cock, and he's looking at him suspiciously, and he says, "Yeah, well, good luck with that."
Cloak's a good idea, though, for sure. Yeah, if we need any more leather work, or anything weird tanned, I guess we know where to go.
He shrugs and says, "If there's a place left."
There should be. We'll be in town for a while.
Yeah, that's the problem. You go and pick up your armor yet? The stuff you put in the order for before you came and visited me?
It's the next
You know
stop.
about that?
You guys literally told him
mentioned
about
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how
Oh,
that's
okay.
how you found out about this guy.
Mhm.
So he says, "Well, a little bit of advice. Guards have been getting buddy-buddy.
Wait,
What does that mean?
did we ever get that guy's name? The one who's making the armor?
Yeah, because he took us to like the back room. Was like, oh, you guys are these. Like he was all over.
Yeah.
us. Yeah, probably.
Yep, loves you guys.
They're getting. So I'll ask if they're getting buddy-buddy with him specifically. Is that what he's saying?
Whole bunch of shops in that whole bit of town over there.
Wealthier area. Well, yeah, okay.
My point is, you don't want to bring this to him, because then he could be telling them about you."
Yeah, he's not who we'd take it to for this anyway. It's more about armor, I guess.
I know how to make some basic stuff around my house, around my shop. Nothing that you lot would want to be putting on. So, good luck.
Thanks. We'll keep an eye on the place while we're in the area, of course. If there's anything we can do to help you out, let us know.
Yeah, he says, "Find out who did this."
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I guess other than that, we'll excuse ourselves. I don't think we have anything else for him.
No. I guess
On the way out,
I'm gonna need that
as
box
everyone's-
Oh right. In the box.
Go over and put it down. Oh, it's just funny because the thing is like maybe what, 2 pounds, and then you have or 3 pounds, whatever it is, and then you have the box, it's just 20 pounds inside of it, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, it's weird because you're like holding this, thing. And okay, that's super heavy for Koa, but it's disorienting.
He can handle 6 inches.
Okay. You were saying something, Aldo?
just as we're leaving, Aldo will like palm the guy 3 gold and say, sorry what happened to your shop, but I appreciate you looking out.
He'll actually be appreciative of that.
Yeah, and just leave. I don't have anything else to say.
It's not his first time getting 3 gold, you know what I mean? So it's not like
Yeah, it's not a big deal, but
Yeah.
you know.
But no, very
Yeah.
appreciative of it. So
Yeah.
Cool. All right, you guys leave. I imagine talk as you're heading to your next location.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Koa's quieter than normal, I think it's very obvious what he's nervous about, but like it's like, yeah, let's go take care of what we need to take care of, and then these are stops we had to make.
Yeah. Yeah, Mikhail's just walking quickly at this point, but keeping an eye around, seeing if he can spot any of Beltran's guards doing anything weird or anything in the area as we go there.
Oh yeah, I guess we would be keeping an eye out, right?
Yeah, so we're going to the rich part of town. The rich part of town.
Any guards near the tannery that take note of us or are suspicious, Scott?
Yeah, there's no guards around there. That's the part of it's not too far away from the barracks, but the barracks is busy with other, details, which you haven't, gathered any intel or whatever it is on yet. So no, not around here. They don't typically hang around to this part here. Theoretically, that's part of the points of contention, is that they weren't here to protect them from the Piss Mafia or whoever else it was that did this. And theoretically,
from the them that did it.
Yeah, the elusive them. And then also, you were told beforehand that it was possibly the bandits or whoever it was that did this did it as like word to the guards, but he seems to be speaking poor of the guards himself. So, which, again, it's not that things don't line up. It just makes things seem a little bit more complicated than easily kind of sniffed out. So you'll have to go digging if you want to at a later date. So as you are heading towards that nicer part of town, however, you do notice that, as is always the case since Beltran kind of took over, these responsibilities, there's significantly more guards when you get there. But more importantly, could you guys roll me a sense motive? It's a vibe check again, so it's a DC 20 you're shooting for.
Okay. I don't think we're getting there. Well, we do have the hype train was +4.
Yep.
That would not be for me.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think we'll just fail it.
Cool. So just the short version is, as you're making your way over there, you can feel as though like the other parts of town do feel a bit different, but you're kind of caught up in your own mind of what to do with this like amazing material that you've stuffed away inside one of your backpacks right now, as well as like other concerns like, how's Guinevere doing? What's going on with our theoretically this shop owner that you're getting your armor from that seems to adore you guys might sell you to the cops, not the cops, sorry, the guards, so on and so forth. Like there's so many details that you have to be like concerned about right now. So you're kind of in your own heads, and you get that part of town. And to answer the question from before, yeah, there's a bunch of them that are there. Absolutely, hands down, there's no question that there are a bunch that are there. They don't immediately recognize who the three of you are, because you don't wear the same thing every time, and you haven't been around in a long while. But once you are recognized, it's one of those things where you can see that maybe through an exchange of glances, or maybe one of them calls out to you either in a positive or more likely a not so positive way. Word spreads pretty quickly amongst them that you are here. Not to say like, by the time you get to the shop, the people there already know. But you can imagine, depending on how much time you spend in the shop, there's going to be a good chance that on your way out, there a good portion, if not all of the guards in the area will know of your being here. So, which is in and of itself alarming that they would care to spread that kind of word that fast. But you're very much getting that sense. So that being said, as you're walking through this part of town and kind of recognizing this, you do get into the shop, and the shop, same as before, is a bit busier when you first get there. So you do have like a moment to have like a whispered conversation if you care to, or while you're perusing or whatever, waiting to be able to grab the person's attention to get your stuff. Care to have RP, or we'll just jump until you get their attention?
Nothing for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, characters being rather introverted at the moment, so each one of you get like really soaking in the situation and really just being contemplative. So eventually, looking around at the different pieces that are there, and maybe you find like a bit of accoutrement that will make your outfit a bit more complete or whatever it might be. And then eventually you're able to oh my word, I am so sorry, may the martyr have mercy, I didn't mean to leave you there waiting. Please come in, I'm excited to see you. I'd been waiting to deliver you your stuff for almost 2 weeks now.
Oh, it's been ready that long, has it?
He goes, an order like this, it's not something you put to the side. You handle it immediately with the best of the best to do the work for you, of course, as it should be, right? He gives you like a big smile.
Just smile back. Of course. I'm excited to see it. I think both of us are.
Oh yes, looking forward to it.
He goes, and I'm excited to show it to you. He's like, if I may, though, a word. And he kind of like gestures for you to step to the side with him, probably over to like where the mirrors are or whatever it was that you had done when he took your
I'm
measurements.
sense motivating everyone right now, so I'm gonna roll that
Yeah.
again too.
I'm waiting till
You're
something else.
deeply suspicious of this man right now, Koa.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know if there's anything you care to say or do.
I
or
will
give to him.
totally give the other two an eye. I don't know if Aldo came in, but I'll give it if he is. I'll give the other two an eye.
Yeah.
Like, be ready for anything. Like this could be an ambush.
So as he kind of pulls you guys aside, and he's like, "Listen, I would love to give you your armors. They are prepared. I honestly, they are prepared and ready for you. But when you leave this place, and certainly while you're still in it, but when you leave this place, it's going to be a statement. You're going to be wearing some of the best that I've ever made, same as your friends. And unfortunately, in your state right now, I mean, you look as though you've been, I don't know, living in a cave or something. You're covered with dirt from the road. Your fingernails are dark as night. I would suggest perhaps instead of just trying them on at the moment, you go and get yourself properly bathed from the road, and then come back, and I will have you properly adorned with your belongings. It's as much.
Now
of
I'm gonna sense motive.
Yeah.
But
He says it's as much of a statement of me and my wares, my shop, as it is for you and your reputation. You know, it gives like a bit of a salesman kind of a wry smile. Mikhail, honestly, you think that there is a really good chance that he genuinely cares about his reputation and what you look like walking out in the quality and expensive item that you had purchased. Like same as Aldo before, but Aldo came in from having stayed in town for several days, staying at that inn, right, where he was able to be extremely clean for several days. And so you believe that that's the case, but truth be told, it does feel as though he is maybe trying to buy time for something as well. You can't figure out what that is, obviously, but it does feel as though there's some sort of ulterior motive beyond their own reputation, which seems forefront and earnest, but maybe something on the side as well. You do pick that up. Back to you, Aldo. He actually looks to you and says, and of course for you as well, good sir, I would love the opportunity to properly oil your leathers. Have you been maintaining them? He says, looking at the different
Aldo
spots.
is wearing them. He wore them to Gwenn because he knew what environment he was in. Aldo looks to Mikhail as he's speaking and says, just to be clear before, did Mikhail press the digitation, Aldo? Because that's what I was asking for. I wasn't sure if he did or not.
Oh, yeah, he probably would have. I was thinking it, and then I got distracted. He probably would have once we left, but not in front of the Tanner guy.
Yeah. Okay. So
respond to it.
Aldo's clean, right? So
He would have done it to
say,
himself as well because of his cloak being on the ground. So.
We'll just say Koa is the one that it didn't happen to.
Do you want to point out there's on a hype train right now? It's already completed level 1. You guys are about to also get 2+1s, unless level 2 completes, which is you're also going to get 2+2s, which is insane. That's never happened during a stream where we've had a stack up like this. But anyways, set for this campaign. But go ahead, Jake, for Aldo.
Yeah, Aldo just says, "Oh yes, I would love for you to be able to do that. I'll have to make an appointment, I assume."
No. Of course not. I imagine you have a spare that you can wear. I can lend you some robes if need be. But just some time while I oil them up and have them prepared, and we'll get all three of you refitted while you're here together.
Is this a bad time by any chance? You seem maybe a little rushed.
He says, bad time? No, of course not. Your presence is always welcome here. He's lying.
Mikhail will kind of glance back to like the other part of the shop for a moment and say, feels a little less welcome than before. We know that things have shifted in town. Is there something
No,
you
of
can't
course,
say?
no problems like that. Nothing like that. Oh,
Speaking
are you
quietly.
Yeah, he goes, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, "Nothing like that." And he's very, very obviously over the top. Nothing like that. Please, please. I just care deeply about, your reputation and well, honestly, my own. And so I want to make sure that both of us are well enough represented. Please, if it must be the case, I'll gladly pay the fee for you to use the baths of the nearby shop. I will send word with you. I will send the letter with you, and you can go over, and I will cover the cost for you to go and get your baths done. But come on, I will see to it that it's taken care of.
Am I getting anything else from my prior read on him?
Absolutely, he was being over the top and trying to shut it down very quickly, but he's also trying
That's
to
obvious.
He's trying to move this conversation a bit quicker too. Like he doesn't want this to drag on. He's trying to button this off.
And there's
Reasonable to think
assassin
he's trying to
tubs.
get us out of here before someone else shows up or something like that.
You wouldn't know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's good to press too much right now then. Mikhail will just go says, "Wow, that's very generous. Yeah, we'll accept that. I appreciate your hospitality. How
looks at you
long
like
should we wait to
saying-
come back?"
Koa looks at you saying no with his eyes, like,
He says, well, "Since I'll take care of all three of you at once, it'll take some time to make sure that Aldo here." He says, and he says Aldo hears, but it's like it could just be the way he speaks, or it could be intentional. You're not 100% sure on that one because he does have kind of a very fluctuating tone. But Aldo's name is said a bit quieter. He's like, "Oh, of course not." He's like, "You'll just need a little bit of time while I take care of Aldo here's armor. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get it properly oiled and a bit stitching and whatnot to make sure everything's in place. So why don't the two of you head out, and I will make sure that the letter is sent with him to join you at the establishment that you're going to, and then 3 hours should be enough. 4 if you want to be generous for me, just before the sun goes down, and that should be fine before the shop closes up."
As this is happening, when Koa's like giving him that look, he like reaches up and will sort of put a hand on like Koa's shoulder back area, almost like I know what I'm doing kind of thing. But at that last bit, he'll look to Aldo to see if Aldo's okay with that.
Aldo is not okay with that. Give me 2 seconds. Hang on.
yeah, he's like, not only are you not leaving here with your armor, but you're not leaving here without Aldo's armor either.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, Aldo.
More about
Aldo
just
is
the
just
Aldo
like
part.
if he looks at you, like if you look at Aldo, Aldo looks at you, his eyes narrow, and he just shakes his head.
Didn't know if he had your own
he goes, "What? No,
like eye or anything. Go
no.
ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. How about this? How about I send one of my apprentices to one of my seamstresses to go along with you, and you can head to the baths together, and they'll just bring your armor back with them. That way you don't have to go traipsing around town in some robes that I give you, or the discomfort of that. You can just strip yourself down and soak in the tub, and they'll bring the armors back, and I'll work on them there. Is that better for you? Let me get that letter together for you right now," he says with a big smile, and very quickly turns to go and fetch a parchment and a quill. Not too far from where you are. You're hoping with the busyness of the shop, far enough that you might be able to have a whispered conversation, but not too far from where you are.
Aldo turns to Mikhail straight away and does whisper, and he says, "This is weird. There is just no way I'm just handing over my armor."
Set up some
very.
He means to have us killed or turned in or something.
I don't know if it's that bad. I mean, obviously some of this has to do with his reputation, but he wants us not here for something, is the impression I'm getting.
Taking Aldo's armor and sending us to a place where we have no weapons, no clothing of any kind. Yes, we're going to be assassinated there. I rolled a
That-
1.
I know. That's a remote possibility, but isn't that the kind of thing we're pretty sure isn't going to happen to us? Think of what that would look like for the person you're thinking will do it. And I don't need a weapon.
bold of you to say, but I'd prefer one.
You'll have it all the way there, and we don't actually have to take the baths. You know that, right?
What are we doing? Like, Mikhail, do I hand this over? Like, I feel like if I do, I'm not getting it back.
That part I don't think we can do. We'll head out and be away for a bit, but I think when your armor comes back, we come back.
Yeah, okay. So just smile and nod?
For now. I can't get a beat on if he's trying to help us here or the opposite.
Well, we can be direct about it.
Maybe it wouldn't. I think that's why he's not. Are there any guards in the shop right now?
Not that you see or anything like that you're aware of. Finishes
Anybody
up the
watching us
and comes over to you and goes, here it is, sealed and everything. And you can see the drying wax on there, sealed and everything. You can go ahead and bring it over, and like mentions like the name of the place. And are you familiar with? And they're about to say the directions, but you actually know where it is. So you're like, oh, I know where that. You know, he goes, wonderful. You go there, and they'll make sure that each one of you have a nice hot bath. Just give me a few hours time after I collect your armor, Aldo, and I'll be more than happy to take it for you, to have it prepared for you. Properly oiled, all of your stitchings taken care of. I want to make sure there's the three of you are making your way about town, that you all stand out and shine together.
Sure, we'll leave right away, and we'll just await your attendant then.
Nods. And goes and waves over some, young lad, young lady, whatever. And they come over and hands them a letter, gives the quick understanding of what it is that they're supposed to do. And they look at the three of you. And there's like a moment of they clearly, like, the order they give is not so strange for them. They look at the three of you and they smile. And then they go to start to walk to lead the way out or have you. And then they stop and they look back and recognize who the three of you are, and then just kind of blush, like their eyes widen and they blush, and they're just like, this way, and get very nervous and like rigid, and quickly make their way over to the door and open it for you, like with a bit of a gesture to it, open the door for you.
Koa hits Mikhail and gestures like, look, they're even ashamed of trying to kill us. Like, that's the look he gives you. Like, they even know they're taking us to an execution.
He probably gives a fairly inscrutable look to Koa, because it's Koa with his one, and we'll follow them out. He's probably in the lead at this point.
Okay, and all three of you are going out. They walk with you, and they walk for a little bit. Now that you've left the shop, not immediately when you walk out of the shop, but definitely like a minute down the road, you start to notice that there are more guards' eyes on you. Like, not that they knew exactly where you were or anything like that, but it's almost like there's a bit more of an alertness, either in general or of your being around. And so it's like almost like they're peeking around, like, I wonder if they're around. Hey, they are over there. You know what I mean? It'd be like if your friend texts you while you happen to be, I don't know, in a particular neighborhood, like, oh, I hear Matt Damon's in that neighborhood right now, and so maybe you just pay a little bit more attention to see if you happen to notice them, kind of a thing. So anyways, you are making your way to with the person, and about halfway to the trek to the inn that you're going to, which is only about a 5-minute walk away, they go, if you don't mind my asking,
We don't.
are you the Valiant Few?
We get that all the time. Yes.
Oh, they actually, like, there was like a suspense, and then they started to get dejected, and then you say yes, and they seem like excited about it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, like it played it perfectly, right? And so,
Koa looks very confused at this point, because he's like, why would they be excited? Are these bloodthirsty sons of bitches?
they say, well, it's an honor to meet you, and I just wanted to say, and their face kind of drops and gets a bit, sad. They say, I want to say thank you. I knew someone that Well, they didn't make it out, but no, thank you for what you did.
Oh.
Jesus,
Well, yeah, we're proud of what we did, though it is unfortunate we couldn't save everyone.
Koa nods along, but clearly he's thinking in his head, there's their motive. We didn't save them.
Holy shit. Yep.
And then they just keep walking with you, and they head into the inn with you. And as they go across the inn, they go over to the person that's there, and you can hear. I don't know if you guys are to the side having your own conversation, whispered conversation, but if you listen in well enough, you can hear that the kind of conversation they're having with the person that's running the inn, at least at the moment. This is not an unfamiliar conversation. This is something where they're like, oh, okay, they're actually familiar with. It's not unusual for them to send somebody over here to get properly bathed or what have you. So maybe it's some sort of a racket wade, or you know what, maybe it's a business practice, whatever the case may be. But they actually seem like, okay, this is not a strange or thing for them to be brought over here and them to give the writs, to be understood that this will be paid at some other point in time, and for you guys to have baths drawn. And so
This is
after
where the councilman's family was sent before they disappeared.
Oh, it's funny you say that when you think of how many disappeared, because the innkeeper then walks over and says to you, as the other person like waves goodbye and like heads out, the innkeeper walk over and say, welcome. I'm been instructed to make sure that each one of you are properly bathed. I have a bit of good news and a bit of bad news. The good news is that I'll be more than happy to take care of this for you. The bad news is, unfortunately, we only have 2 baths in our inn, so only 2 of you can bathe at a time. So unless you're looking to double up inside one of them, they say, like kind of jokingly, then whoever is that's the odd one out, I'll be more than happy to pour you one from the tap. And then as the other 2 are waiting for that third, you're welcome to have a beverage as well.
What,
I'll
wasn't
wait
the
first.
attendant supposed to be here to take Aldo's armor back?
They are, yes.
Oh, I thought you said that they left already.
I did say that.
Aldo was not going to give up his armor.
They left already,
So-
not with the armor. Aldo's standing there.
They just
being
pieced
spoken
out.
to. Yeah, they just
Okay,
left
cool.
for a second, yes.
Okay, cool. Never mind.
They just permanently left for a second, or they left?
You saw them leave. You don't know what they're doing.
So they might come back. Cool.
Koa, the guards, they were all turned. The signals going off. I'll wait first. You 2 go ahead.
They say, not a problem. If the 2 of you will come with me, if you don't mind waiting here for a moment, my apologies. And they look at Aldo and Mikhail, and they say, if the 2 of you will come with me, I'll see to it that you're nice and comfortable.
He gives you the look like he'll yell or something whenever the combat starts.
Okay. Mikhail just gives him a nod. Because he's also very suspicious at this point. Already was, but yeah, I guess we'll follow, or Mikhail will follow him.
Okay. So they bring you to the back room where the baths are. And it's what so they bring you to the back room where the baths are, and they tell you it'll probably be several minutes time before we can get the water to a good temperature, but I'll have them working on it right now if you want to begin to disrobe, and they'll be ready for you shortly. The one room that you're in does have 2 baths with a gap between them inside the one room. These aren't separate rooms, which makes sense because like structuring 2 rooms with drains down, that'd be a difficult and expensive thing to do versus just having one, right? And so they have that set there, and they say there are oils and the like that you can use as well. So if you have time to kill, you're welcome to see what scents you enjoy the most. They'll smile and they'll turn to walk out.
Yeah, Mikhail lets him leave.
Okay, they walk out the door.
Okay, yeah, this is getting weirder by the second.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what you want to do here.
Well, first, I'm going to cast Prestidigitation on you again and make sure you look a little more spiffy than I got you on the road.
Thank you.
I'm going to do that and get him properly cleaned up with it. Don't need boop, I can. There we go. And then he'll do the same for himself. He'll say, I don't know. I think you just don't take the bath. You just maybe offer to wait with us while I don't know. I also don't like the idea of sending the armor back without you. I don't think we can do that. I can't tell what the hell was going on with him.
No, did you notice the way he didn't say my name very loud either?
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
I want to trust him, but I can't. I can't hand it, like, especially with what the Tanner said. I can't just hand it over to them.
No.
I actually paid for this.
Right. I'm worried if we're even going to get ours. I can't tell if it's just that he doesn't want us to be, his work to be seen on us at the moment, or I don't know. The impression that I can't quite shake is that maybe somebody he didn't want us to encounter was also going to be showing up soon. That's just
But
what I
why
can't
take
quite
my
shake.
armor? If that's the case, just say I'll be done with you. Like you can come pick your guy's armor up in a few hours. I'll have it sent for or something. Why take mine?
I don't have an answer to that one. It's suspicious. It's possible maybe he does just want to actually oil it. I think he really did want us to be clean if we are going to be seen in this stuff, but there was something else too. There's definitely something else.
Well, this is going to be awkward when this guy comes back in to take my armor and we just say no.
Yeah. I don't know. I was hoping whatever this picture was would become a bit clearer as we got over here, but it hasn't. What the hell else could it be? I mean, I guess he could be telling the guards that we're here or whatever, but they already know. We haven't made it a secret. They've all given us looks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Are you gonna take this bath?
I don't even know if I want to do that, honestly.
The door all of a sudden has like, you hear like a boom boom, like an authoritative boom boom, and then the door opens up and you see this very built looking orc comes in. Now understand when I say a built looking orc, I mean the arms are thick as hell, got a bit of a barrel belly, but because orcs stand around 5 feet tall, there's this like really thick, stocky, 5'1", 5'2", full-blooded orc walks in the door. And for a second, your eyes immediately fall on the orcs. Their deep green skin, their large, almost like tusks that come out of their face. They're like the markings on their face that where others may have tattoos. They have like carvings onto their face and whatnot. All these signs that suggest like your instincts are danger. And then you see them crab walking in for a second through the doorway. Excuse me. As they walk by, and they're holding 2 buckets, one in either hands, that have tons of steam coming off of them. Each bucket is probably heavier than you with 2 hands could lift. As they shuffle over and walk over and put them down, standing between the 2 different what are they called? Baths that are there, tubs that are there.
Oh, yeah.
The tubs are already a solid halfway filled with water because it didn't matter that it was room temperature. He then puts them down, turns and lifts up one of them and carefully pours the hot water into one of the tubs. That had a lot of water in it. It filled it most of the rest of the way that needed to be for when you go into it. It's like nice and filled, nice and hot without overspilling the top. Puts the thing down, goes over and picks up the other one and pours it over, puts down the bucket, turns, picks them both up, and then much more comfortably struts his way back over to the door. He goes, "Excuse me," and walks out, but then like awkwardly goes to shut the door, but has a bucket in his hand, so now he has both buckets in one hand, and then shuts the door.
I'll shut it
behind
for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
As he's
Do
leaving,
that.
I kind of like whisper Tony, like not super loud, but I just want to see if they gets a response.
You say Tony. He just gives you a look. It's hard to read his face, all the scarification on it, the large tusks and everything. This may be Aldo's first time seeing a full-blooded orc before. When you see
This
half
is a
orcs,
full-blooded orc.
that's why I say it's about 5 feet tall. Half orcs are huge. Half orcs, like orc human combos, they're like over 6 feet, like an actual Tony. Like they're over 6. They're massive. This guy's like 5'2" and stocky as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, and so like you're hovering over him. And so you say Tony or whatever to him, and it's hard to even read his face through the tusks and everything that are there. Probably Aldo's first time seeing a full orc. Maybe not. Who knows? He's lived a very interesting life. He might be just the first time remembering it. Either way, so he, you say Tony, he just kind of gives you a look. It's hard to read what the expression is, and then he tries to struggle to shut the door. I think Mikhail closed it for him. Or whatever.
And then I'll help close it.
He'll walk off.
Right. We already bathed. We bathed. We're done. It was very nice. I'm gonna go.
Can you make
over
it
to
smell nice as well?
So where Koa
A bit.
is, Koa, you see that the innkeeper eventually comes out front and gives you a bit of a smile and says, did you want to have your ale while you're waiting for them? I don't know if they're much of soakers or if they kind of get to it.
Oh, I'm sure they won't be too long. That's all right. But thank you. If they're too long, I might take you up on that.
Well, would you like a seat then?
No, that's okay.
It's not cold out, but I can light a fire if you are.
Oh, I'm comfortable now, but thank you.
Just gonna stand there then?
Yes.
Okay, well then. And they'll like turn and they'll go over to like, and then they start doing their work behind the desk, but like it's awkward because you're just kind of in their space. It's one of those things like you take care of the guests, they go away, and now you have your own private space again. Now it's awkward because you're like in their bubble.
He'll kind of look away from him, like to where he could definitely still see him, but it's like, yeah, I'll look out over the place and also keep an eye on literally everything and make sure I don't see movement outside or hear anything. Like, he's in full, I'm ready for the assault to begin mode. And
Okay.
now he's thinking, like, this poor guy isn't in on it, is he? He doesn't know what's coming.
And so you see the door open up behind you, and you see that same, young individual comes walking in with 2 guards behind them. And in the
Koa
other room,
turns
they're
to
like,
face
"Oh,
them.
can you make us smell good? What's up?"
Koa just turns to face them without doing anything.
Yep. The younger individual, we'll just say it's a young lad. He looks up to you and says, and it looks up to you with a bit of a smile and like a bit of a twinkle in the eye, and says, it looks up to you with a smile and a twinkle in the eye, but goes to walk past you and steps out of the way so the guards can approach whoever's at the inn. And as they woke up, they say, "Still a problem?" "Yes, unfortunately. If you don't mind, I'm sorry." They shake their head and go, "No, people can't pay. They gotta pay." And they say, "What room?" They say the room number. And then the 2 guards go walking off as, they hand them a key. And
I don't know what room these 2 were sent to, right?
you do not. You don't know, like, room. Yeah, you do not. They were kind of like led off, and the guards head in that direction, but you don't know where they're going. And as they go walking off, they'll look at you almost like sheepishly, and then go back to the work that they're doing. And then, I don't know, maybe it's just to distract you, Koa.
Once the guards are out of the room, Koa walks up to the guy.
Hi,
They're not going after my friends, are they?
you mean the ones that are bathing?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord, no. Oh, of course not. They haven't done anything to expect the guard to go after them, have they?
No, they have not. But some members of the guard have been treating us less than favorably, and we don't, well, have any beef with any of them.
They frown and say, "Well, you are a paying customer, and you're a paying patron, and so as long as you aren't breaking any laws, and as long as there's no guards looking to find you, you're welcome to stay. But please understand, I will not have any riffraff, ruffians, or otherwise problem starters inside of my establishment. So I understand that you want to stand there, and that is, you're welcome to do so. but I see the size of the sword on your back, and I see the scars that you have on your thighs. I am not going to stand for you to be causing problems in my place.
I am
So-
Koa Attila of the Valiant Few, and these scars are from freeing the slaves.
And they look taken aback as you say that. And then the young lad's like, it's true, he is, like, overly excited. And they go, oh, and that means, no. The guards wouldn't be after you, would they? No. They were here to get somebody that was that refused to pay their for their stay here and has long overstayed their welcome. You can go ahead and roll a sense motive. I know you want to.
I'm great at these. Single digit.
Oh, you were so
They're
close.
after Mikhail!
Wade, you believe them wholeheartedly.
Oh. Koa relaxes a bit. I knew I could trust this guy.
And they say, no, overstay their welcome. You should be fine here.
Did we get a stupid point for having 3 natty ones on sense motives out of 4?
Yes, I get DM points.
Jesus Christ.
You get a -4 to your next roll.
Can't be much worse. A -3. I actually have an aneurysm.
Cool. So continuing on, they say, no, please, I didn't realize who you are. If you would like something a little bit better than just a draft ale, I'd be something from the one of the drafts, and I'd be more than happy to give a hero something better. Please, you let me know. But if you want to stand there, you go ahead and do so, and keep my place of business safe. They say with a smile.
I'll make sure that the bad stays away.
Nods, and the young person says, I just have a question before I go and collect your friend's armor.
Sure.
I heard that you were the one that cut him down.
Sadly, in my line of work, you'll have to be more specific.
Their face drops because of the conversation they had with you on the way over. They say, they called him Captor.
Yes. There was another man in town who lost his head. Yes, Tor, I had to charge him with a shield.
Thank you.
He was a very, very bad man.
I hope the martyr doesn't give him blessings in the passing. I hope he rots in the darkest of places. And you can see that the person that is behind the counter looks like oof, like bringing the gods into this is like mentioning afterlife is not a polite conversation. It's like give a look to the young lad, but they don't say anything because they understand the conversation or whatever that's happening here. And then they say, and he continues and says, but even though their soul is going to rot in all of the darkest and deepest of places, thank you.
I'm not sure about all of that, but I know the gods have seemingly personally been watching over us and our deeds, and I hope they continue to do so.
Yeah, I will go when I swing by the shrine later today. I'll make sure I say a prayer for you. You know,
That was very kind of you. Do I know where the shrine is here?
I mean, you may have walked past it several times, but maybe you didn't pay much mind of it beforehand. Koa has faith, but he's not deeply religious. You know what I mean? So he's probably one of those. If you looked for it, he could remember, you know, or you could ask.
Where is the shrine to the martyr? I wish to pay respect at some point myself.
Oh, if you want, I can show you later on today after the shop closes. I believe you're coming by close to closing anyways.
As much as I'd love to take you up on that, I'm not sure about my availability today.
Oh. Okay, then. And then they just give you some basic directions.
But if I can, I'll be there.
Smile. If you'll excuse me, I've got to go and get the, you know, and they gesture for the hall. Back to you two. Aldo says to Mikhail, can you do something about making us smell nicer or something like that?
Yeah, I think so, but we're probably better off using some of these oils. Just put them on like the outer part of your clothing, nowhere near your nose or mouth.
Yeah, all right.
You guys go
Like,
through
pick
it.
one that smells nice.
Yeah, I imagine like Aldo is like playing with a few of them, and Mikhail like stops him from making a critical error of mixing the wrong ones, or even just putting on too much, or so on and so forth. I will say that when I drop my daughter off at school in the morning, sometimes I can be walking by somebody's car 20 feet away, and they'll open their car door, and I get punched in the face with such pungent odor of perfumes and whatnot, and I just. But either way, so
We're on like super light, light.
I
Since
imagine
it's just supposed to have been in the water. Yeah.
Mikhail ensures that Aldo understands that, and Aldo has delicate enough hands that he doesn't screw it up. So, anyways, this goes on for like a couple minutes or whatever it is, and then eventually, I assume you guys are just going to open the door and leave, and not even go in.
I'm going to use prestidigitation to also make the water slightly dirtier.
Oh, okay. Gross.
So that if someone comes
So
in,
you're
and
literally
like,
picking up
it
filth
looks
from
like
the
we
ground and
Yeah.
dropping it into the water and swirling it.
Yeah, what came off of us? Just like a little bit.
Oh, that makes sense. So you like ball up your own sweat and dead skin and whatever it is and road dirt, and you just dump that into it and then swirl the pot. Yummy.
Yeah. So it looks like we actually bathed just really fast.
Oh my god. What's that called? What's that type of cooking called when you like put when you keep like oil or hot water in constant it's like not souffling, it's
Sous vide?
sous vide. Yeah. Oh my god, imagine prestidigitation for a chef to like sous vide, but like back in right, because it can last for like a minute per casting.
It's an hour.
Or an hour, or something as simple as that, an hour per casting,
Yeah.
whatever. Like that, you could like have higher quality meals without having to have somebody actively stir it for you the whole time, right? Like, oh my god, that's so cool. All right, anyways, so so you're doing this or whatever it is, and then there's a knock on the door, like, and it opens ever so slightly. And you go, and you hear a voice, but not see a face because it only opens like an inch or two, and you hear, pardon, it's me. I'm coming in to collect the armor.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
And the door opens up, and they go, "Hi, whoa,
Yeah, we're done, actually. It was quite a nice bath, but at this point we're already clean, so I don't know if you want to just head back together or if we should wait a bit.
I'm sorry. You've already bathed and redressed?
Yes. Is that he like looks at Aldo like that difficult to believe?
They look utterly shocked, and they're like, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long."
Oh, don't be. I assume Koa still needs his chance too, but he might be willing to. I don't know. We should go talk to him, I suppose.
Well, I'm not worried about Koa, but I did need the armor so it could be oiled and stitched.
About that, you know what I've just realized? And I realized as I was getting undressed, I didn't bring any other robes. I only have this armor right now. I'm going to need to check in, find my stuff, and... No, I don't even know if... You know... I might have to buy some new robes.
There should be robes on the shelves inside here for...
No. I'm not a fan of other people's robes. You know, sometimes they wash them well, sometimes they don't. You know what I mean, right?
And also, they wouldn't be appropriate for walking around town for hours, you know? I know they were offered back at the tailor, but we kind of expected we wouldn't need them. But in this case...
But your armor needs to be oiled and stitched.
Oh, of course it will. But, obviously, I can't walk around with nothing, right?
Yeah, it may have to wait in that case.
You're
not going to get in trouble, are you?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I don't know. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long.
Are you okay?
You did fine. Are you okay? What Aldo
Yeah,
said?
I swore it was only a few minutes, but I must have been talking to Koa for way long. I hope I wasn't staring.
Sometimes time gets away from you. Don't sweat it.
Yeah, Koa does that.
Like, finding the guards was really easy. They were just outside the door. They weren't even down the street.
The guards? You had to find the guards?
Yeah, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I should probably get back. Yeah.
What did you need the guards for?
Oh, nothing important.
It's always important if the guards are called.
Right.
It was.
Are we safe? Is everything okay?
Yeah. The innkeeper. There's somebody that wasn't paying, and so they asked me to get the guards while waiting for you to disrobe.
Okay.
Huh.
Well, I hope that's been dealt with.
Yeah.
Fine.
You're safe. Koa's guarding the front.
Oh, okay.
Good. Huh.
Everything been good at the shop lately?
Same question.
Yeah.
It did seem a little bit odd while we were there. The owner was, I don't know, seemed like something else might be going on.
Diplomacy to try to get
You can tell
information.
us.
No,
This guy likes us, though, right?
Yeah. Nothing's been
Yeah.
going on.
Do
They say
you want me to aid Mikhail?
you're welcome to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nothing's been
So,
going on, they say, as like a,
Plus
just a flat
two.
answer to start. Keegan, you just got a heroic fortune.
Okay. Maybe if I did not roll bad.
They go, nothing's been going on lately. As a matter of fact, business has been really well. The captain of the guard said that they wanted to make sure that the best of the guards and those that you know are properly adorned with the correct kind of armors. So business has been going really well as of late, as many orders have come in from the captain of the guard for like his, I guess higher ranked members of the guard. So that's been good news. We've even had to take on extra staff. That's one of the reasons why your order was finished so quickly, is because there were so many extra people working there. I've been around for almost a year and a half now, so I've seen the change. It's been incredible.
Yeah, significant, I'm sure. Well, I suppose we have a little time to chat now. Well, why did he seem to want us out of the shop so bad?
They look blank-faced. Huh?
Seemed like he was in a
It was
rush
probably
for
because
us
he
to
was so
leave.
busy. Like they
Yeah.
said, Mikhail, it's a lot of work.
Oh.
You know what I was thinking? Who are the guard, like the notable members that you've been refitting? Like last time I was here, I think it was I can't remember his name, but I know you recently went through some change.
Oh, I don't know the different names. I take care. I generally work in the back. That's why I didn't even know you had put in the order before. But once details were given, I realized. But anyways, it's I don't know their names, but I'm sure you would know them. You've got to be close to Beltran. It's those that usually are around him. He doesn't want them looking shabby when he spends time with them. So he brings them in and makes sure that they get properly fitted.
True.
That all tracks. Okay. Are we headed back into the
You can see
main
that he does
area?
look a little purse-lipped and is like a little wide-eyed. And as you guys are thinking to yourselves, whatever, is maybe toss each other glances, and they go, "I'm sorry, that was really disrespectful of me. I meant to say Captain Graris or Lord Graris. I didn't mean to be informal."
Oh, he's going by Lord now.
They furrow their brow for some time.
Oh, I remembered Captain. Good to know. Thank you. Has he visited personally?
Many times. It brings them in to make sure that the things are squared away.
Oh, was he coming today?
Huh. Actually, yes.
Huh.
Work has been so intense lately that I forgot what day of the week it is. Yes, weekly we'll come in, make sure that things are in order, and so on and so on. Spend some time, chatting, and he tends to come by, and it could be a quick visit, but usually it will go on for a few hours.
I see.
Maybe
that's why he was in a hurry. Maybe he was in a hurry. Maybe he knew Beltran was coming. Or, sorry, Lord Greyris.
Oh. Well, I mean, Captain Lord Greyris doesn't like to like it when the shop is particularly busy, but I can't imagine that your lot being there would have been a concern. I mean, I'm sure you know him well. They say with a smile.
I don't know if I'd say that, but
then you should head back and introduce yourself. How could the captain of the guard not know the valiant few? That's. I'll make sure I mention it to him when I see him.
No, we wouldn't want to bother him.
It wouldn't be a bother. You help do his work for him.
This boy's dying.
Mikhail will look at Aldo. He's not totally sure if it's better to have him be like, "Hey, by the way, I met those guys," or no.
Aldo looks at you and he's almost looks at glances at the guy with pity in his eyes. He's like, "You think we should meet him? You know what? We wouldn't want to bother him on a day he's busy. He's obviously got other business, but he said he comes by the shop sometime. After we pick up the other armor, drop the other off, we'll work it out with the owner."
Oh, that makes sense when you're all wearing the same kind of armor.
Yes.
You got
That'll
it.
be better. Yeah.
You're a smart guy.
My mom said that to me before. If you're trying to fit in with a group of people that you don't know, dress like them.
It's not bad advice.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You have a hero point, Keegan. You have to use that soon.
You see him later, he's dressed all goth. I have new friends.
He's taking up smoking, but he can't do it. He just keeps coughing.
Oh,
right?
The episode of VLDL, Viva La Dirt League.
Oh God!
You guys are smokers? Oh, you know what I got you guys? Good old carton of Smokies for each of you. Oh, so funny.
No other checks are happening. Scott, give me a hint. I want insights with my hero point.
For what?
Run out of time. Into. Can they chime in, or does it have to be in a solo thing?
No, it's a meta mechanic. You can meta decide with your crew.
All right, yeah, you guys can chime in. Cool. Jake, you can chime in.
I mean, I don't know. This guy knew somebody who was killed by the touring crew, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's a way to turn him on our side where he can keep us in the loop as to what's going on or what Beltran's getting. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to risk him and turn him into a spy, but he could at least become a friend in some way. I don't know what else to do at the moment. This is kind of an awkward moment for that.
They're young, probably 15, 16. You know what I mean? Because you're an adult at 15 in D&D Pathfinder rules. So they're probably 15, 16 years old. Been working here for a year and a half. 16 makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like they're already a fan of ours. They just don't know.
I think they've given us
everything.
everything that they know. I don't know if you could use the hero point or anything to maybe just try and get him to keep keep a secret that we went there. You know what I mean? Whether it's to surprise Beltran later, you know what I mean? Just to keep his mouth shut and maybe save his life.
Walk across the place, backhand him, and say, "Keep the valiant few out your damn mouth."
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you
Everybody would see that.
the rule is hint. And so the rule is hint, and so or something like that, or advice, or whatever it is. And so it's actually asking me. So it's not dictating, it's requesting. And so I think what SirKiken is saying is, either A,
what should I ask for? What info should I get?
ask for? Yeah.
But it has to be related to this guy, right? Like this situation, doesn't it?
Does not necessarily. It is a hero point. You can use it for a hint or information in general. And then I have to give it in either a meta or what makes sense in-game way.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is actually what the thing Joey just said is like the only thing I can think of is whether or not the tailor was trying to help us or is like looking out for himself. That's the only one I can think of.
Confirmation on that kind of a thing.
Yeah, because we all have like it was super suspicious and we only got so much insight.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can ask that, and that's fair. I feel like based on our original interactions with him, and even this one, it seems like he is on our side. But now that we know that Beltram is there, it's like maybe he doesn't know who in the shop he can trust, which is why he was talking about us like quietly and like sending us away. So you could, but my read on the situation is that he was just like, I don't want that going down in my shop. I like these guys. They weren't here. They can get their stuff. And to make it up to them, because I'm sending them away, I'll clean their armor. So like maybe he was legitimately going to clean Aldo's armor and stuff, but it was kind of like a sorry I had to send you away, but also didn't want you to run into Beltran moment. That was my read on it, but
the only thing with that is Aldo said like he'd come back another time. Not even like he's going to come back soon. He just said, I'll come back another time. He was like, no, like now. You know what I mean? Like, give me armor now. Like, I'll send you. I want to do this now. And it's just that's the
that
weird
part. Is weird. Yeah,
that's the standout part. Yeah,
that's fair.
Because my read's the same. Other than that was
that
odd.
part is strange.
Yeah,
I think you should go with what you're gonna ask. I mean, I don't know what else we could ask. So.
Yeah, it's like I can't think of anything else at the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll go with that. What's the deal with the tailor?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's two-part thing, right? One, legitimately getting you the fuck out of the shop because maybe he likes you and he's on your side. Maybe he just doesn't want the shop to be ground zero of the war that inevitably happens, right? And so you use a hero point. I can actually answer that. It's both. He neither wants his shop to the spot where the fight happens, though outside of his shop with both sides wearing his armor. That could be a cool thing. But also he likes you guys, like legitimately, like he was so kind to you beforehand. You're heroic. And so you doing heroic deeds, throw a deer wearing his armor shows off as a good thing. He had said that to you beforehand, legitimately likes you guys. And so didn't like clearly, unlike this child or some other people's, is in the know of the ongoing feud and the words that have been said, mostly in the shadows or more out loud about either side. And so it was clearly trying to ferret you away without necessarily making you alerted, because you also have a reputation of, approaching problems and solving them. And so getting you out of there without there being a scene or questions to get you out as quick as possible is the best option. Why take the armor? Why do that? Again, he's running a shop and he's very vain about his business and so on and so forth. He legitimately wanted to make it look nice. So as you guys left there, you all looked really good together. And it does actually take hours to do that work. It's not like, done. Like they have to look and make sure everything's done the right way, maybe remove whole threads, put new threads in, match the style, So because it takes hours to do, it was one of those, two birds, one stone. You guys get to walk out fresh stuff. He gets to walk out with refreshed stuff. And everybody looks great, smells great, looks good for his shop, so on and so forth. And he can show the captain of the guard, Lord Graeris, and his closest people shop at my store. The valiant few, the heroes of Adir, shop at my... you're not even called the heroes of Adir, but, play it up for his own marketing. Shop at my store, right? That's a thing that he can use to his own benefit. It was supposed to come off as sus to make you guys be thrown off by it, et cetera, et cetera. But legitimately promoting his own business and wanted to save you and the shop from the what could have played out.
So The big thing that stands out here, though, in what was just said was he knows there's an issue, unlike the other guy. So he knows there's conflict there, which is strange. How does he know that? Why does he know that?
Well, I mean, Beltran hasn't exactly hated X, Y, or Z like you've had run-in with the guards. They're just worried about things.
We've had run-ins, sure, but like regular citizens and like shopkeepers, like, is this stuff gotten around? Like
That's
there's an issue.
That is something you can dig into. Good call, Jake.
Yep.
That is a thing we get to ask him later.
Did I over-explain? Roz, did I do the thing? Roz, did I say too much or did I say just enough because a hero point was used?
That was a paid-for hero point. I think it was justified.
Yeah.
I'll let Roz judge the justification.
Okay. I mean, what do you do? Take the info back?
Yes. The number of times.
So you're just going to hand over your armor now, Jake?
The number of times in the Patreon
You're like,
game.
here, take my armor, clean it up.
No, I'm not gonna.
Right.
Well, now that you know that, there's like a bit of you could like be like, you know what, honestly, I'm just fucking with you. You could do something like that if you wanted to. It's up to you. Like, you know, I don't want to tell you which way to go, but now you understand in the meta. And so Mikhail is getting a strong enough read. Or you know, yeah, it's specifically Mikhail, it's not Aldo. Specifically Mikhail's getting a strong enough read that he's like, okay, the dominoes have fallen. I understand what's happening here. I'm kind of an idiot for not having realized it beforehand. The pieces were there, but I think maybe I was too in the moment. Now that I've had a moment to bathe, I was soaked in the thoughts.
Okay. Trying to think of how he'd play that with the person still there. Since we've already made every excuse in the world to not do it. It'd be weird to all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, no, you're good. You can take it.
It's like a Keen and Peele skit.
Just be like, you know what, Aldo, I forgot.
Yeah.
I can clean the robe myself. And then you clean it and hand it to him.
I'll say, oh, you know what, Aldo, we do have those. We have those spare nice clothes, actually.
Aldo does one of those, like he's looking at the guy and then he slowly, like, head turns, like,
I think you should be okay to send the armor in.
I suppose.
We need a second, privacy, right?
Yeah. I'll go see Koa.
Sure. Just don't lose track of time. He has that effect on people.
They were about to smile, and then when you say that, there's one of those things they go, "Oh, I'll wait outside the door," and they just wait outside the door and shut it behind them.
This is how we know that Mortifer is real in this universe, because Koa somehow has part of his time-traveling hammer in his sword. Time works differently around Koa.
Cool. All right. Step away from the door and go, I figured it out. Okay. Obviously, you heard what I heard. He wanted us out because Beltran's there. I think he knows that we have a problem with Beltran. And he knows what that could happen, what could have happened in his shop. Doesn't want that to happen. But clearly didn't just outright bar us from the place, rat us out, anything like that. I think he's still on our side. As for your armor, though, it does look a little more scuffed than when it left. I think that part was just him being vain. He wanted you to look good when we all left. I don't think he wanted it walking into and out of his shop with the same scrapes and scratches. I think you're actually okay to send it. But that means two things. One, fucking Beltran is there now. And two, that tailor knows something. I didn't think our conflict was really a public thing.
yeah, well, as far as Beltran knows, right, we don't know he was the one. Does he?
He knows Koa spotted him. I think at this point he might know who to attach to that scenario, right?
For the tailor to know anything, it's got to have come from him then. So
Apparently he goes there all the time. Maybe he let something slip or just a vibe off of him and his guards. Keep seeing how they look at us.
Hungrily.
Oh, okay. Well, you sure about the armor?
Yeah, as sure as I can be.
Okay. All right. He'll start taking the armor off.
But then Mikhail starts helping him unbuckling this. But then as his hand slips, one thing leads to the other.
All right, it's off. You can come back
His
in.
armor comes off, and we knock on the door and let the guy in. So.
Sorry, I thought we were shipping. No, we're not shipping.
Ellie's not even in here.
Al Kale or Mikdo?
Oh.
Great ship
Those
names.
are both bad. Those are both so bad.
Mikho? I mean, I don't know
Those
where
are
you want to go
both
with it.
so bad. Oh no.
Al
Dominic.
Mikhail? Al Michael.
Al Michael. Mito. They're really trying.
Mido. How good is our ship? It's Mido.
It's Mito. Yeah.
I'm just saying, Chet's shipping it. We can see this happening. All right, let's
All right,
keep
so
going.
does the guy come back in? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you open the door or whatever, and you're wearing now like the Deliant outfit or whatever outfit you have with you, and they go, "So that looks really nice on you. You should probably take in the pants a little bit on the, or over here, but that looks really nice on you."
Thank you. Maybe I'll visit the shop and you can help me out.
They take the armor, whatever it is. And they say, "Wow, this really is clean. You do keep it clean. It just needs to be maintained because it doesn't like smell or anything. It actually is. It's not gross, So, which is nice. And so they take it.
Thank you.
And then they'll say, "I should probably get back since so much time has passed. They probably think I was dead in the gutter." And then turn and leave.
Would you just let him go?
So,
right,
Koa, all of a sudden you see the after some time, all of a sudden you maybe get a suspicion how long they're back there. And you see them come out and they have Aldo's clothes with them, armor with them.
Koa just kind of stares at it a little wide-eyed as they pass, like, do you have to pry that off of him? Aldo wouldn't have.
Bye, Koa.
See you around.
They go to the door, open it, and leave.
It wouldn't be that far behind,
Before the so as you guys are approaching, bye, Koa, they're going to leave. They'll actually say the innkeeper will say, "By the way, I was wondering if you would be interested, in if you have a place that you're staying this evening, since you've already coming in. The two of them are now walking out the hallway. Oh, good timing. That was rather quick, actually."
Koa goes from 1,000-yard stare to confused when you two walk in.
Yeah. The innkeeper looks confused too, and they say, "Was the baths not hot enough? Did my attendant not arrive?"
Oh no, he did fine. We're just so used to the road. We went pretty quick, but it was nice. Thank you.
It was incredibly quick. Your hair is dry.
Well, it dries fast.
You have an awful lot of hair.
He says to the two bald guys.
I have my tricks.
The innkeeper legitimately looks baffled and says, "Oh, well, I'll have the tubs cleaned and one set for you then. I was saying that you're welcome to spend the evening here if you would like."
That's generous. Did we? Huh? Were we staying at the other place today? We didn't really decide, I guess.
We haven't gone anywhere else.
We may take you up on it. I guess we might need to discuss what our plan is.
Well, if you end up not staying here, I'd like to know where it is you are staying. For that place must be very fine if it beats free.
Free is pretty hard to beat.
Go and
Ah, we
trust
could
this
we
guy.
could spend the night, right?
Yeah, definitely won't hurt anything.
Koa is looking at you two like you're under a spell. Because not only did Aldo's armor come through, but now you guys are like, yeah, we could stay here. Like, you guys are just so, like, upbeat and the different. It's like, are you being brainwashed? So he's just looking at you two very, like, strongly, like, trying to piece it together.
Let me get that bath reset. And they turn and they'll leave to go make sure that the baths are clean. In the meta, they actually do go check the tubs, and they actually are dirty. And they're just like, wow, that is impressive. like they took all of that armor off, all of that gear, all that everything, cleaned themselves, got dry, got dressed, came out here. They look fresher than they did when they went in, both clothing and personally. Holy shit, his hair was rebraided. You're like,
Yep, yet add another piece of the mythos of the valiant few.
yeah, it's one of those like they must bathe each other. That's what they do. They bathe each other for speed and efficiency.
Joey's right. We should have since voted for the offer to stay free. I didn't think about it. I've already rolled a 1, so I'm just going to take it that I trust this guy implicitly, because I think that's what Scott said. I trust him, right?
Oh yeah, I think that's what he said.
So I don't trust anyone at the tailor shop, but I trust this guy with my life.
But they're going to be gone for a few minutes, gives you a chance to speak.
But yeah, Mikhail will explain what he figured out to Koa. If you want me to go over there again, I can. But
No, it's fine.
okay.
As you guys are finishing that explanation, almost let's stop, we wait a moment to think. As the explanation is finished, you can see that there is a person that now has a blood coming off their nose, some of it dried up, already a black eye shining up. They are manacled and being half carried, half dragged by the two guards out of the place. As they go over, one of them says, "Hey, big guy, grab that door."
Koa will like give Mikhail and Aldo just like the slightest of looks as he goes to do it. He's like, I'm not going to cause any trouble, but like, so he'll quietly just open the door for him and like nod.
The other one goes, "Thanks," and they're like, carry the person out of there.
The beat up guy didn't
recognize
all, did
yeah.
Yeah,
Same brain cell.
It's a wonderful question. I was about to say it as you guys left. Because of how bruised and whatnot that they were, you actually did not recognize them at first. But now that you're asking, also as they're like, you open the door, like literally as they're being carried out the door, you realize that's Casper.
God damn it.
You haven't seen or spoken to Casper in some time, and they probably didn't recognize you because they got fucked up pretty bad from the guards.
Oh shit, that's Casper, says Mikhail.
Who else would you have been playing?
It's not just Kiken saying, "Oh shit, that's Casper," even though he is also saying, "Oh shit, that's Casper."
We've got to get him out. What do we do?
Stall, Aldo says, and he leaves to find the owner of this place.
Yeah, the innkeeper or whatever. Yeah. We go find them. They're actually in the kitchens where they're speaking to the orc to get them to grab another pot of boiling water, to get into the pot of boiling water ready so that they can scrub the tub and, just giving them that kind of order. So that's where you go in. That's, you kind of like burst your head into the kitchen, which isn't really where you belong, but it's not like, what are you doing back here? It's where you say that and they turn around and they're like, so what do you say to get their attention?
Gentlemen,
excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
The guard-
Meanwhile, we're
Wait,
arguing that, but
I'm
let
sorry.
him-
I thought you meant us. Do you mean?
Yeah.
I meant Jake, because that's who I was talking to before. Yeah, sorry. So Jake, you say that, and they turn around and they go, "Oh, yes, I'm getting that taken care of."
No, that's not it. The guy that's being let out by the guards. What did he do?
So what he didn't do, shakes their head and looks annoyed.
What was that?
Pay for their stay.
Oh, how long have they been staying here?
How long did they pay for? 3 nights. How long have they been staying? 3 weeks. I've even gone so far as to bar their room, but they've gone in and out the window, I believe. Either that or they.
How much do they owe?
They ruffle they scrunch up their face and say, "I'd have to check, but probably somewhere in the way of 3 gold."
Well, if you can stop him and say there's been a mistake, I'll pay for another 3 weeks on top. So say 6.
They're looking, like, taking it back for a second. 6 gold.
For another 3 weeks as well. Just stop the guards from taking him.
Scott tax. Hold on.
The prices go up all the time.
What? It's a nice inn. They have baths that you can take. They provide you food and drink. It's a silver a night
This
is not a
deal
crazy
gets
number.
worse
That's
all the
actually
time.
it's not a crazy number. A silver to be able to stay a night for food, a house over your head. The door was locked. I mentioned they gave him a key to get into the door. Like that is.
Hey, chat's unanimous. That's crazy.
That is not a crazy price.
We go to
pay.
Rid, it'll be 3 princes a day.
Anyways, so they say 6 weeks, so you'll pay for them to stay as well.
Yes. Say you found he actually had paid. Put it in. You put it in an envelope and forgot about it. Now you found it. So no need for him to be taken out. Paying customer.
They look really confused. So a couple moments pass, and then they say, "Do you know that lowlife?"
6 gold.
The orc goes, huh. And finally they're like, "Oh, okay. Perhaps I should have charged you for your room." They say kind of like flat, as like a joke to themselves as they're trying to like stir themselves out of their own kind of daze, and then they start moving to go past you and gaining speed as they go.
Yeah. He says, "Remember, you found his payment."
Yeah, of course. All right, so to the two of you, he went off that direction. You went.
Gentlemen, a moment. Wait, we know him. Mikhail will go like running in front of them.
They go, "Sorry to hear it." And then one of them is like whistling down the way, like one of those like one of those big whistles that's really loud to get somebody else's attention.
Yeah, Mikhail's gonna like, actually run in front of them.
Yeah.
Koa is following suit.
"Are you stopping us from doing our job?"
Well, hold on a moment. This has to be able to be made right some other way?
We believe there's been a mistake. This is a finer gentleman than we believe has been conveyed.
It's the second complaint we got about him. First one, he got a warning. This one, he's going out.
If we can make it right with the owner, can this be waived?
One of the guards says, I mean, honestly, low lives is low lives, and they got to learn their lessons. Like, kind of talking over the first one.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure there's been some kind of mistake.
He says, well, we can always sort that out down at the station if need be. He says, like, try to look past Mikhail, and goes, "Hi!" Like down the way to get the attention of somebody who's probably going to bring a cart or whatever to collect them. But continue.
Like looks past to see if anyone's coming yet, and it's just like, well, unless you don't have to take him that far, which you don't, we can get this handled. This is a matter of gold, of coin. Does he owe? How much?
You say gold of coin, and his eyes light up. Mikhail, you don't even need to roll a sense motive. He saw that as a bribe, and eyes lit up, and not in a "you're now in trouble" kind of way. And then you said the tail end of what you said there, which was,
does he owe how much?
Does he owe how much? He goes, "Oh, well, I'm thinking he owes two gold." And the guy's like, "I don't think 2 gold."
Look, I'll give you 1 each just to hold on here while we sort this out with the owner.
He goes,
God.
Yeah, due diligence, of course. And the other guy is now starting to catch on to what's happening, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, we can do that, of course."
Like, he'll take off his coin or whatever, and like looks at it and goes, "Fuck." We'll take out 2 gold.
Thank God we don't have an entire camp to fund.
So you hand that guard 2 gold?
No, I hand 1 each. Like I said,
I was making a joke.
Ha ha
It wasn't a joke for you, Wade.
ha! Ha ha
And it got worse. Anyways, so you hand them the 2 gold, and he says when the person down goes like from you hear kind of like muffled from down the street. Hey, he goes, hold up, and he goes, let's sort it out. And he like as he gently puts the guy down or whatever it is, and he turns back to look back at the place, and it's probably whoever's behind him, which is likely Koa, expecting them to turn and maybe walk. So let's say Koa just like turns to take like a step or 2 towards the building. The door opens up and the innkeeper comes walking out and goes, hold up. I am terribly sorry for what just happened. There's been a misunderstanding. I thought that this patron hadn't been paying, but actually they had been paying. They made an arrangement some time ago to actually pay out 6 weeks, and they're only halfway through that stay. So they certainly are welcome to stay for another 3 at least. They've already paid that far. And Casper's kind of like fully coming to and is looking kind of, confused, is looking around, seeing the guards holding them. They're in pain. Conversation that seems confusing to them. Is that Mikhail? What's going on? Koa looks stern. Like, Koa's here. That kind of a thing. And like a few moments later, maybe Aldo comes walking out. Like the Casper looks kind of baffled. And they go, oh, well, look at that. And the guy like drops Casper, so he kind of like flops down. Not because he dropped him, because he dropped him without telling the other guy, so he was awkwardly still being held up. So the other guy kind of like stumbles and Casper hits the ground with a bit of a thud because of the awkward unevenness of him being dropped. And he goes, looks like it's a good thing you held me in place. Everything's settled then. Looks like everything's all set. Everything's fine. Oh, good news then. Gives you a bit of a smile. Let's go, says the other guy. Yeah. And they start going.
I'll
to
help
walk
Casper
off.
up.
Pick Casper up, and you can see the second guard is slowing down, and they have the coin in their hand, and they're slowing down, and they're like looking down at the coin, and they go to like look back at you, and it definitely looks like they want to say something, and the first guard's like, "I said, let's go," and he's like,
when he does that look back, I just kind of give him a nod, and then pay attention to Casper.
And so he's like, I get half second of. And then they'll, take the coin into their hand and go following after the other one. And he nudges and says, beer's on you. And they go walking off.
Now beer costs a gold? Jesus, man.
Yeah, prices are going up, man. All of them.
Scott's world, man.
Thanks, Biden.
Yeah. Guess we're abstinent now.
So.
Wait. Oh, you're saying we don't fuck around?
Hey,
no, we just find out. Anyways, so you help Casper up, and Casper's like, oh, I don't know if I'm in a nightmare or if my face hurts and you're helping me up, Mikhail. Mikhail, right?
Yeah, it's the second one. I thought you were doing better, bud. Why didn't you just stay at the hospital?
My tooth is moving in my mouth, he says as he's like, and then he turns to spit blood as he does so. It's like, is like clearly that hurt for him to do.
Does it look like his nose is broken too?
He definitely got hit hard, but as you're looking at his nose, you definitely see the reason I went is because as he like did the action of spitting, it came loose enough that with like a almost vomiting disgust look in his face, he spits again, but this time out a tooth.
Yeah, mending doesn't work on that.
It's less than 2 pounds.
That's true.
You know what? You can fix those cavities.
Aldo pick up the tooth and look at it, and he's like, "You got any golden ones? Because you owe me 8."
He looks at you like what? Like genuinely lost.
Cost me 2 just to keep those guys from hauling you off while we were talking to them.
I didn't spend any, but I'm also concerned.
Also, don't blow your nose. Your eyes will swell shut.
I'm in so much pain right now. My head is ringing, and you're confusing the shit out of me. Sorry about that. Apparently your bill was already paid. Well, Beer's on me tonight.
Can you get this guy into a bath as well?
I will have both of them prepared.
Thank you.
And then they say, though I recommend maybe he spends extra time in it. And then turns and walks off, realizing like they know that they're at fault for that, but they weren't wrong for causing it. But now they're feeling guilty for how much you're catering to them. And it's just like this whole weird thing. But anyways, continue.
Yeah, just gonna like help walk him back that way. Continuing.
Yeah. He doesn't actually, you offer like help or whatever it is. And he's like, no, I don't need help. And then realizes after like 3 steps, you realize I will help him. He looks like he banged up his leg pretty hard too. And like, you just like instinctively go to give him the support. And it's one of those, kind of quieter things as you do that, and you help him back in.
How did you end up in that situation?
I wasn't paying for my room.
Right. How'd you end up in that situation?
When you don't have coin.
When you don't have coin, you pick the best inn and decide not to pay.
None of the other inns would let me in.
Because of
previous similar
you know the situation in the city, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, probably better than us. And you still want to risk it?
He stops with Mikhail and looks at you and goes, Aldo, I can't stay in those. I can't stay in the gutter anymore. There's no gutter for me.
Well, there might be, but let's get you cleaned up and we'll talk about it. All right.
You've got 3 weeks here anyway.
You say that standing inside there, and the person sitting behind the desk says, "We can make it 4."
Well, we have 4 weeks here. Koa just like right away.
That's very generous of you.
And they realize that Koa said that it looks like maybe you guys assume it was all of you. and they're like, for him.
Still quite generous.
Okay. But 2 nights for the 3 of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you want a drink?
That'd be that way. They point for you, still awkwardly a part of your conversation. Don't you hate when people at businesses like are in your conversation? You're like, I'm trying to talk to. Thanks. So
every time I hang out with Scott.
Okay, I am a business. All right, thanks. Okay, so they make their way to you guys make your way over to like where the bar is or whatever, and you sit there. Eventually, you'll be told that the baths are ready, but I imagine you just don't go there quite just yet. And so they'll come over and they'll pour a tap for each of you.
If the bath's ready, Koa drinks his probably quicker than he usually does, because if you two are like, everything's cool, he's like, well, bath does sound kind of nice.
Yeah, you can actually take one.
He'll still take a fast one, but he will at least get in and actually get cleaned off, because he won't have a Mikhail out there to clean him standing next to the bath.
Yeah, there's only one way to clean your taint. So if you're going to go hop in the bath, Caster actually does want to soak. So we have a little bit of RP by the bar, but also Koa can maintain the RP afterwards, in the baths together. Unless those two are awkwardly hanging out in the bathroom with you guys. It's like crossed arm chatting with you while you're, scrubbing dubbing.
You guys actually end up getting in. You're like, we didn't take ours.
You do double up.
We ended up
Koa
having to
leans
double
back
up.
and just Aldo's foot appears in his periphery. Just
You play Geralt and I'll play. So, cool. So, starting with the bar area conversation, feel free to chime in with chat.
Fuck, I forgot where it's gonna start. uh, hmm. So, I know you were helping out at the hospital for a while. Like, could you not have gone back to that?
This is just you and Aldo, isn't it?
I think it's all of us until the baths are ready. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Says,
so like, we're at the bar,
correct.
and then once the water heats up, it'll just be you two.
So it says, I stayed my welcome there, but got in a couple of scuffles outside the place. Everybody's welcome. At
They
the
wouldn't let you drink, right?
Huh? No. Just old situations bubbling up.
Damn. Is there anywhere else besides here? Besides Haudh, Gwenn?
Koa almost like cartoonishly appears behind him, like growing, like looking at you two, like we have a place.
We're getting there. Chill.
He says,
Koa.
He says, "No, I don't. And as I'm saying, I can't exactly go back to the ruins anymore. I'm not really welcome there anymore.
Well, what happened? What changed with them?
It's a strange situation, but they started kind of. I'm not saying they were trying to kill me or nothing, but they definitely were making things unpleasant."
You ever spot any of them talking to the guard or anything?
Yeah.
Guess that's not too surprising.
If I had a hunch that I think it's known that I helped you lot out, and some people ain't too appreciative of it.
You would think some would be, at least. Well, you have 3 weeks here, and we can talk about what you can do after that, but that should give you some time to mend up.
Casper, what's been going on here since we left? When we left, Beltran he'd taken his army, I guess, away.
Yeah,
And then
bartender's
I don't know
not
really
right
what's
next to
happened
us,
since.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of things happened. I head out east to go check out that situation, and it was kind of a strange one out that way. The Beltran went and led that group over to Estrad, right? And well, he attacked them. That's for certain. Yeah, he attacked him something good. Did some damage, but I found out why. It's the farms. He needs the crops and whatnot from the farms. Apparently in Haudh Gwenn, the amount of food that comes and goes, like it's enough for whatever for the people here, and things cost a lot. You know, you've lived here, you get it. But Beltran needed more for his own projects. I assume maybe building up more of the people that he's been training, and so he wanted to have first, call on the food, and so I took a Strahd so he could do that. Kind of set up something fierce over that way, which is good news. So which is bad news that he did that. But anyway, I checked that out. Then apparently some more stuff happened over that way. I think the people there don't like too much what he did or something, because not too long ago, a couple days ago, he just marched back out that way. And the people in Estrada trying to resist it or something, because he just marched back that way with his whole troop again. So I think he's trying to quash whatever that is. But other things going on around here? There's a whole lot going on. Guards. There's more violent. They're sticking to the neighborhoods, as you know. They're you know, it makes things more difficult for people like me that already had a reputation. And then the other neighborhoods, the ones that you were thinking, oh, why don't you go there instead? They're not being patrolled by the guards, you know that. But they're still being patrolled. Just by a rougher sort. There's an opportunity when there's no guards around. So the neighborhoods are being kind of divvied up.
Like gang type divvied up, or do you think they're still being paid?
No, gang type, but also, if I were to guess, and he gets real low, I think they're getting paid too. They seem to, not all of them and not everyone, because there's scuffles between the different groups, between each other, and also the scuffles with the guards, but I also sometimes see, you know, people with names worth noting. Sometimes you see or hear things that they themselves will run in with certain guards, you know? Like, at least to some degree, they're on the same team, even if not everybody involved knows it.
Right.
Hard to tell if it actually got worse since the last time we've been here, if it's just the natural progression.
I think the natural progression is worse.
Yeah, I guess they are one and the same. I guess I don't know if it's a response to anything else we've done or if it's already what he was doing.
Do you know who exactly is getting paid? Anyone you know? I mean,
Say that again, Wade?
anyone you know who's getting paid?
No, I don't really know anyone left anymore. Too many faces change too quickly. Too many things. That happens. I'm not exactly involved with all that anymore. I tried to keep a low profile. I tried to keep clean, but those that I did know, like I said, I had run-ins, and then once I have a run-in with one and they're friends now I gotta run-ins with people I didn't know before. And then I got jumped outside the hospital at one point, and you know, they took me in, they patched me up, and then it happened again. And the third time they came out and they stopped it. But that's what they told me, that I was causing more problems than I was helping the place out, and ain't exactly work to do around here when nobody wants you in their neighborhood. And
I mean, somewhere like Westwood's not that far from here.
I'll go plow fields, he says. The baths are ready whenever you are. Just thought I'd let you know.
I won't be long, but you should take your time and soak it up, enjoy yourself, mend up a bit.
The baths are pretty close. You guys can keep talking.
Well, I think Wade was saying, you go ahead. I'm going to stay here and talk to these two fucks before I come join you.
Oh, no. He was going to go with him, but he was just telling him, like, he was telling you two he's going to be quick, but he was telling Casper, you don't have to be.
Okay, then I misunderstood. You were saying it. You understood it correctly, Keek. I did not. So he's going to go with you, Wade.
Yeah.
Do you say anything to him while you're in there?
Not really. I mean, we'll have small talk. He'll try to see if he knows anything. He'll mention like the tannery, stuff like that. So if he knows anything about that, I doubt he does specifically. But it's more so just being nice to him, and he'd offer him some, like, do you have enough coin to get some food, or they feed him here at the inn. Like, he'd make sure he has enough stuff to at least take care of himself.
So for the tannery, he can tell you, he's like, oh, that place has been getting robbed. It's so much leather's needed for the guards. You know, like the soldiers, if you want to call them that. So much leather's needed for that. The amount of boots and belts and everything else that they need just to keep, you know, over 100 people, whatever it is, properly, you know, set up. The horses that they have, you know, all the different things. And so they've been going to that guy and taking his supplies cheap. And some people say it was the guards that set the place on fire to fuck with them. Some people just say it was some arsonist. You know, all different people say different things. I don't know who did it, but yeah, I know he's no friend of the guards. They give him a lot of business, but no profit.
Why do you think they have to expand the guard so much, this militia? What do you think the whole point of it all is?
I don't know, Koa, but I think I have to find out.
I think you should be very careful. I think we had a rough time outside of Haudh Gwenn ourselves trying to get here. And I think anyone who's close to us is in a lot of danger here.
I don't think you understand. I got nowhere to go. Nowhere around town's gonna keep me up.
You've got 4 weeks here.
Yeah, I got 4 weeks here, and that's enough time to,
And
I don't know,
Mikhail
maybe
and
pop
Aldo
my
and
nose
I.
back in place. But Koa, I think I'll be better off if I just join his army. I got a place to stay. I got food to eat. They can teach me how to hold the sword proper rather than the shit I was doing when you guys whooped my ass. If I got my ass whooped again and again and again. And then I can also see from the inside what's happening. I can know stuff.
It's possible, but I would discuss this with Mikhail and Aldo first. Perhaps they have some insight on it, but I can tell you that's a very dangerous place to be, and I believe it will be short-lived.
Well, I got 4 weeks. Unless something miraculous happens between now and then. I gotta have to eat more than 4 weeks from now, and I'm gonna have to sleep more than 4 weeks from now. So, besides, like I said, there's benefits to it. I mean, joining the military, that's why everybody does it, right? So they do it in the Paradel. So everybody joins the Paradel military. Everybody comes out great. They get good lives out there. You know?
Gasper, do you think you're a different person than you were when we first met you?
Yeah. I'm more poor.
That's an easy one to get, but you know what I mean. You put yourself on the line for us after literally being against us at the start. Why'd you do that?
Well, my other option was to have a sock in my mouth.
Is it that simple?
I thought it was funny. No, it wasn't that simple. I mean, it was in the moment, but it wasn't in the moment. There was a lot that happened so fast. So fast. So fast. I mean, you know, I didn't exactly want to throw down my sword, but Koa, you decapitated a guy.
I did.
Mikhail uses magic. Like the shit you hear stories about that they teach down in those colleges and stuff. Like what the gnomes do. He has magic. But then also, I think I was happy. I was happy with what I was doing. Just like staying here. Well past my due. It's just survival.
Well, I think we're all lost and wandering until we find something important. Something we're willing to put our lives on the line for. Something we're willing to be broke and just try to survive to accomplish. Just by putting our faces here in Hot Gwen, we're putting our lives on the line. Casper, there were 9 men outside of Hot Gwen, tasked with killing us.
Holy shit.
I don't think that things are going to get easier right away, but they will eventually. Don't give in to the easy temptation. If you do decide to sign up, do it to find out what's going on. Don't look at the shiny new boots and the power they have around town and think that because right now might is right looks correct, it's going to stay that way for long. You know what we did, what we're known for, and things aren't going to stay the way they are here.
Koa, I don't need boots and power. I need a bed and food.
I know. I'm just making sure of that. Because when you don't have a bed, sleeping in the wilderness or fighting trees for 36 straight hours. Anyway, you take some of those luxuries for granted. And for as long as you've dealt with it and with everything you've been through, which I don't even know, to be clear, I just don't want to see you fall back into old habits. I think there's a good person inside you, Casper. I think Mikhail and Aldo and I will find a way to make sure that you're alright, now that we know your situation. I'm sorry we haven't spoken to you soon. I'm sorry I've been gone so long. But hopefully 4 more weeks of this place without having to worry about it helps make some of that up to you. And once those 4 weeks are up, we'll figure something out. Just don't do anything rash.
Yeah. 4 weeks. I at least gotta reset my nose.
Really glad that Spiral's not in this campaign.
Yeah. Jesus. I feel like Casper's gonna reset his nose and accidentally shove his, the bone into his brain but not die. He's gonna go, oh, I can't talk to him.
Like he said, unless there's anything else insignificant he brings up, Koa will kind of like give him a friendly nod. Does he have enough? Will this place provide him with food, or does he?
Yeah,
need
that's
money
the thing. Like, he paid for a room that's supposed to have it's basic, but he has food, locked room, so on and so forth. Yep.
Okay. As is the trend, Koa will give him a couple gold too, just in case he needs anything else. I'll take 2 gold off my sheet.
You say you give him 2 gold?
Yeah.
He says no.
You may want to get yourself cleaned up or looked at or who knows what. Just we shouldn't have left you here like we did.
I'm not gonna take that, Koa. You gave me one once before.
Yes, and you've been a good ally and a good friend, and perhaps we haven't been as good as we could have been. This is out of friendship.
Yeah, I'm not taking that, Koa.
What, do you need more?
No. Listen, you just spent 8 fucking gold to stop me from getting thrown into a cell that I belonged to go in after you spent the gold. After you stopped me from literally helping get people sold off. I'm not going to take any more of this shit. I'm not doing it.
Well, the 8 gold I didn't pay anything for, to be fair. That was all Aldo and Mikhail.
You know what I mean. I'm not going to be the party's pity puppy. No.
Party's pity puppy. No, Casper. You're quite valuable. You're a good asset. You're a good friend. And I think, like I said, you're a good person. I wouldn't offer this to you if I didn't think that. I'd rather give you all of my gold than see another single piece go to Beltran and his god. No. We might need your help, is what it boils down to. And I don't want to see you suffering or struggling to get by. We all need things. So, if this can help you, believe you me, look at this place. There's 3 of us. You think we can...
He's like
we're gonna need help.
fuming a bit because, like, you know, it's lack of better phrasing, emasculating. You know, like he's literally being the charity case, and he's not happy. Like, he's very appreciative of what you guys fucking did outside the place and stop him from getting arrested and all that. Like, but now it's like, it's, you know, kind of going so far. Gotcha. It's like, jeez, you know. So he's kind of like fuming, but he's not gonna be rude because that would be even worse. You know.
Koa thinks for a moment. Casper, what if I paid you to hire you?
What if I what?
Paid you to hire you.
Huh. What about?
It's unclear at the moment. We just got into town. But there's a lot of things we're going to need. Information, for one. You know people. You know this place. Do you know anyone who's, I don't know, particularly good with money, for example? Good at keeping track of it. Good at managing it. Someone you would trust. Someone like the banker, yes.
The banker?
Do you think the banker's already employed, or be willing to leave town with us? Because I think the banker might already be established. It's more so someone that would be willing to accompany us.
Oh. I might know somebody. I don't really know many people with too much, but somebody good with numbers? I might know. Maybe. I don't know. I have to ask
This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You're helpful. You know things that we don't. I'm not giving this to you because I feel sorry for you. I feel bad about your lot in life, sure, but I need my money, to be honest with you. But I also need help. And we all need it at some points. So take the bath, relax. This evening, perhaps we'll get together with Mikhail and Aldo, and we'll figure out some more things to do, but a retainer for your services. And he'll, like, set it next to the tub.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Keegan, but in P2E, isn't it like a copper a day for an untrained laborer?
Something close to that. I don't know TD as well.
So if it's a copper a day and it's 2 gold, is 20 silver, is 200 copper for, like, basic around town, easy, untrained labor. Not like hard, heavy lifting. That's going to cost you like a silver a day or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
But
danger pay though makes that go way up.
What was that? Yeah.
Danger
pay,
though,
exactly.
Hazard pay.
So
Yeah.
so like 2 gold theoretically would be like basic a couple hours a day, or just be on call, kind of porter work sort of a thing. Again, not like running around doing crazy stuff all day. 2 gold would buy you like the better part of a year. Huh. You know.
Great.
So you put it there.
Oh, 1 silver.
Oh, it's a silver a day.
Unskilled hireling is 1 silver per day.
Unskilled. Yeah. But that includes some small degree of, because like that's a day's work, not like occasional things. And that's what
Not
I was
odd
kind of
jobs.
getting at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, do me a favor, roll me your diplomacy. What is that, a 14? All right, cool.
Yeah, hold on. We have 2 plus 2s.
We have 2 plus 2s and 2 plus 4s.
Is
yeah.
helpful? Is a 14
He is
enough for
helpful,
that?
which means he starts at a 5.
Yeah, 5
Okay.
plus his charisma bonus, so it's
So you
going to
don't
be
think,
low.
do you think I need to beat this by 10, or you think 5 is enough?
Wow, Keegan.
Even
5 is
if
bonus, you got a 3.
even his charisma's plus 2, it's a low DC. Like, don't put that on me. I don't think you need to beat it by 10. I think you just need to
Think this is good enough?
not. Yeah, I just think you
Okay,
got shit
I'll
to
keep
bed.
the 14.
because we do still also have a potential better offer later. So this isn't like end all beat all.
Yeah. So you put it there, and silence will settle. But then, like, I don't know, close to a minute later, you just hear like a soft thanks. But like, one of those you imagine it's not meant to be responded to. It's just like to make sure that it was said, kind of a thing.
So we'll give it a minute, then he'll kind of laugh. He says, "You don't know the full scope of the job yet."
I'm not washing your ass.
You might wish you were. As he's like getting dressed.
Maybe now there's an uncomfortable feeling. Doesn't say anything. There's no words, but it's like, wait, what am I signing up for?
When Koa's dressed, he'll just kind of smile at him. Enjoy the bath, Casper. We'll talk later.
And you can go ahead out to the other two. I imagine the other two are just maintaining small talk, nothing worth noting.
Yeah.
Enjoying the free drinks,
Cool. Then you two can roll me a sense motive check. On because they both.
Jeez, I've been rolling bad on sense motive.
Yeah.
Not as bad as Wade.
Thanks, man.
Just wanted to- I did want to put that out there.
20? Is this one you need
Oh,
a
yeah.
hunch for?
Yeah, is this a hunch thing or fuck?
You can +4 it, or you can +2 in luck. +2 in luck guarantees you hit a 20, but
Yeah, let's just. I'll just +2 in luck. We might still burn those +4s,
yeah, that's fair.
and then
Cool.
Yeah.
So with your 21 total, you get a vibe off this place. Not just in general. It's like it feels like every once in a while, as the innkeeper is kind of like going through, because they're not always in the same room as you are, which is a small room. They occasionally will pop into the room, legitimately doing tasks. Like you don't think they're just creepily in there; they're actually doing their job. But they like definitely look over to the two of you fairly often when they think that you're not looking or paying attention. And it's definitely like, I don't know, you get a weird vibe off of them, like a little uncomfortable of a vibe. Like they're watching, like they're conflicted, so on and so forth. Like you didn't, like beforehand when you met with them, they seemed like relatively nice, whatever it is, so on and so forth. Obviously, you know about the guard situation that happened here, so they clearly have some, like a regular citizen, at least some degree of arrangement with the guards, being a, again, proprietor of an establishment in a nicer area, call the guards to solve a legitimate problem. That doesn't seem weird. But like, they seemed apologetic afterwards, but kind of like as it's raining through your mind, you're like, I don't know, those apologies more seemed like less to Casper and what happened to them, and more to like handling the strange situation that was before them. And then just the way that they keep looking at you, I don't know, it just makes you feel a bit uneasy or on guard.
okay.
Again, it's not like they're spending minutes staring at you. It's
Right.
over the course of the hour or some odd that
Just
Koa's
enough that
gone.
it's weird.
Yeah, just enough
Yeah.
that like they've you just like, I don't know, man.
Okay. So the next time that they're like walking close by or anything, Mikhail will say, "Something wrong?"
Huh? Oh, blankets weren't properly smacked out. Are you kidding me? You can't give dusty blankets to hired help's hard to come by.
Oh, yeah, of course. No, I was. There's just you keep looking this direction. I keep getting the sense that
What?
maybe
No.
there's something you wanted to ask.
Oh no.
Just you don't have to. You can speak plainly. Just it's easier if you're more direct.
They very thrown off guard by being so point blank with this. Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check.
Sure.
Ooh.
The number that I like to roll so much, so very much.
Chat, get him, boys.
They were hitting me with that shit when Wade rolled a natural 1 earlier for a total of 1. Like,
I don't know this guy's disposition, but at the very least, he's not going to be a 5.
no, I imagine he's indifferent at best. So, base 15. Plus charisma.
I mean, the other 2 plus luck guarantees a 15.
Yeah, but a 4 gets you a 16, and then a luck gets you high enough that... Mikhail, do you have the ability to double boop people, or is that an Aldo thing?
That's an Aldo thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, he always he's never jumping into the. You should roll in diplomacy more often.
I don't know. What do you think, Jaaek?
I mean, this guy's acting pretty shady. There's something weird going on. If we're in a place that we really shouldn't be, it might be worth knowing. There are other things we could use it on, but little.
I think the plus 4, or one of the plus 4s, or the other plus 2 and a luck, or. I kind of feel like we should make it, just because he is being weird.
The 4 then and luck it,
because then we'll still have another 4. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 1 plus 4 is 16, and then just in case he's got a plus 2 charisma or something.
Yeah.
Okay. They're so taken aback by how direct you are and whatnot that their face turns flush, and you don't let up. You don't speak. You're silent selling them. You just stay silent. You let the awkwardness of the moment sit there as their face grows redder and redder, and they look uncomfortable, like they want to walk away, but just walking away is super awkward. And so finally, just like the silence and awkwardness of the moment, and you can almost like, even Aldo's at the point where he might even say something, even just to crack a joke about like whatever it might be. But the silence is sitting there, and then finally, before anybody says anything else, they crack under the pressure, and they go, "The guards are offering coins to know where you are."
Oh. They don't already know?
They are so embarrassed and like biting their lip about the fact that they said that out loud. They are clearly hating themselves because it's like, how did I say? Is there witchcraft? What the fuck just happened? Like, how did I let that slip? And so you say it so nonchalantly, and again, they're just like they're almost like panicked, and they're like, well, information's valuable, and it's not necessarily where you're sitting and having a beer, but certainly where you're going to be spending the night. There's interest in that.
You see, that's
those guards.
They
were in before.
No. How do you know him? They say, like, now turning a question to Mikhail.
Yeah. The thing we're famous for doing, he helped. He turned over a new leaf about the same, well, maybe a little bit before the city did.
But he's a lowlife. He has a reputation around town. Does that mean that your reputation's true too?
Our reputation.
You say yes, and they scowl.
You've heard about what we did, right?
Oh yeah, I have, absolutely. You went ahead and you took out the group there that were doing the trading, the slaving, and all that. A good thing to do. Got a good amount of appropriate fame, and got a good amount of wealth from it too. Now you own property in a ton of different lands, and you hang around with all of the counselors in all the different places. And then that notoriety went to your head. And I'm speaking out of turn. I hope you enjoy your beer. And they turn.
Wait, one moment. We are paying customers at all. Aldo wants to start. He wants to, if he can, engage him, and I want to use perform oratory, and I want to tell him more or less a story about what's happened and how we're fighting for the people. We've always been fighting for the people. Not only are we having, carousing with nobles and such, but we are taking jobs from them to better the cities that we've been in.
Scott was half listening. He's more worried about Tyler's in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was paying attention. I'm like, I transferred all that over. It's good. So I don't know what happened to it.
I watched the gears not turning. Jake,
well, remember that
really
he popped into a combat and he spent a fuck ton of one combat. Remember that? That's what happened. I had to remember. I was like, no, I didn't do anything wrong.
Did you hear a word Jake said?
Yes, yes.
Like,
Sorry.
okay.
So go ahead and tell your story to try to get that going.
Yeah, tell your story to get that across.
Well,
You know,
I mean,
it's-
I more or less stated what I'm gonna say, but
Yes.
it's a long-winded thing. I'm trying to engage him.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And talk about how when we did that, what we did after was we, helped build a place for people that didn't have anywhere to go in Harrod. We're taking jobs from like the council to help make the city of Leshev safer. I'm focusing on that stuff. No, and I want to, talk down like any opulence or decadence or anything like that.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, do you want word for word? Do you want me to have the conversation with this guy, or because I plan on it being really long-winded?
Oh no, you can roll. Did you want to
Okay.
actually say?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. When I was saying go
Yeah,
ahead, I
I
mean go
getcha.
ahead, roll.
Yeah, all
Because I
right.
assume that's what you were asking me for.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Sam.
I want 3 hours of convincing speech just said by.
Love these 12.
Mm.
Do what you got to do.
You have a plus
It's the
4.
first time you're getting to like tell this story and correct some shit.
And
I'm
you
gonna
have a
have
hero
to. I don't
point.
want to. I'm gonna have to use the +4
And
and
the
then
luck
look at. Yeah.
Let's see if we got Jake luck. Oh no, Jake's usually the one that
18.
rolls forced, but still. So that's an 18.
Yep.
Okay. You can tell that when you first start telling the story, they're not interested in listening. They're genuinely not. We're not opulent as like you are wearing some extremely fine clothing, as you guys are dressed very well. You're known for using magic, and they don't even know how these words came out of their mouth. You know what I mean? Things like that. Like you can tell they clearly aren't interested in what you're saying. But you hook the early part of the story really well, kind of like tying it into how it maybe affects them directly or whatever it might be, right? Just enough of you get the hooks in there just enough that they don't leave, and just as the story goes, it ends up being another hook and another hook and another hook, and so you're slowly clawing, to them like a cat slowly, climbing up curtains or whatever it is, right? Like you're just slowly sinking your claws in and making your way one step closer and closer to them. And so eventually you do finish your story, kind of like saying all of this stuff. And I'm not saying that the person is fully convinced of everything that you're saying, but I'm saying that you give enough account with enough strength of evidence behind the accounts that you're giving, that it makes them question their own understanding of the situation, or gives clarity to other parts that they were maybe already questioning or leaning on or whatever it was, right? More or less, you just told an anti-vax flat earther that the world is a globe, and that while vaccines technically can cause problems, it's such a finite small number that it's not even worth noting. And they go, wow, that's how planes work. And I should get these medicines for my children.
This really is a fantasy game.
Yeah, yes!
Wow.
Haha.
Good does exist. Anyways, so either way, you actually are able to convince them to like pull them back from the fire, if you will. It's after you're done saying this stuff, and they eventually sit down and tell the bartender to give them a drink too, and they're drinking it because you said it's long-winded, so it takes a while. So Koa comes back during this, and Koa's kind of like, okay, I remember that part. Why are we telling this? Okay. And so there, and Koa, that's right, Koa, you believe that this person's friendly and so on and so forth because you rolled your natty 1. They totally weren't going to sell you out. So you come in and you're like, oh, that makes sense. They were telling a story to an adoring fan, kind of a thing. Anyways, back to, it's finally over. And they go, maybe I had it wrong. I have a lot of things that I need to do. I'm now behind in my work. Be careful where you stay when you stay in this town.
Thanks.
Oh, did you tell them about the assassins?
They look at you and they say, not assassins. Oh shit. 5 gold.
Koa looks confused because I imagine he comes back in toward that part where it's like toward the end.
Aldo looks at the guy and he says, the guards know we're here. If you don't report that we're staying here, it might look badly on you. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you or this establishment. Do what you need to.
You say that, and they look. And they look to the bartender, and they say, "Excuse us." And they're like, "Huh? Oh!" And then like turn and like walk out of the place like rigidly, like, "Oh shit!" And they leave the place. And they look to you and they say, "They are offering 5 gold."
Just to find out where we're staying?
To pin down our whereabouts, not just for the moment, but
Well, shit, we should tell them.
Well, that's the thing. Is like I thought it was a crazy amount of coin, but obviously I was going to take them up on it. That's a lot of coin. But now that you say assassins and everything else that you said there, it just... Why would the guards do this? Because your whole long-winded story is not saying Beltran did this, that, the other thing, because you're clearly not doing that. Like, why would the
Definitely.
guards do this? Why are there these rumors about you?
You know, I'm not 100% sure, but you know, sometimes when you stop things that like we did, there are some that may be still out there that might have been affected in some way and have held a grudge.
It was a very big operation that we put a stop to.
Yeah. Your rooms are ready.
Thank you.
They'll stand up.
appreciate it.
You can see like they feel like they want to say something else, but they're not going to now. They might find the time later on.
Mhm.
And they'll leave.
To our rooms then.
Quickly, I need to get over to the herbalist shop.
Right.
Yeah. Be careful. We'll have to reconvene after you've been there. Come straight back, or if you're able, we can try and plan for tonight. Or we've got to go in a few hours. We've got to go back over to the shop. So make sure
Yeah.
everything's good and meet us back here.
Do you think she's
I don't
safe
think we should wander
to stay
Mikhail.
at her own place?
No.
Well, right now, we really don't know. But you know, once you go over there, it could change things.
I have a feeling once I go over there, if it hasn't already changed things, it will.
It's not
Do
guaranteed.
you want me to? Do you want me to make you a little something?
I had a chest. I wasn't going to bring it right now. What did you have in mind?
You know, so alter your face a little bit, maybe. You know, you did look good in that red wig. If you're worried, you know, somebody else walking into the shop as opposed to you may allay a little bit of the concerns.
One trip
Yeah.
into the shop might be worth disguising myself for, but I cannot pretend that I expect a secret as big as everything to stay that way. And if that ever gets out,
Maybe
Must be.
save the disguise for now. Like one trip there, depending on what else is going on, isn't the craziest. People know what we do. She has wares that are needed.
Check out the area though. See if there's anyone watching the shop. If there is, I don't want to say don't go, but maybe revise your approach.
Well, perhaps you should dress yourself up and help me keep an eye out then.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay.
I'll be fine.
You want to?
I can stay here. No, honestly, I would. But with Casper staying here and when everything happened, I don't want to leave him by himself just yet.
Oh yes, Casper. I offered to hire him. I gave him a couple of gold to perhaps help us cross off some items on the list. He knows more people here than we do.
Yeah, that could be nice. And then later we can see if he wants to head out of town.
Agreed. He's lost right now. His heart is still there, but desperation is setting in. He needs a win.
Yeah.
He
He
also
chose
said-
to turn over a new leaf at a weird time, didn't he?
Give me like 20 minutes, Koa.
Right.
I'll go upstairs.
Mikhail, he offered to join the guard. He wanted to, as he said, keep an eye on the inner workings, but part of me also wonders if he just wanted beatings to stop and the pay to come, you know?
Could have wanted both. I mean, a lot of things start that way, right?
I just don't think that's a safe enough place for him.
It's not. I'd be surprised if he could slide back into the same mentality he had before. I think that kind of work would be dangerous for him.
I agree, but helping us find someone who fits some of the things on this list, I think, is much better. And then, perhaps just being out of here in general.
Yeah. Feel a little bit bad for him. Just as much as he gave up to help us out, and that's how he gets treated.
How do you think we make it 3 months here? We're not
Carefully.
even hitting our first day, and it's already 5 gold to find us. We
Yeah.
can't stay hidden that long.
No. One, I obviously have to be careful. Stay vigilant. But beyond
I need
that,
Aldo to start, I don't know, doing his thing around town. We're going to play some shows. We've got to get the people on our side quickly. If rumors are spreading that we are bad in some way now,
yeah. We just saw a hint of it. I guess some kind of reputation being spread that we let the fame go to our heads. He didn't really get to what that looked like, what it said that we did. But there's something floating around.
5 gold for information on us is bold. What happened outside of town is bold. Things are escalating that quickly.
Yeah.
I can't stay awake for 3 months.
I don't think any of us can. I think, I don't know. I haven't really picked up this same energy that he gave us, except in this area with him. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the tailor knows about this negative reputation of ours. I don't think he believes it.
We need to
And
start
maybe-
repairing it immediately.
Yeah, well, yeah,
somehow
as fast as
stopped.
we can.
We're somehow out of combined 10 gold already, and we haven't done anything to support. You know?
Right. Yeah, we can get started on that. Probably tonight I'll get a letter written. I'm hoping to hear something back from the other ones. I can send them all at once. Get one to Arthur and
Anything on
Yeah,
this
there's
list
any
that Leon
stuff.
requested, I think we should get as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
yeah.
We may not have 3 months.
we have to make it as far as we can.
I don't disagree with you, but he sends an army after us. What are we going to do?
Hmm.
Let's play this out real quick. 5 gold to find out where we're at. Why? Just to know, or to do something about it? Just to know it first, and then all of a sudden our reputation starts getting a little bit better around town. We're walking around. How long do you think before things have to escalate? Before false charges are drummed up, or before we look at someone the wrong way? Before someone accuses us of something because someone of theirs is threatened, and they swear we did this or we did that?
I don't know. I don't know how long that stuff takes. I mean, we've seen, Aldo spend a few hours in town before, and suddenly everyone believes something. Piss Mafia. But even without that particular talent, like, I don't know.
I don't think it takes a talent when you have might on your side.
Yeah, when you could just give up 5 gold for that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. It feels like that's so much money for very little engagement.
If the family of someone well off can disappear, Mikhail, how long till the family of someone lesser off could?
Well, we've proved we're a little bit more dangerous than those people that he disappeared before.
I'm saying he had a counselor on his side.
Yeah.
If someone upstanding points a finger at us, they're not going to need much more than that.
True.
So, we must act quickly, decisively, and carefully. We are overly friendly to everyone. We treat everyone very well. And, hopefully, if a baseless accusation comes, it's easier to deny. But we need to fulfill these things for Leon. We need to make sure that we and those we care about in town are protected. And we may need to set up a watch in the hallway throughout the nights.
Maybe after the conversation we just had, I think maybe we've carved out a at least temporary reprieve in this spot.
As long as the 4 guards outside that we interacted with don't say anything.
I mean, I think they know we're here. I don't think they necessarily know how long we're here. Plenty of people saw us arrive. Plenty of guards saw us arrive. I don't think they're going to offer 5 gold for that basic of information, right? Feels like a tactic they need to maneuver something else. That's why they want to know how much time, that sort of deal.
I hope you're right. Maybe I'm being overly paranoid, but after the day's events, and with what I have to lose here, I will continue to be.
That's fine. I'm only really speaking for today. After that, I'd remain very, very much on guard. It's part of why, as much as I don't want to split up, I don't want to just leave Casper here by himself.
I don't disagree. But, we also may not be welcome at places we normally would be. A lot of places may just want to avoid trouble.
True. Very true. I guess we could find out about the... I can wait till the daytime. You guys get the shop figured out. Check on Gwenn.
Ashanti and Elliot should also be checked on, but yes.
Gwenn, I'm sure knows where they're at. I doubt they're at the same inn, right? It's been a while.
Tell you.
She probably can, so we can check on them afterward.
I wish I had your...
Well, Aldo will come back down. And he will disguise, I guess. Let me have a look.
I wish I had yours or Aldo's ability to speak. Convincing Guinevere to, I don't know.
When Aldo comes back downstairs, he looks exactly like the lamb cook.
Oh, okay, then we know you're in disguise.
The gods are like, man, you know what sounds good today? Lamb.
Oh no. All right.
Thankfully, that guy better never show his face, not Gwenn.
At least he'll have an alibi this time.
Koa will like give you a nod, but obviously not like walk right to you, otherwise there'd be no point. So he like goes to leave, like nods at Mikhail, and goes to leave. Not walking with you, Jake. Not walking with Aldo.
Yeah.
But, like,
Aldo is definitely like he'll follow after you, but it's one of those almost like if anyone's really paying attention, it looks like Aldo is following you, but not with you.
he won't look back at you. He trusts, so he'll just kind of walk like he's going casually to the herbalist shop. To the herbalist shop.
I like the idea that your character is just like walking around. Does anybody see my sheep? Does anybody see my sheep?
My job's at stake, please. Does anybody see my sheep?
Naga, I hope that the spy in the chef is the cook. And Belcher's just like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Carrier
gets
pigeon.
taken and interrogated, but he thinks
I'm
he's someone else. He was supposed to stop the valiant few, not join them.
Mikhail, what are you doing?
I'm just chilling at the inn.
Cool.
Basically, I'm staying there in case something happens with Casper.
Cool.
So I'll probably check on him once he comes up out of his bath and whatnot, but otherwise...
Yeah, you assume you're just going to continue sitting at the bar?
Yeah, might start drafting a letter to Arthur. I guess the other thing I can do.
Sure. Occasionally, the innkeeper will come in and get you another drink if you want one.
He will, but he's mostly nursing. He's not trying to like get... He wants to keep his faculties.
Mm-hmm. Let's cut over to the other two for a bit.
Yeah.
So, what is it? Koa and what should his name be? Greg. Koa and Greg are heading down. So you have the free folk, mercenary, and the garlic farmer are heading down the road.
Not together.
Not together. They are. There's probably like a solid 20-foot gap or whatever it is between them. One's heading somewhere with purpose. The other one just happens to be heading that way. So I imagine like the gap even grows over time, right? But not so far that like when you turn a corner, he'll turn a bit afterwards, but he'll see you before you hit another one or whatever it is, right? Maybe occasionally even catch up. But you're heading over to where the place is. And when you get there, you can actually see that the establishment is still intact. There's no like, any issues like that there or so on and so forth. It's not like it's burned to the ground or smashed in or nothing crazy. So that both makes Koa feel calmer because, it's like, okay, well, that hasn't gone bad. But it builds the anticipation more because that means he still doesn't have an answer. And so it's like, I need to get there. I need to open the door. I need to go in. I need to see her. I need to make sure everything's okay. And so when you go into the place, you go walk up, you open the door, and you walk in. There's a typical bell that you hear. And just, it's one of those things, you hear that bell and you immediately just remembering how neurotic she is every time she hears
Something
the bell.
slamming to the ground and you're with you.
Yeah, that whole thing. And so you hear the bell and you listen keenly, but you don't hear anything hit the ground and you don't hear anybody respond or anything like that. No words like that are happening. And you walk into the place and you can see there are already two other people in the place at the moment. And they happen to be guards. So you walk in. One of the guards kind of like lazily looks over at you. And then looks back ahead. And then looks back at you again. and they like look a little confused, and Koa looks confused that they look confused, and then you realize you literally just saw that guy like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, whatever it was. He was one of the people that just got paid a gold.
Small town.
Yeah. The other guy looks up, we're hearing that, and looks over at you. Not the same second person. It's a different person that's with him. And he goes, guess it is.
Do I need a sense motive on his response to me?
You're welcome to.
Nat 20?
Oh! Hey! How many natty
Called
ones
it.
can you... So, I mean, he says, yeah, it is. And he's looking at you like the situation that you get right now is, now's not a good time. Kind of like, fuck off, buddy, we're busy. Kind of like situation is what you're getting. More or less, you're realizing this situation that you're in is not chill. There is definitely something bad happening at the moment. Not violence that you can tell. There's definitely something bad happening at the moment, and you don't know what it is quite just yet. But that is kind of like what's going on. Like, I don't know if that's descriptive enough for you. You realize
My vibe is maybe it's a shakedown.
could
They're
be.
here to... Okay.
Yeah. Do you say you're doing anything quite just yet, or do you wait?
I'll wait I'll wait, like, I'd say another minute.
Okay. So you just kind of like turn and like go to a shelf or whatever it is, and one of the guards leans over to the other one and they whisper something. You can roll a perception check. They whisper something, and the other one kind of like looks at you for a solid second before responding. You hear not every word, but more or less like a should we, kind of like get rid of you situation. And the other one like looks at you for an extra second and goes, nah. And then like pretty much right after that, you hear a small voice from wherever you're turned away or doing your thing, trying to be nondescript. You hear a small voice say, okay, here it is. I have it for you. That should be all set then. And he goes, hold on, let me check. And you hear a jingling sound. No, it's not all there. Missing one. No, I counted. Inflation. Oh, my mistake. 1 second. And you hear the footsteps go away. And then they come back. And you hear a small clink. And she goes, same time next week? And he goes, yeah, well, if schedules work that way. Come on, let's go. And the two of them turn and the blueprints start walking away. One of the guys stops, sniffs something on a shelf, and then goes, what's this? And she says, oh, it's just a dried flower. And he goes, I said, what is it? I know it's a dried flower. Do I look like an idiot? And she goes, and this is the person that you don't know. That's the other one. Says, she goes, oh, it's dried honeysuckle? Huh. Looks funny. And he takes it, and they walk out with him sniffing it as they go.
Waiting for them to leave and trying really hard not to do anything. Koa will like step out where she can see him.
She sees you, and like it's that moment where her heart drops. Like, oh shit! I thought I was alone. I'm not. It was witnessed. You witnessed that? Like her heart drops. Like she's like, but it's also a mix of emotions because
Yeah, I know.
she hasn't fucking seen you in forever.
He will wave off them, like he'll kind of like wave them off. Have a moment.
She's again takes a set, like literally like a half second, and then she's gonna run over to you and like throw herself into your arms, and actually pretty quickly give like a very short, like, because you caught her in the fucking moment. It was completely caught her off guard. She actually, her emotions betray her because of how much happened so quickly, and she actually cries just a little bit. And assuming Koa gives her a few moments, she composes herself very quickly afterwards. You know, not one to so easily show those kinds of emotions. It's just so much so fast.
Can you close the shop for a minute, or would that be too weird?
She says, "Hi to you too."
I want to have that moment, Gwen, but trust me.
She goes over, looks out the window, looks both ways, and then she'll lock it and like drop a sign or whatever it is.
He'll like kind of go to embrace or whatever, like giving her a bit more passion than he originally did. I was scared that now that I've thought of this moment for a long time, but now that it's here, I don't exactly know how to proceed. I've been worried about you.
You've been worried about me?
Yes.
You were going into a ancient curse-ridden keep in the middle of nowhere with well, actually they're really excellent people. But just a few of you. You were worried about me. She gives you a slap.
Let me tell you,
You're
it's the worst
alive!
place- Barely. It was the worst place I've been by far.
Do you know how to write a letter?
Mikhail's very good at that. I can write my name.
She frowns and says, if I have to spend if I have to spend the rest of my money buying nothing but candles to teach you how to write, that's what we're going to do, Koa.
Yes. Speaking of which, how much does this shop need to stay open for the next 3 months?
She gets a little flush and she says, I'm not sure. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Safe to talk here, yes?
Yeah, of course.
About anything?
Yes. Oh, you mean like magical sensors? And she like raises like thinks for a second, like
I was
hadn't
like,
even
I don't
thought
know
of
what
that.
I mean, but maybe. He's like, yes.
No, shh.
I'm not even gonna roll the
No,
bluff.
no,
It's a
go,
bad
go,
bluff.
Go, shh. And she like looks like she's like looking like off into the distance and like listening very carefully. I believe it's clear. It should be clear.
I'll look around, very obviously like amazed and confused, but good. The captain here sent 9 assassins, not very good ones, granted, but 9 assassins to try to dispatch of Mikhail and Aldo and I outside of Haudh in 2 different locations.
Martyr have mercy.
They've all been dealt with, only 1 casualty. But
There wasn't
There's
Aldo,
also-
was it?
no, it was one of them. In fact, Aldo was the one who took the shot. It was a great shot. He's not very happy about it, though. He doesn't like having to take lives. Not that any of us do, but
I'm so sorry, Koa. There's a really creepy looking guy standing outside the shop, and he's been there for a couple minutes.
Cole will look over his shoulder to see if it's Aldo.
No, it's not. It's a chef. That Aldo's just us.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, that's Aldo.
What?
He, very good with making himself look like other people.
Oh,
I didn't want it to be obvious that I had someone looking out while we spoke.
is that a fake nose?
I don't know what he keeps in his bags, to be honest with you.
Go on, she says, staring at him with amazement. Aldo, you notice she's staring at you.
Through the window.
Mm-hmm.
She's staring at me. I take a step out of, like away, so she can't stare at me anymore.
When he does that, she goes, "Are you sure that was Aldo?"
Oh, yes.
She like leans to try to see him still, but can't because he stepped out of view. Like he knows his angles. He's not an idiot.
Guinevere, the point of the disguise is so that you don't keep an eye on him, so it doesn't look suspicious.
Stands up, turns back to you. I'm sorry, go on.
There's a 5 gold price at least to figure out just where we're staying in town. Beltran knows we're here. The tanner shop we think was burned down because we did business there. The armor smith shuffled us away knowing Beltran was coming in. We're being treated very different. We're being hunted. And you and I obviously are, well, together. And that makes you most likely target to hurt me. You were the one person Beltran
You mean they would
do
go
something
for
to.
me to get to you?
He ran a slaving ring. Do you think he has morals?
Oh, no. This feels so cliche.
Well, I don't know what all you're capable of, so it might be a big mistake on his part. But, I still don't want it to happen. Not bashing those two brutes' brains in for trying to shake you down was also very difficult, but I don't want to make things harder for you.
So you were asking me how much I need to keep the shop open for 3 months to see if I could afford to close it for 3 months.
I'm trying to let you know that you could be in grave danger. I don't know if anyone here knows about us or not, but if anybody at the other place is a double agent of sorts or is paid off or anything else, enough people know where the word could get out.
She shakes her head and says, the only people that know are Ashtara and Ashanti. Fuck, I keep saying the name. Are Ashanti and what's his name? Elliot. Neither of them are particularly.
Everyone at the crack knows.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She said. Well, she meant here, right? She says the only people that know are is Ashanti, and Ashanti's not really going to talk to anybody. Then there's also Elliot. Oh.
But I'm just gonna say they also know in Lishev too. That's not. This hasn't been a secret.
That's
so.
true.
Yeah.
Word is also spread in Lishev, and we know now Beltran has someone there who sends birds to communicate. That's how the assassins were put in place before we got here. If they find out, then Beltran will find out. And your home, your shop, your bank accounts, you, any of it, all of it might be targeted.
So what's the plan?
Make sure you're safe and figure it out. We need about 3 months before we can act.
If I close the shop, we won't have the supplies to continue the research. My shop supplies the reagents for the alchemical research.
Well, we can meet up with Aldo and Mikhail. I'm not sure how much, I don't even know what time it is, but I'm supposed to be getting a bit of an armor upgrade at some point, I hope, today, assuming that still happens.
Well, it's getting late. I was going to close up in the next hour or so. If you're trying to do something like that, maybe you should head soon. Or we can wait till tomorrow?
Wait till tomorrow?
Oh. So you don't have to go running out the door?
Oh, for the armor.
Yeah, you just got back. You're not dead.
Oh, I thought you were saying you and I should wait till tomorrow to talk. You scared me for a moment.
Unless you're one of those ghosts too. She pokes you a couple times.
Thankfully, not yet. I'm less worried about that at the moment than I am everything else, so that's fine. There's an inn. I'll describe where the inn is, whatever. We're going to stay there at least for a night or two. I might stay up and keep watch, but if you would like to stay there, At least there I could keep an eye out.
If they're looking for you, I think I might be safer in my own house.
Unless they find out who you are, and then they don't have to look for me.
Do you think they would have found out already? I mean, that might not be safe, at least for the next night or two.
Whatever, I don't know. I'm out of my element here. This is way beyond fighting a few bandits. I truly am at a loss. I've never had more to lose, and I've never had an enemy so powerful.
Her eyes twinkle when you said, yeah, of course, the more to lose part. She says, well, you just got back. The idea of staying at different places just sounds wrong. If you're staying at the inn, I guess I could stay at the inn?
I mean, I can stay with you, but if we are seen together, again, that puts more of a target on your back. But I can't stay up for 3 straight months, but I'll do my best. If that's what it takes. But anything you have that you don't want to risk losing, you may need to find another place to keep. Just in case something like what happened to the Tanner happens. A fire when no one's looking.
Sounds great. Where do you want to move?
We're staying at an inn.
As it went over his head, she just kind of like rolls her eyes and chuckles to herself. I love that Keegan got it.
Oh, Wade got it. Koa's too dense. I'm sorry to come back and immediately burden you with this. It should be a joyous occasion, but this is no longer a joyous place, at least not for another few months. And even then, it's going to be... We have a lot to do for 3 months. In 3 months. I have this whole list from Leon of things he needs. I need to... You know anyone that's good at... He'll, like, show her... I don't know if he has the list. Mikhail probably has the list, but he'll go over some of the things. Like, you know anyone good at money? Good at...
I mean, if she says, Koa, sweetie. Put your hand down with the paper or the list or whatever it is. Just kind of like puts it down and says...
He's very clearly just overwhelmed and has, like, a million tasks and doesn't know how to address it, so he's, like, floundering.
You smell nice. You bathed before you visited me. Or Mikhail used magic. Whichever the case may be. Though it does smell like oils, and not the kind that Mikhail would usually put on you.
The tailor made me bathe.
I appreciate the fact that you bathed before you came to me. Though your outfit's not exactly impressive.
I told you I was waiting on new armor, but I fought 1,000 trees. I don't exactly have a lot of clothes.
I don't know how many bushes you were hacking through, but armor isn't exactly what I was thinking of.
Oh, well, yes, but I need to be ready for anything at this point. I thought I was being followed before, and I can't exactly be dressing for a date. I need to be dressing for combat.
If I'm going to close my shop early, can we use that time to not talk about people that are good with money and equipment that you need to pick up and...
You mean normal fun things?
She shrugs and says, help me close up. And then she'll actually ask questions about, like, what the fuck you did while you were gone.
He will talk about the 1,000 trees.
Yeah. It's sort of, oh, you actually met 1,000 trees. It's a hyperbole.
Yeah, he will talk about the night where he was just like, almost like the runner's high, going numb, just swinging his sword nonstop, basically, as they tried to keep fires alight. And it was, maybe from a distance, looked cool, but in the moment, it was just like, I can at least take out one more before I die, was like the feeling the entire night.
Yeah. One more. One more. One more. Anyway, so yeah, you guys close up the shop or whatever it is together. And then she said to you before you guys leave, is your plan what you're doing? I assume you don't have the plan. You came here with no plan, and that it's going to have to be discussed with the other two, and whatever Mikhail comes up with, we'll do that. She says playfully.
Something like that. We have a loose plan, but things here are more tense than we expected. We have to be adaptable.
How long are you staying in town if you're so concerned about this place?
Until we no longer have to be concerned about this place. Until everything is dealt with.
That's not going to be easily done. I don't even think Beltran's in town. I heard that they mobilized to the east again.
We were told he was meeting with a tailor today.
Oh.
An hour or two ago.
Maybe just his troops did and he did not?
I'm not sure. The way we were shuffled out, it's hard to say. But clearly a lot of money has been spent to make sure that we are uncomfortable here.
I'm sure I was the one paying for it, she says, kind of under her breath.
Well, hopefully that's put to an end soon too. I would have done something earlier, but I think it would have made matters worse.
Oh, no, don't. No. Don't do anything on my account. I can take care of myself. I'm a big girl.
I believe you, but I'm a stubborn mule.
Okay, well, this isn't your paddock.
I don't have another analogy or metaphor.
She thinks for a second, then decides better of it, and moves on to, how is Jacobo?
Oh, good, as long as Mikhail's within 10 feet or more away.
What is wrong? And again, it's kind of like, that kind of funny conversation as you guys make your way out. And as you go around the corner where he's been waiting for an obnoxious amount of time, she eventually looks straight at the chef and says, hi, Aldo.
Aldo turns away from them and walks the opposite way.
Greg, his name, but I don't know him.
Hi, Greg.
I feel like Gwynnevere's smarter than Scott.
I mean, yes, but obviously she's not concerned at the moment.
Made you something, by the way.
Walks with you and says, what is it?
A surprise.
So is the surprise with you?
Nope.
Is the surprise in this town?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
I was just making small talk.
I just had to know what level of anticipation I had to prepare for.
With me, you never know.
I'm come to realize that. Can you really not read or write?
Do you have to have class skills in linguistics to read and write?
If you're a barbarian.
Is it in Pathfinder?
Isn't that a rule in Pathfinder? Or am I
No.
confusing it with D&D 3X?
That's older rules. Yeah, that's 3X.
Oh, in 3X, legitimately barbarians were illiterate. You had to put points in it, otherwise you're illiterate.
There's an archetype that has that, but not base barbarian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then it's as much as you could have just been being funny, or maybe you can read and you can write, but you're not particularly good or confident with it. It's up to you, Wade.
I can read a bit. Writing.
Well, you definitely can read. We know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Right, but continue. I'm sorry.
I can get through reading, but writing was not exactly something you learn when you live in the woods. I could probably make something out, but it would look like a child had done it.
She was a big, strong child.
That much is true.
So
I need to learn how to write.
If you're going to be disappearing for long periods of time, it would be nice.
Well, I've got 3 months to learn.
Wait. You're really not leaving town for 3 months?
Nope.
if he's offering 5 golds to find you your first night here, things can only get categorically worse.
Yep.
What benefit would there be of staying here?
Things to watch out for and people to care for. Even if they can take care of themselves.
She seems unconvinced, but isn't prepared to fight it at the moment.
I'll look around and make sure no one's nearby. We need to keep the town on our side. We're going to need them whenever things inevitably go down. So, we're going to carry on business as usual on the outside, but there is a bit of a plan. And that list you don't want to talk about. It's important I get to it at least tomorrow. If not yesterday.
No. Her smile will fade, and she says, "Okay, let's focus on that then." And then she'll like turn the conversation to that and allow you to kind of like talk through some stuff and kind of like pick her brain for it or so on and so forth, right? Yeah, I imagine you're talking about like where we can get supplies.
He won't, even though she says that. He'll still try to keep conversation light, like trying to honor her wishes, at least for the walk.
Mm.
So he'll say like, when we meet up with the others, we can talk about that. But for now, lovely weather. Great for a walk, yes?
Did you, where were you heading with her?
That's a great question. Am I taking her to the inn?
Up to you.
I'll kind of take an indirect path back to the inn. And I want to make sure, to the best of my knowledge, we're not being watched or followed.
You are being followed.
By other than Aldo.
Oh, okay.
I mean, other than Chef Greg.
Yeah, Chef Greg. Oh, he really likes garlic. And can't find the sheep. So, yeah, you guys are gonna head the indirect way back there. Cool. That allows me to cut over to Mikhail. So, Mikhail, you sit there and you're drafting your letter or whatever it is. And like I said, occasionally the innkeeper comes in and is will offer to get you another drink or whatever it is. And but otherwise, you're alone in that room. You're actually left alone in that room. And they're going to be gone for close to 2 hours. So you have a period of time will pass. Solid over an hour later. This is like around the time that, yeah, well over an hour later. So they've already gotten there, spoken to her, so on and so forth. Then they close up the shop and everything. He's probably like leaving the shop now or soon to now or whatever it is. It's around that time that I'm going to have you go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Is Casper still in the bath?
Casper eventually would have gone up to his room.
Okay.
So he probably would have popped in and said, "I'm going to go pass out. Thank you again. I really appreciate it." But
Yeah, we don't have to RP. Like, I would have checked on him, but yeah.
He just looks worn, as you can imagine. He just got the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah.
You see the 13 archers in the bar with you.
Holy shit.
I hope I see at least one of them.
Holy shit. 26. Holy shit.
Yeah, I rolled a freaking 19.
DC 27.
Are you happy with it?
Yeah. We'll keep it.
Oh, but the gods can notice your eyes.
You.
Oh my god, they're so blue.
You hear the a strange sound from up front. Like you hear like almost like a small bang, like maybe somebody dropped something, like Gwenn hearing the bell ring, right? You hear like a small bang, like somebody dropped something,
Yeah,
and like you go
there.
back to writing, and then you hear like another scuffle noise, and then you swear you heard like a faint, almost like moan of pain. You swore you thought you heard that,
Yeah, he's definitely gonna go check then.
Yeah, so you get up to start going to check,
Uh-huh.
and like as you get up and you close your book, whatever it is, not that you're packing everything up to bring with, but as you close your book or whatever it is that you have, put the ink, the quill back into the
Quill and
inkwell,
ink
whatever
well.
it is you're doing. You get to go. You hop off the chair. He starts to head that way, and as you're taking your first step out, you know for a fucking fact that's the sound of multiple boots, like metal boots, walking on the wooden ground coming your way from down that hall. You know for a fucking fact you hear it.
Great.
Let me describe the room that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
There's one way in, one way out, and it's a hallway that has other rooms in the hallway. But God, if you move quickly, if you move real quick, you might be able to hop out of the room that you're in into one that's further down the hall, closer towards where they're coming from, and pop at a side door and hope they walk past it. That's a hard maybe. But luckily, behind you inside the room that you're in, there are actually 2 windows going out of the room. One of them is a smaller window, definitely has like an old school like open close, like swing out and latch open close. One of them is so it'd be hard to get out of, easy to open, but hard to get out, right? Because of it's narrow. You could fit through, but we're talking acrobatics check to be able to get out quickly, right? Or escape artist if that's still a skill, to be able to get out quickly. The other window is a much larger window, letting light in and letting people to see out and people to see in, so on and so forth. But it's now darker outside, right? It's not completely dark, but it's later in the day, so it's not super bright out there anymore. That window pane is much larger, but it doesn't open. So that's like a easy to get out, but you're going through it,
Mm.
So it's directly straight ahead. Go meet them head on. Quickly try to rush ahead and jump to the door to the side and hope they go past you. Open up the easy to open, hard to get out window, or jump through the big one. Or whatever else you come up with, because you're a PC and have a mind of your own.
Yeah. It's just me, which I already thought was suspicious. But
Yeah, that bartender never came back.
mm-hmm.
Who's carrying our new acquisition?
It was handed to Koa, and
it's
Koa
not keeping
took the item out. I don't know if Koa would have put it in his pack or handed it to somebody else. I don't know. But it was technically in Koa's hands as last I dictated.
Koa would have handed it either to Aldo or Mikhail. I don't think he would. It was only 2 pounds. I don't think he would carry it with him right now.
It'd probably be Mikhail because Aldo was being weird on the floor and sneaking around, and then handed the guy gold and stuff. He was being floppy. He was being like an almost 10-month-old when they're really tired.
Some weird magic beast that's now also a magic cloak thing. I feel like unless Koa's given one and told this is for you, buddy, it's kind of like magic dude. There you go, magic man.
Yeah.
Unless Aldo would have taken it, which I don't know.
No.
That could help hide situationally, but I don't know about in this scenario. Fuck.
I'm not saying you have to use it either. It was my first thought. And I was like, I don't even know for sure which one of us has it, but
Right.
I don't see Koa holding on to that because it, 1, wasn't fitted for him or anything, and 2,
Like it would make that
weird
window
magical
easier to
thing.
get out of, but it also means that I would have to open the window, take the thing out, set the deal down, and then escape.
Oh, you're talking about using it like that? Yeah.
Yeah. If
I was
wanna
just thinking
actually
about
get out,
its
'cause
invisible property is just curling up in the fetal position and throwing it over you.
I can see I could try that, but I think part of it is still visible, right? Whenever we do that, so that we actually know where it is.
Probably. I don't know.
The actual
'Cause
material is visible, but
at least one side of it. Scott,
yeah, one side of it would be.
Is there a way to make that thing fully invisible, or is it very obviously a weird thing?
I mean, it's very obviously a weird thing, but only if you open it up and manipulate it. It's folded in. Right now, it's just a folded bit of a weird leather. Nobody would think anything of it unless they opened it to see what was going on and then interacted with it.
Yeah. So it would look like a weird piece of leather sitting somewhere.
Yeah, so let's say, for instance, you got nabbed and they ripped open your bag and went through it. If they're just rifling through your bag and shoving their hand through the bag, it's just a folded piece of leather that they're going to be keep moving around. What is this stupid thing? even if they dumped out your bag and the thing kind of like flopped and loosely opened a little bit, it would just seem like a weird piece of leather. They would have to open it and like fan it, like.
Yeah, I'm saying if he tossed it
shit.
over himself and like kneeled in the corner.
Oh, my
Yeah.
apologies. I misunderstood.
Like the item itself is still visible, just the parts of me
the
in
item
it are
itself
not.
is, but you would take up less dimensional space.
Yeah.
If he was like fetal position in the corner and tossed it over himself, would he?
He'd be smaller. He'd still exist because you in the fetal position is greater than a foot in most dimensions, if not all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd make it a lot easier
Okay.
to hide. But
Yep. It allows you to take up much smaller spaces. Like you can imagine if you like took a small barrel and you put that inside the small barrel and then hopped into the barrel, you can then fit into a barrel that's way smaller than you should be able to fit into, as long as the mouth was wide enough that you can get in, or you position in such a way that it added the extra 12 inches width. You could also do
Yeah.
things like shove a whole hafue in there. Like
You have a yard to go.
not what I was thinking.
magic
Right.
trick. You can like fold a piece of cloth. There's something about a folded piece of cloth. Like you're fanning out like a towel, and all of a sudden Yara's like, ah!
Like,
New performance during your flute playing.
right?
Yara's
in,
the
like, her
rabbit in
sexy
your
dress
head.
outfit.
Instead of or instead of the lady in the cake or whatever.
Yeah. Ashara,
Like-
come back. We need
Like
you.
I could think of a way to use it for sure. But the problem is the window I want to go out of, I also have to open, and I don't think I have time to do that and take out the thing.
How big's the
and
other
still
window?
jump
Could you mend
through.
it later?
Actually, he probably could mend it later
I
because
could.
you do what,
I'm gonna
3
cut the
pounds? Glass
Yeah,
is
I'm
not
gonna get
that
cut the fuck up jumping through the glass though.
Maybe. I it's old glass, and so yes, absolutely, you are correct in the dangers
Or
of
I'll
going
just
through
bounce
kind
off of it.
it's likely not that. It's likely not that thick. I mean, there is a chance.
Yeah.
It's like that. So you are correct that there could be a smash and a cut. However, your character doesn't wear non-armor. Like you wear leather armor. You have something that would protect you as you go through. So I mean, like I
Yeah.
could pick up glass and I do all sorts of shit with just a glove as simple as this. Your armor would protect.
I don't like
most
that
of
you
your
keep
body.
those by your desk.
I have a face.
I went all the way to my garage to get
That's
them. when you
really
said something
weird, dude.
So, well, all the way upstairs, all the way out the back door, into the garage, all to the far corner of the garage, and grab them.
I like the way you
yeah.
aim your index finger down.
But also, if I get out of the non-smash window, then there's no guarantee they like immediately know that I'm running or whatever. Like I can just get out and leave.
Yeah, if you go out the non-smash window, you could potentially like very quickly like close it and like squat down. They're like, he's not here. He was here recently. There's his, what's this book? That kind of, that kind of bullshit. And then like they go fanning looking for you, but it gives you time to like escape.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get out the possibly hard to get out of window.
Or, and hear me out, draw your rapier and say, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Is
Are
he
you done?
in Hot Gwen?
I mean, he's right here.
Oh, like, I could probably fight these guys, right? But
You?
like sleep does a lot of work. But at the
That's
same
true.
time, they could also stab me.
So-
Which
so
I
you-
am weak against. So I'm gonna try to get out of the window that is easy to open, but possibly hard to get out of.
I'm going to assume whatever book or whatever it is that you have sitting on the counter, you leave, or paper, or whatever it is, you're writing something important. So you probably pulled out a few pieces of parchment. One of them you start writing on, whatever it is. Ink is now drying or starting to dry, whatever. And so you're going to grab that piece of paper, leave the rest of the shit there because you have your bag. So just grab your bag, grab
Yeah.
the piece of paper, move over to the window and open it. Because that takes that much time to grab your bag and throw it on your shoulder and grab all the shit, right? So, because you have never gone to your room to put your shit up there yet. You never said you did, so I just assume it's with you, which is fine. And so you do that and you go over to the window and you're going to open it up. And opening it's very easy. Literally latch and push. And then you're going to finish with free action to drop shit, stick your arm through the window and drop your bag. So you get your letter in one hand, so you don't leave behind that shit. Inkwell and some other parchment whatever is still on the counter. Your bag's on the ground outside. And they're coming down the hallway quickly. And you're like, more or less, I only have one chance to get through here before I know that they're going to be either see me, if not get all the way fucking to me. Because they're moving quietly, you just hear them. So it does buys you the time to even attempt this. And so, Keegan, no more airs on it. You're going to roll an escape artist check, sir.
I thought you said it was acrobatics or escape.
Well,
artist.
I said acrobatics, and I was like, then it was, or is escape artist a skill? Because I forgot it was a skill or not. It's technically escape artist to get through tight spaces.
God damn it, Scott.
The other one's reflex to jump through the window.
That's very different, okay? I actually trained in acrobatics. Okay?
Escape artist is to get through tight spaces. You know that.
That's not what you said. Okay. A fucking escape artist, then.
All right. A 9 to start.
That's not incredible.
We have a 2 and a 4 left.
Wait, did you
Yeah.
use? I thought you used the other 4.
We used 1, 2, 1, 4, I think. Did we
I thought
not?
you used both 4s because.
Did we used both 4s. 4s are gone.
Yep, and used one.
We have a
also.
2. Yeah. So I have a 2, and we have luck. I don't know what the hell the DC is gonna be at all.
Yeah, if you look at escape artists and you look at the DCs that they suggest, like, oh, if you're tied by rope, it's 20 plus their CMB. If you're going through a net or animated, it's 20. If you're a snare spell, 23. If you're escaping normal manacles, it's a 30. And
Yeah, I know a bunch of those are really tough, but like this is a window.
Yep, exactly. I was like, this does not give good guidelines, but yeah, it's just a window.
Yeah. Fuck me. It's not gonna be 9.
Yeah, let's do one.
So I
Hands
guess
up.
we'll,
Trying to just do what you can to escape.
I'll use the +2 in luck.
Okay.
I
It's
don't
good
even
that you
know if
are,
I
because
have
I
a
can tell you
chance.
DC's 15. So
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
well,
all
I
right,
didn't make
well,
it.
there you go. So you
I didn't fail by that much though.
no, only failed by 2 or whatever it is. So the you open up the window and get your bag out there. You have the letter in your hand. You open up the window and you climb up and you start getting into it, right? And you're actually getting up into the window, and it's one of those, like, I don't know if any of y'all in real life have climbed out of a window, like a first floor window of a building. Have any of y'all done it in real life?
Yeah.
Okay. Head first or feet first? It's all about positioning, man. It's really hard to decide that. And so Mikhail has to make that decision. Do I go arms first, which is like an uncomfortable dismount, but easier to get started and get through?
Okay, here's the difference, though. I've never been chased while doing it. So if I was being chased
I've
and I'm
not
on the
either.
first floor, it would be a head first dive.
Yeah,
If
It's
I'm taking my
100%
time,
arms first.
It's a foot.
So this is what happens. So you're going to go quickly. And so you open up the thing and you try to get through. And so
I
when
would
you,
argue would lower the DC, but okay.
huh?
Also, if you're diving,
I would
it
argue
be
the head first would
acrobatics.
lower the DC.
Acrobatics to dive.
No, so you so yeah, the DC is not crazy high for escape artist checks. So the what was I saying? You are where was I? You go to jump through the window, and their first attempt to kind of like get through, actually, because it's a narrow space and it's the older window or whatever, it catches onto like some of the shoulder, like armor, clothing, latches, whatever you have there. And so you have to reposition yourself. You try again. You finally get a spot where you can jump up as much as possible. Mikhail doesn't have a very high jump. And so when he jumps up as much as possible, he kind of gets his chest through and pressure from the sill on his ribs, but he's turned sideways. And now he's trying to like wiggle his way up and get through. So he's got his arms through and his ribs are on there. But unfortunately, at the time that they are coming into the room, he is still inside the window. So he does inevitably get out of the window right around as somebody goes to grab him. Like somebody goes like, I got him! And they grab you by your foot. You do so, and you just like lash out a kick really hard, and you hit the guy probably in the face. You can't see, but you feel it hit something, and you hear a muffled shout of pain as that helps to propel you flop onto the ground, falling unceremoniously onto the ground, whacking your elbow on a rock down there. Fuck. But then you are able to scramble yourself to your feet as much as possible and grab the bag and start going. But because they saw you, now they're aware that where you were, where you are, there's no like stealth to it anymore. They're aware that you're there. But somebody straight up says, he's outside! And somebody else comes rushing through, and they're going to come to the window and like hold up a crossbow to take a shot at you. Your character's not standing there, dazed and waiting for this. Like your character had grabbed up your bag. You rolled around, got to your stood up, grabbed your bag, and then you're trying to get out of there as quick as possible. As the person comes through with this crossbow, like, hey, and they line up the shot, and they go to take a shot at you as you're going. I'm going to take what does it give you? A cover to your AC, which gives you a +2 to your AC for my attack roll, because of the angling of whatever that's of the shot. I miss horribly, and the shot goes by. It shoots past. It misses you, but more importantly, it narrowly misses a random other person on the street. When I say narrowly misses, like they hear the whiz, they feel the wind. It narrowly misses another person who like just looks shocked. Like they don't scream or anything. Maybe like a little yip, but they just like life just went before their eyes. The fuck was that? You know, kind of a situation. Yep. As Mikhail is trying to get out of there. What does Mikhail do?
How far am I from that window that they shot out of?
Yeah, I mean, you scrambled to your feet, grabbed your bag, and then started moving. At most 30 feet. You just use the angle to your advantage, and you can continue to do so now.
Yeah, seeing them almost shoot a random person, he whirls around. Goes, have you lost your fucking mind? He's gonna cast ear-piercing scream at that person that took the shot.
I thought you were gonna do sleep because you can hit more than one.
Nope. I want to hurt him.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, that makes sense too. What's the DC?
Is it these?
Oh, I fail that.
Cool.
Is it 6 points of damage? No, per 2 caster level. Oh, is it? Why are you only rolling 1d6? You should be rolling 2d6.
Did it not auto? Let me see.
He's just trying to get you rid of this.
Oh, no. You're not level
yeah,
4 yet.
I need one more level.
But that's okay. 6 points of damage. You can see that you do that, and that you're like, are you out of your fucking mind? And they're like, you saying this.
They probably don't hear the mind. That's probably the scream part.
Sure, yeah. It's like, like, are you out of the fucking... And then you say the M, and as you open your mouth, it's the scream. So they hear it. Nobody else does. They were trying to reload their crossbow. Well, first of all, they ain't no golden, right? And second of all, it doesn't matter what they were trying to do, because now they're trying to survive. As the scream is so loud, there's blood coming from their eyes, nose, and ears, and they're on the ground grabbing their head and like rolling back and forth from the pain, and other people around like, what the fuck was that? Like they have no idea what's going on. Like, are you okay? Whoa, he's bleeding. What is going on? Like they don't know what the hell just happened. This witchcraft literally did that. So of course you say that, and then you're gonna turn and start running, I imagine.
Yeah, if there's an alley to like cut into, I'll use that, but otherwise I just get more distance.
Of course. What I need you to roll for me, because this is a city that you've spent a considerable amount of time in, but no Lechef, right? A considerable amount of time in. You actually can roll me a knowledge local check.
Does that even exist in this game?
Well, there is no like knowledge city side. There is no knowledge.
Local's not even on my character sheet.
Yeah.
Because I got rid of local for lores, is what it is. Yeah. But so I'm just for you, it's just a intelligence
untrained
check that you get your
knowledge check
bonus to. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just roll dungeoneering since it's the same then.
Sure. Unfortunately, not a very good roll.
That is pretty bad.
Yep.
That's pretty bad.
Okay, so you try to choose the alley that you think is the best way to get out of there. To go, of course, the guards like doubling back and heading back to the where it is that they came from. You thought you chose a good alley. Unfortunately, you did not. The one that you went down, it has so much what's I'm looking for? So much shit inside the alleyway, like so much like clutter, and it's narrower than you expected. You're thinking maybe this will help me in the long run because it'll slow down the guards that chase after me too, but it is slowing down your character. The bad news is the guards know the streets way better, and they're going to choose a much better alley. Maybe one or two follow you that way, but there's more than one or two that are here, and they're chasing after you. Kiken, we're now going to go into a chase scene where we're going to do this as a skill challenge. And so you have to have so many successes to be able to succeed on this. Okay? You have so many attempts, so many successes to be able to succeed on this. I will describe the scenario as it's set before you. You can argue what skill you'd like to use and why. then you'll roll against the DC, and if you succeed, you get that much result. You can't use the same skill 2 times in a row, but you can repeat them later on. Okay?
Yeah.
So you go running through this alleyway, and it's the wrong one. It's narrower than expected. There's a bunch of junk and whatnot on the ground. There's a person that's like passed out on the ground there. You're happy that the guards haven't found them and beat the shit out of them yet. Well, maybe that'll change. Either way, so you quickly running through. They're like, oh shit, oh fuck, you jump over that person, huh? As they wake up and try to make your way through. When you get to the other side of that alley, you look to your left and right really quickly, and you realize, I mean, where you were staying, you're at the very edge of the nicer part of town. You know, like, this is an area where there's lots of guards here, and sure, you could head to where there's less guards, but they might just chase you that direction anyway, so that doesn't necessarily help you, might not hurt you, you don't know yet. But you're in a nicer part of town. We have kind of a fork in the road. You can go and stay in the nicer part, or maybe head deeper into it. You can head away from it. Either way, you're on a semi-main road, but there are more alleys around you. The guards are chasing behind you. They're still not quite up behind you, even though they're going to know the best paths, because they have to come all the way through the building and come out the front door to start chasing after you. All except for the one person that was standing outside the door in case you went out the front door anyways. And that person is kind of like jogged up, like, this way, let's go. And they're trying to like chase after you because they can give it guidance to the others that can't see you yet. You kind of know where he is. As a matter of fact, he just came into view and he's gesturing at you. Let's go. You believe no others have left the building yet. What do you want to
do? Real quick. Chat's on about a redeem.
Oh. Yes, I'm saying apparently I have a hero point.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You have a heroic fortune. Okay.
When did I get that?
7 minutes ago.
Wait, I could have re-rolled my knowledge engineering.
Yep. You still can if you think it's worthwhile.
Would it prevent this chase?
It would give you a leg up in the situation.
I'll keep it then.
You can also use it for a hint.
Run, bitch, run! All right.
Right?
Oh my God, imagine if that was my hint.
$50 for that.
I don't actually have an idea of how many guards there are. I just know they're one down, right?
Like
numbers.
You don't know how many. They're one down. You may have been able to understand convention before, but with it being Beltran in charge of this now and all that, you don't know how many it could be. If you had to guess, half dozen plus, which is a scary number. But the good news about half dozen plus is one down, one right there, and the other 4 plus are still out of sight, trying to get out of the building, so on and so forth.
This guy is isolated or whatever. I'm thinking, should I lob a spell at him or just try to go?
Eventually, they're programmed not to keep chasing. They have to go back to their point of origin. So if you just keep running, eventually they'll have to de-aggro.
That is true. Unless they... I mean, I guess that means they must have patched that thing where they'll just chase you all the way across the map. You can never rest. You know what? Yeah, I am going to cast Hideous Laughter at that guy.
So instead of
there he is.
So for round 1, instead of a skill challenge, you circumvent it with a spell, which you're welcome to do. That's using resources.
Yes.
Cool. Describe your spell. Now how does Mikhail do it?
In this case, it's shit. I'm trying to think what he would.
Gucci goo.
He's used to hearing a lot of like road stories and whatnot. It's probably what most of the jokes he knows. So honestly, he says something in Glenn. Since a lot of road stories are told in Glenn, and he punctuates like the very end of it with this very sharp like haha, like where it's like not funny, like it's clearly not really funny at all, but that like marks the end of the spell, And if it works, then like the other person seems to continue that same really stilted laughter.
Yeah. They found it funny.
Oh, you rolled real bad?
Not real bad, but your DC's real high. I got a 12.
This guy says he makes it a 15
yeah, I
to
appreciate
get out
that.
of a window. 14 to resist a spell, 15 to get out of a window.
Yeah, the window is stronger than magic.
To be fair, he could put one skill point in window jumping and have like a plus 85.
I put a skill point in acrobatics, which is the first thing you said, so clearly we were on the same page there. And I also put a rank in climb.
I corrected
have time
myself
for
in the
you to
same
say
run-on
this.
sentence.
Allow me to correct myself and put a point in escape artist.
No. All right,
Okay, so man's chuckling. He's he-heeing.
Yeah.
I got him.
Yeah.
All right.
Which renders him useless.
Yeah.
Cool. And
I'm hoping he also is in the way of where everybody else is running, since he's,
Yeah, so other people are coming over, and you can actually hear as you finish the spell, and then you quickly duck to the side to make sure that you can't be seen. The other people come up. Where is he? What's so funny? What the fuck is so funny? What is it? And then the person that had the arrow whiz by is finally just like, ah! As they like, freaking out about the arrow that just like almost hit them. And they see all the guards coming out, and they're like, and they turn and they start running off. So that person's freaking out. This other one's laughing, with a stilted kind of psychotic laughter, and you're ducking out of sight. The others don't know where you're going. That's an automatic victory. You can, because of you used a resource instead. You can go ahead and roll for me a D8 plus the appropriate modifier. That'd be your spellcasting modifier.
Okay.
God, I enjoyed your acting there. It was very good.
Okay. That was an insult.
No.
Why? Oh. Okay.
Well, at least I
What
got
was,
a modifier to it.
What was that for?
Progress in a skill challenge.
Yep.
Oh, you
Cool.
did great.
What do you?
Yeah.
So they're coming out and they're confused, trying to find out where you are, because that person's no longer directing which way you went. Nobody else is around currently helping them at the moment, because there's not a ton of people around anyways. The end of the day, the sun's getting low. I already described that. What do you do?
I'm going to try to sneak down the alley that leads out of the rich district.
Sure. Go ahead and roll your stealth check.
Man, you just roll better, man.
It would help so many things.
So wait,
It really would.
important distinction with skill challenges is DCs aren't like a stealth isn't an opposed roll in this. It's a set DC because it's a skill challenge. So he has to beat a set number as opposed to what did Scott roll against me?
Do I know what the DC is on this?
Oh yeah, for your skill challenge, the DC
Yeah.
for this the DC of the skill challenge is 15.
Oh, okay. Then I will use the hero point to hit 15.
Oh, sure, just auto hit it.
Yeah,
Cool. This is a class skill of yours, and you're trained in it.
correct.
But you don't have at least so many points into it. It's not a core aspect of your character. So this is a 1d6 plus the appropriate modifier, which is dexterity. Much better. Holy
Better
shit.
than my other one.
Way better. Okay, you have 11 points of success so far. That's incredible. You start sneaking down that alleyway, trying to get over to, sneaking down that path, trying to get over to where it is. And you actually do get a good distance away without them knowing what's going on. But the guards looking for somebody is clearly taking, is like a loud. It's not a subtle thing that they're out fanning out. Oh, fine. And where the fuck did he go? Where is he? And it's like people are aware of what's going on. And you trying to sneak down absolutely worked. You're able to get away from the guards. They can't find you. But that doesn't change the fact that as you're sneaking along, somebody's like, hey, you're who they're looking for. Oh, shit. And they like look like they're going to start shouting out to calls to the guards. They're absolutely going to just call the guards' attention rather than you being able to continue getting away. And there's a guards not too far off from where you are.
Daze. I'm going to try to daze them.
From my perspective, it looked like you were like, do I do violence? That's what it looked like.
I
Like, he
considered
might
it.
sleep them, and he's like, I stabbed them in the fucking face.
I considered violence, but I was like, you know what? I'm better at spells. Let's do that.
I have bad news for you.
Yeah, you succeeded, huh?
I rolled a 14 minus 1 is 13.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you try to daze them, it doesn't work, and they shut out. They go, guards! Oh, guards! He's here! He's guards! As of course, you're doing your magic or whatever it is. It's like, hey, they're here! And so as you're doing that, like,
fucking snitch,
second, third goes, whatever it is, all of a sudden the guards are like, this way, and you can feel them coming your way. Obviously, this person just kind of fucked you over, and you're just going to continue moving on. It's like you don't even have time to stop and deal with this person beyond giving them like maybe foul words and an evil stare. Maybe try to commit that face to memory and visit them in the middle of the night sometime. But either way, you continue booking it, trying to head out of here as quick as possible. And you do. Yeah. You continue, like, you have a leg up. They now have to go and find that person and have that person point off where you went. You hope that they get correct directions, chasing after you. But as you're running along, you realize that you did the right thing by leaving where the guards have immediate backup. But now you're coming into an area that, as previously stated by other NPCs, has other people patrolling the area. And somebody who's dressed as well as you are, as affluent looking as you are, and clearly as rough of a spot as you are. You
also armed. I got that thing on me. All right.
That is true. You see a few ruffians that are very quickly realizing the situation that's happening and seeing you running down there. And there's like a look in their eye, and one of them like looks to the other one, and they get kind of a smile as they push off or push up from wherever they are and start going towards you. Now, you're not sure if their intention is to, rob you, to attack you, whatever, turn you in. You don't know, but they definitely have something up.
Wonderful. Can I try to just juke away from these guys, like cut down a different alley, or slip past them somehow?
Sure.
Just keep going.
They very well may give chase to you if you do so.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
I'm gonna try to cut into like a spot where, like, if there's another alley or something, I'll try to pick one that has that's a little more full, so it's a little harder to navigate.
So you're trying to escape artist the situation?
No, that is not what that means. Cut me down to a fucking +1.
Oh man, the reaction from both of you guys. All right, what skill are you trying to use to pull this shit off?
I'm trying to go for acrobatics. Is why I'm
so more or less like a hard
crowded
pivot,
space.
Yeah, hard pivot and cut down an alleyway.
Sounds like perform strings.
I bet people do write songs to this kind of thing. Like, I could do like a soundtrack to it.
Give yourself background music while you escape. Dun, 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 dun.
I accept your role.
Okay. It's pretty lame. It's pretty lame. It's not good.
All right, everyone. It takes 30 hero points to help a Mikhail.
It's not great.
Average roll tonight's a 4.
I think you have nothing.
I had some good ones earlier.
You just have a luck die, I think is all you have.
Correct? I have luck. It wouldn't be enough, yeah.
So you try to cut down in the alleyway, and so you're wrong. You do hit the corner hard, and you start running that way pretty well. But unfortunately, they're like let's get that fucker, and they start giving chase as well. One of them immediately chases after you, knowing that path pretty well, follows after you. Another one does not. You swear you hear the sound of wooden boards like throbbing or whatever, like the boing boing, vibrating as they quickly run a different path that takes them up and onto a nearby roof. And so they're going on a nearby roof. And so as you're running, that roof is close enough because you're in the not as nice part of town that they could jump easily, clearing to the next roof over, giving them a leg up and kind of being above where you are. With the the 2 fails in a row, I'm going to make an attack against you. The person that's up on the roof,
Wait, the last one wasn't a fail.
the daze
The
was.
stealth. Huh?
Daze was a fail.
Oh, those days.
daze
I forgot about
attempt.
the days.
Yep.
I saw
Yeah.
the stealth roll. I forgot about the days.
So the person that's up on the roof tries to get you while you're up there. Now they probably have a weapon on them, but they're not going to like throw a dagger at you or any shit like that. Instead, what it is they take to the roof, like I said, and they jump. And as they land on the other side, they quickly kick down as many on the roof slates as much as possible. That the actual, like, what are they called? Like clay slats or clay shingles on the roof come pouring down and onto Mikhail. And actually, you are going to get clipped by it. It does a whopping 2 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, as they kind of like smashing around you, and one of them clips you in the shoulder. Another one like maybe hits you on the thigh. Take the 2 points of bludgeoning damage as those are kind of raining around you. What do you do? That one's chasing behind you. One's on the roof, kind of like dropping those things on you. And guards are still trying to pull up behind them. They likely are closing in as well because you're now being slightly slowed down or held up. What's your plan? You're feeling a bit surrounded at the moment. You're looking to see what's nearby. You're analyzing where you are in the town. And you think to yourself, God, if I could just make it to the river, maybe I can at least swim downstream and use that to my benefit. Even if it's not an ideal spot, maybe I can use that. And you can try to head that direction. Maybe try to navigate the correct paths to get there before them. I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know. These are cutthroats. They're lowlifes. Maybe you could buy them off. Intimidation probably won't work at this point. They've already kind of got you in a jam. I don't know. What's your thoughts, Mikhail?
Die, surrender, or swim, because that went so well for you last time.
I was gonna say, yeah, swimming is not it. Swimming is not it. That's not even a class skill. Even if I put a point in it, I'd have a 1. There's 2 of these fucking weirdos.
Did you do something to Scott? Why does he want to drown you so bad?
I don't know. I don't know what I ever did to anyone. Okay.
Scott's Jacobo. He's an ass. It makes sense.
Okay, I'm thinking between 2 options. Oh, okay, so Michaela's gonna yell back at them. He goes, "What the fuck are you doing? Somebody snitched. They're gonna get you too."
Bluff.
Which I can use perform strings for. So, hey, there it is. That's a good number.
You didn't just beat it. You beat it by 5. So you get a +1. If you beat it by another 5, you got a 25. You'd actually get a +2. You're trying to accrue bonuses here. You're going to be rolling. It's charisma. It's a core part of your character. All those details. So you get to roll a D8 plus your charisma modifier +1. Unless you wanted to use luck die to automatically get another +1. You're currently at 11 successes.
Do I know what the goal of successes is? How many I need?
It's 15 for this whole challenge.
15 total? Oh, then I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
And you
expected
make
you to
it.
roll a -1. I was just waiting for
Right.
it.
So just so everybody
On
knows,
the die.
I had you by yourself. The whole thing was meant to be, and this is the 7th one. The whole thing was meant to be 7 challenges. DC 15 with the successes needed 15 to get by it. The first challenge was the window. DC 15 to get through. And so that's why you had to get through that one. It's just because it was the triggering one, I had to tell you what it was. And then from there, you're able to do whatever you wanted.
Gotcha.
Cool. So your character says that to them, and they're like, you snitch. What are you doing? They're going to get you too. And they look like, nah, fuck that. And like, no, seriously, they're coming in. They're coming in force, whatever it is that you say. And it's like, they give each other a look, and one of them is like, and so finally, like, one of the guys looking at you says, I'll remember you. Fuck, let's go. And they split and they go a different direction. And that's where you're like, head to the river. It at least stays out of the nicer area for now. And so you continue heading that way, dodging and weaving, do whatever you have to do. to try to avoid where the guards are. And eventually you're able to get to a spot where you can avoid getting away from them, so on and so forth. Mikhail gets away. Koa and Aldo, when you come to the nicer part of town, not that you like left the nice part of town, but when you come to this part of it, the whole place is in a fucking tizzy. The guards are going absolutely nuts around here. They're clearly searching for somebody. Like there is like insanity going on at the moment. What do your characters do?
Try to get a sense of what's going on while also probably not trying to stand out too much. At least that's what Koa is doing, because he's with Guinevere right now, so the last thing he wants to do is have her in harm's way. Aldo's kind of off on his own, even though he's with us, so I don't know what you do.
I just keep doing what I'm doing. I follow you now. Depends, I mean, what happens, but that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Yeah, is there like a way to get a read on what's going on without just, I guess, perception, listen in as we walk?
Yep. Let's take a perception. Chat's talking about the difference between a DC 15 and a DC 13. I think Wade's the one that inspired it. To be clear, the average person has a +0 or a -1 or +1 to saving throw DCs, whereas having even one skill rank into a skill can get you a +4, 6, 7, whatever it is. So the modifier is so much bigger that even if the DC is slightly larger, it's a way easier DC, right? So saving throw DCs are way more critical. But to your perception check, a 23 is pretty solid, trying to listen in to see what's going on. You know that they're looking for somebody, and it's like when you don't know exactly, they're not saying anybody's name or whatever it is, but they're looking for an individual, and you hear occasional descriptions here and there, looking for somebody. They might talk about like, dark hair. They might talk about like, oh, he's got like a loot with him or something like that. You might hear some vague details. He's got a really fancy cloak. Enough vague details that you're thinking to yourself, it might be Mikhail, but you're not 100% sure. They don't say his name, and there's not enough to confirm it, but you get a hunch.
He'll kind of look to Guinevere to see if she like hears the same thing. Because again, I'm trying not to draw Aldo in.
So I'm sorry. What do you say to her? To get her?
Nothing. I give her a look,
Yep.
like a.
Yeah. She'll actually just kind of say, "It's kind of a brisk night, isn't it?
Very much so."
Should probably get indoors quickly.
He'll nod.
My place or yours? She says, kind of like holding up for a second and like snuggling into you. My place or yours?
I at least need to get something.
She smiles and says, okay, but let's be quick. I'm ready to call it a night. And, we'll then move on. Though she does occasionally look back to see where the cook is, but Elise is wise enough to not just stare directly at the cook. She'll look around and make sure that he's somewhere in her periphery every once in a while. Koa doesn't. Koa knows Aldo got it. Koa knows Aldo's got it more than anybody else does right now. But she doesn't know that. She's never seen him in that kind of action. She's unaware. And so she's concerned because that's an important person in her life, right? And so she occasionally looks around and will make sure that he's still there. Probably to the point where Aldo's like, fuck, like, what are you doing, lady? And like, we'll start like walking on the other sides of buildings or whatever it is to be, and which just makes her be like, where is he? You know?
And if Koa notices this, he'll like give her a look like don't look for him.
Yeah. And so you guys make your way to the inn, and when you get to the inn and you go walking up to it, there's actually no guards outside of it, though the area around there does have a couple guards here or there. There was like stopping people as they go through. When you step into the inn, however, you can see that the innkeeper that's there is manacled and has their face pressed against the table, and a guard's leaning into them as you like literally opening the door and walking in, and like, you're gonna tell me where I can. And then you open the door and they look up at you and they go, we're kind of busy. And they look at you like wide-eyed and desperate, as they clearly have been injured. This is the the innkeeper that you were speaking with 2 hours ago. Not even 2 hours ago.
Does the guard recognize me or just the innkeeper?
The innkeeper gives you like a desperate look. The guard just like, we're speaking or we're doing something. Like clearly there's like gives you, who is just a random person opening the door, like a hateful look and like a commands to leave.
Always a good boy.
Does he act immediately? Does he come up with a plan? What's his? What's your thing? What's your shtick? What's you gonna do?
How many guards are in here? Just the one?
So you only see the immediate one that is currently like pressing the face of this innkeeper against the table or against the where they were standing the whole time, the desk or bar or counter.
I think if the guy will let him for now, he'll go upstairs with Guinevere.
The vibe without you having to roll, the vibe is immediately like shut that door, get it, like don't even come into the establishment is very much what you're getting from them. They didn't say that, but it's very obviously what they're
I just
saying.
don't know that I have my club on me, which is what I want to use.
That is 100% up to you what you would be walking around town with. I know you've always walked around with your sword around town.
Swords is pride and joy.
Yeah, but all the other stuff when you're in town is kind of a little weird. Because you actually went to your room, whereas the others did not.
Yeah, I know. So if I can't get...
Actually, Aldo did too.
If I can't get upstairs... He's also trying to keep Guinevere safe.
Mm-hmm.
He'll step outside, and he'll look to see if he spots Aldo.
So, you go to step outside to see if you can spot Aldo or whatever it is, but hold on 1 second for me.
Well, thank you so much for letting me decide what to do.
Yeah. This is what you said you're gonna do. I was just reiterating what you said.
You make me wait a second to step outside. Like I don't like loading screens, man.
Oh yeah, sorry, you got a loading screen. I'm just trying to get the right thing here. 1 second. Yeah. So. Yeah. Here it is. You see, so you go to step outside to look around for Aldo, but then you hear a single word. The voice is unlike any voice you've ever heard before. It faintly makes you think of Guinevere when you hear it, but it doesn't sound natural. It doesn't sound human. And there is a significant amount of power behind it. The word that you hear, you don't understand it. You don't know what it means. But you know that there's a significant amount of force behind that word. This one word is said, and then all of a sudden, across the room, you can see that that one word is said, and then you hear like a movement or whatever it is from across. So you hear this word, like, what the fuck was that? As you like look back to see where that came from, because it's right next to you. And you look, and you can see the guard that's in there stands up and they're like trying to speak, but seem to be unable to do so, as they're like seemingly have their voice kind of caught in their throat. They're trying to say something.
I take that moment where they can't scream out to rage charge attack them.
Yep. So you rage, you charge attack.
But it's fists. I'm trying to punch to knock them out.
Of course. Absolutely.
I don't have that on my sheet to roll.
They are currently so they are currently armed because they had a dagger in hand, but not like a big sword or any shit like that. You were able to rage attack, so on and so forth. Roll initiative for me. Oh, I rolled a 2. I rolled a total of a 2, so if you beat that, you beat... Oh my god!
Covered on that one, man.
Oh my... Oh yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would have been bad.
Can you power attack with? I don't need to. I don't think. How much damage do you do with just your fists?
It's
1d3 plus strength.
Yeah, 1d3.
Yeah, I just saw your message. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's my attack modifier for this?
Bad plus strength.
Yep, bad plus strength.
Oh, sorry, Scott. I know you're trying to get it there. I'm just rattling
good.
shit off.
You're good.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to add this. I guess just melee. Would melee be the right button?
Yep. If you're charging, it's going to be a mental math of a +2. If you're raging, that make sure you click the button to turn on rage.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Cool.
Damage is 1d3 plus strength mod, right? That's what you said?
Yeah. And it'll automatically be non-lethal. Oh.
That is a solid chance to hit. You hit. At least we rolled a 3. All right, 2's not bad. Does that include your? Yeah, that includes your rage, right?
My strength is currently a +4.
Yeah. Is there anything missing from that? Do you have any other class features that allow you to do more? Oh, you did non-lethal damage. Doesn't it allow you to do something else, or no? No, you don't.
No, you're probably thinking of bludgeoner.
Yeah.
Does charge increase damage?
That's
too?
incorrect.
No, just chance to hit and lowers your AC. So
I
anyways,
might have-
same as the ear-piercing scream, which is also 6 points damage. You run up and you just full-on haymaker, like clog this person in the face, and just kind of like they're reeling back, and then you just like grab them before they come back, before they fall back, and you pull them in and just kind of like hit them with your forearm up the side of the head, and then they fall slump inside of your arms, and you catch them there. And so like when you first punch them in the face, they go to let out a scream, a shout, but they can't, and they just fall up again like that forearm to the head, and they just pass out full on.
Is there anyone else in sight?
You do not immediately see anybody else in sight. You're currently in rage. Roll me a perception check.
That's fair. I would fall out of rage the moment I can, so I guess I'm fatigued.
Well, you can perception check first.
Okay.
Because more or less you choose if you're going to continue rage at the beginning of your next turn. So you do not notice anybody else around.
Okay, well, I'm falling out of rage and fatigued for a moment.
Okay, you fall out of rage and fatigued. And when you finally you kind of like gather your senses, and you turn around to look, see what's going on, to you get the person in your arm, which they feel much heavier to you at the moment. You turn to see the person that was on the thing. They're now sitting up and like looking alert, and they're looking like shocked at like what just happened there. And then they look over at, Guinevere in the doorway, and you of course look over that way too, just, instinctively or with time. And you can see that she's leaning heavily against the door, and she has like a pained expression on her face. And, you can see like she does not look good for what just happened. She has a very pained expression on her face, and she, barely holding herself up at the moment. And as you're like distracted because you see her, and she like looks at you and she's trying to give you like through her pained look it's okay, but then her eyes widen as she looks past you. And then of course your character's going to whip around to see there's another person that's just stepping in, like heard some sort of a clutter clatter, whatever it is. There was another guard that just wasn't immediately there and is stepping in as well. For this person, I rolled a 17 for initiative. So they are definitely going to act before. So seeing you there and holding the guard.
Has any time passed, or am I still fatigued for 2 full rounds?
You're fatigued for 2 rounds. This is like happening immediately afterwards, right? What is it? This person is, I'll say a round has passed. So
okay,
you're fatigued for 1 more round. So they see you there with this person, and of course, like with that, they're going to draw their full sword as they're going to rush up at you and attack at you. Oh, I rolled that 20.
Goody.
That's exciting. Come on. Fatigue lowers your dexterity, so maybe it'll hit. Does a 13 hit you? Yes! I critical hit.
What? Why do you think a 13 wouldn't hit him?
A 13 would hit me any time of day.
We don't even have
We're
our new
never allowed to
armor.
get our
Like there's
fucking
no
armor.
Yeah.
So you never know.
This scumbag took my armor, gave us a hint that it was completely on the up and up, only to ambush people later. I just want you to be aware.
I did
Before we
nothing
can go
wrong.
get it.
Okay.
Come back,
All the time
behavior.
to get our fucking armor.
Because it's a critical
Yeah.
hit, the grand total, I rolled double threes, so the grand total is 8 points of damage for you. Minus
After
1 is
DR?
7 points of damage. So they rush at you, and they thrust at you with the sword, and you have the guard in the way. And so you have the guard in one hand, and you kind of like slouch at the moment, so you try to get out of the way, but you don't move fast enough. And you're not wearing upgraded armor yet. So it kind of slips through where your current armor is as fucked up as it is, and they actually get through and kind of like a nasty cut into your side. And this is one of those things where you do that, and I think it's maybe the first time ever Guinevere sees that. And when she sees that happen, like it is like a moment where like her eyes widen, and she uses all of her strength to start standing up in the doorway.
No.
Yeah, if you're acting before her, if you don't resolve this now, she is going to do so.
What does it take to draw my sword? Just a move?
Yeah, move action.
As you're moving to them, right? Oh no, he's adjacent to you now. Yeah,
Yeah.
just a mover, right? Yeah.
I can't rage while fatigued,
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
but I can power attack,
Yeah.
and I will.
Ooh. Luck that. Yeah. It's not going to be 10, but it might be
I'm gonna
close.
have to luck it. We don't have anything else left, right? Do we have a plus
Correct.
2 still?
No. Yeah, he's been rolling trash all session. You blew
No.
through him so fast, and it's a good thing you got all of
Yeah,
them.
he bullied me into having to use them. God damn it.
The
Is
AC
it
is
worth
not
a
super
hero
high.
point here to stop her from doing this? I don't know how much damage this does to her to act.
You can still speak. So you could say something, but I don't know what else we got. Oh, you have a hero point. That's right.
I do.
He does. He is like a legit hero.
I
point
do
as
not
opposed to-
want her to kill herself doing this shit, so...
She just saw her fiance.
If you hit him, he's down because you know they have 6 health.
Yeah.
So you're at 11. So your hero point would get you to enough. 15.
Well, we know Scott gives us a hero point about once every 30 years, so I guess I'll use it.
Of course.
So you're gonna use it to hit?
You're gonna have to, otherwise you're gonna fucking kill Koa's fiance because you're a bitch, so yeah.
I'm saying she's gonna die. Just escalate the rate at which her disease spreads across her body. That's not the. I'm just metastasizing.
You're such a bastard, man.
Okay, so you go ahead and describe what you do here.
Koa, gets hit, sees her, start to freak out, and he goes to swing, kind of misses, and then knows he has no choice, and after he kind of swings by the guy, he uses every muscle he has to pull the sword back across the guy's left flank where he's getting ready to swing his own sword, and just gashes him across the chest and neck.
Okay.
Just pure everything he's got in him to do it.
And he drops from the pain. He does give a shout of pain. You know what I mean? Because he is not muted by her magic the way that the other one was. So he does give a shout of pain as he goes down, and then the kind of falls unconscious, and whether writhing or whatever it is, it's quiet enough. She's able to come inside the door and shut it behind her, and be like, "Are you okay?"
Yes, Gwenn, don't do that. Don't hurt yourself. I'm fine.
When she speaks through like a very hoarse voice, but she's like, she shakes her head and says, "No, are you okay?" And she like walks over to you, taking a considerable amount. Your character's now coming out of fatigue. She looks like she's hit with exhaustion, right? She stumbles her way over to you and places her hands near to you, but obviously not touching your fucking wound. And she says, "Are you okay?"
Yes, I'm fine. I've got a cut. I've gotten many before. I can handle this. Don't hurt yourself. I was going to deal with that one too. Did you do that?
Ignoring you for a second, she looks at your wound and at her hand, and then at the wound, and you know that she is you can see she just used magic once before, just moments ago. You can see she has
Yeah, he puts her. He grabs her arm and kind of puts her hand back down, and he'll show her that he has a healing flask he could take.
when you grab her arm, it's actually very hot to the touch. Because if you remember the markings on them or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't stop him.
Of course.
Even if it burns me.
Not burning hot, but like as if a pan came off the stove a minute ago and is hot enough to hold, but clearly hot. Hots to the touch. Doesn't burn you or anything like that. So you note it.
I don't want to interrupt, but I do need to know: is anything going on outside? Because this will dictate whether or not I come in or out.
Don't worry, I got you. She sees that, and that finally she calms down, and the other person is now standing up and just looking at the two of you with much appreciation. For outside, Aldo, you can go ahead and roll me a perception check. Jake, are you rolling a perception check?
Yeah, I rolled it.
Oh, okay. I was like, it
did not show up for a very long
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
it took
he
a
passed the
minute.
15.
You were sitting so still and there was no dice roll. I was like, oh my god, he's gone.
Right, we lost him.
I was like, nobody's saying anything. I can see
We
my roll.
lost our
like-
boy.
Okay, yeah, just that Aussie Wi-Fi. All right, so you it's just out back. So you have a 15 total. You heard the last moment. You didn't hear anything into that last scream. When you heard that inside, obviously Aldo's eyes, like, because you came close over, they're now inside, so you can go up to the place. Your eyes widen. You quickly look around. There's enough shit going on outside, people yelling to one another, that his yell, it may have been heard by somebody, but definitely other than you, but definitely not a guard. They seem distracted enough. You think it's okay. You're welcome to roll sense motive if you want to just like guarantee that first, or you can just go slip inside.
I'm just gonna slip inside, I think.
Okay. So you
Wait,
get,
is there any negative to me rolling sense motive actually?
it's DC 20.
Yeah, I'll just roll it. Why not? I mean, it's a free sense.
You're just
motive,
out there
right?
longer. That's all.
Yeah.
You failed miserably.
Yeah, slip inside.
Yep. So you open the door, you slip in. When you do so, the innkeeper like gets afraid because they don't know who you are for a second. But you can imagine both Koa and or Gwenn are just like, it's fine, sort of a situation.
No, I don't allow them to speak. I just go, oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. My friend's staying here, and I go straight up the stairs.
Okay, the innkeeper just like looks shocked as you, and you do that, and they go upstairs.
Oh, that's right, because you're dressed like the fucking cook.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you acting like that for? Oh, yeah, that's right.
The innkeeper looks at you, looks at Koa. Now that they're kind of like composing themselves, blood on the side of the face, so on and so forth. And they say, I didn't do this. I swear to you, I
You're
didn't do
okay.
this.
Which one had the keys? He's manacled, right?
Oh, yeah. They think for a second, and they gesture towards the one that's kind of like writhing on the ground because you cut them with the sword.
I get the keys and free him.
Okay. You free them. They go, what do I do?
You need to look out for yourself. We need to get our things and leave. You can tell them we did this to you. To the god, I mean. If it will help you.
Okay. I'm
Give us
sorry.
enough time. Don't apologize. This is not your fault. I'm sorry we brought this to your door.
It was the barkeeper. I said too much in front. They went straight to the guard after they. I shouldn't have mentioned the gold.
Are you safe here? Do you need to be taken somewhere?
They don't know. They were thinking of giving 5 gold to the guards. Sorry, giving to the guards to get 5 gold. And now all of a sudden it went to like, hey guards, you want to take care of this problem for me? Oh, cool, I got 6 gold. To they're getting the shit kicked out of them because they're not the ones that turned you in and were conspiring to not turn you in or maybe turn you in or something. Like, they're in such a whirlwind. They're just a commoner, man.
We can take you someplace safe if you want to lie low for a while.
Guinevere's going to look at you with like kind of like a concerned look, like where, without saying it.
He'll give her a shrug, like, I can't, like look at him, look
Yeah.
at the situation.
She doesn't protest in any way. It doesn't seem like she's against the idea of it. Just didn't know what you were referencing.
Get anything you might need. I'll be right back. I need to get my things.
They nod.
Where's Mikhail?
They stopped what they were doing. They came in, and he was still in the bar. They chased after him. One of the guards died, just out of nowhere died, and that's why they came after me, is because just died. And so they were asking me questions, and he got away, went through a window.
We have to get out of here. They're going to send more. I'll be right back.
Yep.
He'll like motion to Guinevere to like come up.
She will go with you, but then when she gets to the stairs, she's actually going to sit on them.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
As you go upstairs, though, when you get to your room or whatever, you see Aldo is like, as fast as he could, he got all your shit together.
Oh, nice.
And more or less, he just like throws it at you. And he says, "What about the place where we took Casper in the ruins?"
Casper said that things there are different. We can try, but they're after Mikhail. He's running right now.
Well, we can't find him now, but we need somewhere to hide out. At least
we've got to take the owner
that part
and
isn't
Guinevere.
guard.
She's weak right now. I may have to carry her.
Try for the ruins. It's not patrolled unless you want to leave the city. I don't know how you're gonna. But go. I'll meet you there.
Be safe. He'll grab his things and.
Oh, one thing he does, he pushes his crossbow at you too. He's like, "Take it."
He gives you a look for a moment like, don't you need to be armed? But then he realizes how good you are at everything else and just accepts it. He doesn't have time to argue.
He is now Beltran.
Koa will hurry back downstairs. Aldo said to go to the ruins. I don't know how safe it is, but it might be our best bet for the short term.
Ruins? I might need to swing by my place first. I have to take some herbs.
Of course. Just allow me to fight. Don't hurt yourself again.
She says, "Fight?"
If it comes to that.
She smiles and says, "I'll have you know, I'm a proud Maltese woman." And she'll actually take the crossbow out of your hands and say, "I can defend myself."
Well, then use that. No more of whatever crazy thing you did down there. It was amazing, but I need you around a long time.
She nods and looks down at him and says, "Don't worry, he'll be able to talk again in a few weeks."
Unfortunate. I like wink.
And gets ready to leave.
Is the other guy ready to go?
They come to you. They don't seem to have a ton of stuff, but as you're walking with them, your keen ears being like listening as close as you can to everything else. The jingling suggests that they more or less just went and got all their money.
That's fair.
Cool.
Would you check on Casper?
Well, I was about to say, but then Jaaek all of a sudden ghosted away.
I was going to do that, and then Jaaek
it makes sense that Aldo would do it because he has more time upstairs, and you have two people to worry about. He only has one.
Koa would have also mentioned it. I just Wade forgot whenever he was already outside throwing stuff at me because I was going to knock on Casper's door and tell him we have to go.
Yeah, he doesn't answer.
Well, that would be to Aldo now because Koa would have told Aldo to do it.
Yep.
Jaaek, did you hear that?
No.
Koa would have told you to check on Casper if you weren't going to already.
Oh, he's already going to do it.
So he's knocking on the door. He's not answering.
I open the door.
Okay. Remember, it's locked, but you can pick the lock if you'd like.
He bashes on the door, and then he'll just start. I'm going to pick it up.
Okay. Go ahead. Pick the lock.
Disable device, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least
you
one of
pick
us
the lock
can roll today.
with ease. You pick the lock. It takes a few moments, but no problem. Get it open, and then you go inside. Casper is passed out in his bed, and now that you're in the room, oh, he's not just passed out. Alcohol, maybe something else. He was in a lot of pain. I guess self-medicating. He didn't wake up from all the commotion.
Aldo walks over, just grabs like his shoulder with one hand and just like slaps his face.
Oh,
Ow.
his face is already so fucked up.
Well, that'll probably wake him up, though, right?
Yeah, that's a
That's
sting
a
of-
lot of pain.
Oh god, maybe you reset his nose. You know. Okay, cool. Wakes up. He wakes up and he looks at you. He's like, "Oh, the fuck, bro!" And he like immediately goes to push up and tries to get at you. He's gonna grab for his pillow. He's gonna grab like what's effectively a shiv. It's not even a proper like knife dagger. It's like one of the steak knives from downstairs in the hall. Not even like a proper dagger or whatever it is. And he's gonna like go and push himself up, still drunk or whatever substance he's on, having the thing in hand with some stranger inside of his room. He's gonna kind of like take a swipe at you that's easily avoided, and he's gonna be like, "I don't know who the fuck you are, but fucking kill you." And he takes another swipe at you, which honestly you don't even have to lean back. It's just such a wild miss.
Yeah, he just goes, Koa sent me. They've attacked. The guards, the shop owner's been taken. Get out of here.
What? And you reiterate or whatever, and eventually he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, yeah." And he looks around the room like he has to
Aldo
grab
just
his-
screams at him. He's like, get out!
He looks around the room like he has to grab his belongings. Before he even realizes he has no belongings, you scream, "Get out!" And he just like, it's almost like the scream startles him so much he literally stumbles a couple steps forward before he catches himself on the door frame and then starts making his way out of the room and stumbling down the hall or whatnot.
Yeah, Aldo will leave too. He's
Okay.
got his own stuff. He's ready to go.
Cool. Obviously, you guys are going to go to the ruins. Wade, you're going to make your way back to her place first, where she's going to stop in. And
I'll offer to go by her shop too if there's anything she wants to salvage out of there.
nope, she's good. We'll go to the place and we'll grab some. But it's very specific herbs or whatever it is that she needs. She tells you, she's like, I can wait to take them, but we need something. Will we be able to have a fire where we're going?
We'll make it so.
Okay, she like points for you to grab a kettle, and she'll grab all the stuff that she needs, and then we'll plan to kind of like head out with you.
He'll tell her like, if you need to take them now, take it now.
It's a tea. It needs steeping. It takes too long.
I'll just nod, grab whatever it is she needs, and anything else in case we can't come back.
She shakes her head. She's ready to go. She doesn't want us to waste too much time planning this stuff out. What you do notice though is that she doesn't have you, like, if you try to like touch or be affectionate or whatever it is in a physical way, she shies away from it, because on the one or two occasions we actually are able to get hold, it's not like she wants to be away from you. It's that literally her body's burning.
Yeah.
And so it's uncomfortable. It's literally she's burning up. For those of you that are familiar with Aurorum, 1.0, that burning sensation counteracted by some intense ice magic can almost like stave off those same problems. But back to you. So you leave with her and eventually make your way into the ruins area. From Koa's perspective, at least now that it's dark out nighttime, the ruins seem the same as they did before. They don't seem any difference, at least with your narrow, focused perspective now. Seemed fine. Oh, the innkeeper comes with you too. Yeah, and
I'll go to the one place where we kept people before. The sock.
Yeah, that's where I told you to go.
Yeah, we'd go to the sock place.
Great. So you guys go to head there, and so you three go there. You go there, Aldo. You're probably keeping an eye on Casper to make sure he gets there, about going your own path. And so he gets there. But what about Mikhail? How do we get word to Mikhail?
once we're all there and the fire's going and Guinevere's okay, I imagine Koa and Aldo can have a quick RP.
Sure. I gotta pee. So let's assume you guys have it to the side, away from the 3 NPCs that are with you.
The innkeeper I don't trust. I wouldn't care if Guinevere overheard, but really right now I just want her to relax. So.
Yeah, let's say she's off to the side, prepping her tea that she needs to drink, and so it's just you two, so I can pee.
Aldo, one of us has to go look for Mikhail.
Yeah.
Did you get his stuff?
Oh, look, I don't think Mikhail put his stuff in the room. If he didn't have his stuff on him, I would have collected it, because I went in to get your stuff, went to get mine.
Did have it
and
on
his.
Yeah,
Oh, he did?
the only stuff he left behind was like a notebook and a quill and ink.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which probably wasn't there by that time.
I imagine Koa still asks, and you can tell him there was nothing in there. I don't know if you feel safe going out there and taking a look, or if you want to do your thing again, but I feel like I should stay here and keep an eye out in case things get rough.
Yeah, I can do what I can. Yeah.
This is worse than I expected. We're gonna have to get our horses and such and get out of here. Someone just asked that, but I literally had already thought about the fact that Nightstorm's like just chilling somewhere.
Yeah.
Lance mentioned it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll see what I can do. I don't really. I mean, I know the city, right? But like, I don't know where he would go. The where I thought of was here, because we've used this place before. It's safe to an extent that the guards don't patrol here. We have to worry about whoever watches over this place, but
Right.
yeah.
I don't know either. I suppose just make a few rounds. If you want to trade off, we can, but one of us should always be here keeping an eye out.
Yeah. Just stay here. I'll be back by morning. I'll have a look for Mikhail and keep an eye out, but otherwise I think there's something else I can do.
This
We'll see.
town is worse than I expected.
More brazen, that's for sure.
Money and fear.
Yeah. I don't know.
Your ability to talk with a frozen camera is magical.
Yeah,
These are frozen, is that?
yeah, it froze.
I was like, how are you talking like that? What a...
There it goes. You good?
Alright. Well, I do have to step away for a second. My kids are just calling me, so give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, Scott's back.
I had to pee. I do that.
They talked.
Koa was watching the place. Aldo's gonna go take a look around for Mikhail, but he had to step away for a quick second.
So what is Mikhail's plan?
Well, while he's still, away from like the city proper, he will clean himself off. And then he'd probably head towards Gwenn's shop, hoping to like spot her and Koa or something on the way there. He probably wouldn't actually go inside. He just kind of like would swing by it, like maybe check a window or whatever, and just obviously not finding them. But he'd be moving pretty slow, mostly like trying to stay out of sight for the most part. Then the next place he would go, what time would it be if he's like gotten there already and then is going somewhere else?
If you've
said it was
gotten all the
getting
way
late.
to yeah. So it's dark out, so not necessarily a matter of time. It's just dark out right now.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine. That's enough.
It is definitely night.
He would probably head back toward where the tailor is.
Mhm.
and see if he's closed up shop yet.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, that's a good. Let me roll a d100 on that one. And how are you dressed or presenting yourself to be able to get around without being,
Honestly, he's probably just put his like the jacket and stuff he normally wears, just like stuff that into his bag, put on his cloak, and is just moving like that. He doesn't really have something else to change into easily.
Yeah, we got wolf against that too. Okay. So you actually are able to make your way through with something as simple as that. My perceptions notice you. I rolled so poorly that they don't pick you up. Something as simple as a disguise is literally we're just like accepting a 10 because it's dark out and you've changed your outfit. So the very basic, kind of roll here. You don't have anything there. As you approach the shop, as you're getting close, you're like, fuck. That shop looks like it's closed. God damn it. You're like, let me go check and see if it's open just in case. You're like a couple buildings away, and you're like, no, the lights are off. That place is completely shut down. That's it. It is definitely closed. It's just too late after everything that's happened. And as you're like, what do I do next? And you're trying to like plan the next plan. You hear a door open, and you just like look that way, and you actually see the shop owner is coming out of the shop, like backing out the door and closing it in front of him, and getting his keys to lock it up.
I start heading over there and I give him like the psst.
Yeah. Oh, clandestine in the cover of night. This isn't. Oh,
Like
Mikhail.
pull the hood back a little bit so he sees my face and keep moving.
Mikhail, he says, the broad smile, and
Psst.
voice drops.
Taylor, haven't had the best time as of late.
This isn't all for you, is it? The commotion this evening.
I'm gonna guess yes, seeing as the guards chased me out of the inn and into the street, and nearly killed someone with a crossbow shot meant for my head.
Thanks for a second. Like you can see, like there's thoughts happening, including like definitely like self-preservation thoughts that are happening. Now's your chance to try to get in, if you will.
Yeah, he kind of interjects and says, look, I know you don't want any trouble. You don't want to be seen with us right now, and I don't want to make any for you. I need the armor, and I need to disappear. That's it.
It's unfortunate. It's not exactly the well-prepared presentation that I was hoping for. And again, they're thinking for a second, and they look around to see if anybody's around. And he's like, there's less guards around than there usually are. I imagine they're all out looking for you, he says, kind of hesitantly.
Yeah, either me or my companions. I mean, I know what I would think about it. Like, what kind of enemies do you make whenever you bust slave rings?
Good points. Okay. Yeah. For Dan, he says, it comes off very different to you than how he meant it, but
Yeah.
you get what he's trying to say. And he turns around and makes sure he unlocks the one door that had been that he had, the one lock that he got in, and welcomes you in.
Hey, like, I will take like a quick look inside first, even though like there's definitely not anybody in there. But Mikhail is extra paranoid now.
Yep, lights a candle. He's Perrin, so he can see no problem, right? With just the candlelight. But for you, you've just got a candle light, and it's one of those like you have to fight your instinct to cast this spell, that spell, or that spell to give you some light. But here you are, walking around just candlelight in a room that you have only been in so many times. And he leads you around and over to like the back area, not to invite you into the back area, but it's like where it is. And he's like, "Ooh, wait here," and he'll put down the candle like right next to where you are, and he goes into the back, leaving you alone in the front of the shop where it's pretty dark in there. Just whatever amount of, I mentioned a heavy overcast earlier, so like there's no real starlight or moonlight from outside. There's no like street lamps or anything like that outside, so it's just kind of you with a candle inside of the shop. And Mikhail, being paranoid as he is at the moment, stands in front of the candle to make sure that the light doesn't like shine out the windows, even if they are 15 feet away or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you do anything while you're waiting?
Just take like a. He just keeps an eye out around himself. He's not doing anything in particular.
Yeah. He comes over and he places down a like a box in front of you, and he says, "I imagine you want to get changed."
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
over there.
I might need it.
Over there. Take the candle with you, and I'll come assist you in a minute. I'll be right back. And he goes to walk out back.
He like pauses, like he's tempted to be like, nah, but he doesn't.
What do you
Go
right
and
now?
start to stop him from like going somewhere, but he's already kind of proven his worth at the moment. So
So you go over there, and you hear him like moving around back and forth for a little while. As you go over there, and you're like more or less checking, making sure. Oh, yeah, this is my set. Oh God, this is nice. I really wish I had more than a candle to see this. Can I spare more light? No, I can't. Vanity aside, I can't do it. Let's just keep going.
yeah,
And so you start disrobing to prepare to get this thing on. He eventually will come over to join you, and he says, "Move slow in the dark, don't you?" And kind of a bit of a chuckle. He's like, "That's okay. Let me help." And he'll kind of like help guides get the armor on to you to get it fitted nice and comfortably, and so on and so forth, and gets it fitted. And he's like, oh, "Damn it! I wish you could see how good it looks. You look fine, very fine."
I'm sure I will.
He does take a step back and says, "Damn it! I wish I had time. Mikhail, I'm terribly sorry to say this, and I'm sure you can feel it. Your pants are a bit too snug."
You did not.
What did we do to you, man?
Right now,
Like what?
I will leave this fucking call.
You
How
know what
much do we
Guinevere
spend
does? She
on
blows
this?
herself up. You know what, Mikhail? You go through the worst time. You know what? You have donkey night and tight pants night.
He says, "Looks good on you, and it shouldn't restrict your movement too much, but just break them in. I hate to say it, a couple of squats, and that'll do the job for you."
I've had worse.
Um,
Other two sets are in here.
Are there like 30 trump cards? What is tonight? What is this shit?
you say other two sets are in here. Other in where?
Koa's and Aldo's.
Oh, that's what I was
have to
getting.
take theirs to them. Oh, yeah, good. It's just kind of testing it out a little bit, and says, "Beltran was here earlier. Is that why you wanted us to leave?"
Perhaps we should just stick to the armor," he says.
He's like
Flailing
still like
one.
adjusting it slightly. Yeah. It's just like, who are you worried is going to hear you at this point? I'm already in your shop.
That's a fair point. Yes, Beltran is or Captain Beltran is fond of coming by.
Lord Beltran
Well,
says with plenty of sarcasm.
as my father always said, when you don't have talent, have a title.
Father sounds like a wise man.
He started this establishment almost 200 years ago.
Jeez. To have all that time.
It's not as good as you might think. Long enough to see generations of Lord Beltrans come and go.
Well, hopefully you'll get to see another go. How did you even find out about... I mean, clearly you knew there was some kind of hostility. That's why you didn't want us to meet.
Come on. Think of the work that I do. Think of my clients.
So they talk, huh?
So much. So much.
Wait, shit, did I hear that? Yeah. Did did he send troops out again today?
No, there was a few days ago. From what I understand, there was issue happening. It's believed some sort of a pushback or insurrection or something happening with Astrad, and so he had to go and quell it. I've not heard any updates since, but I'm not sure how far the travel is to Astrad. They may not even be there yet, let alone to have word come back.
Okay. Look, since the other two sets of armor are here, I'm guessing you haven't seen either Aldo or Koa.
No.
Shit. Okay.
Separated, huh?
Unfortunately, I was doing things back at the inn whenever the guard decided to attack. Do you know if there's been any word spread about any kind of misdeeds, any reason they could actually drum up to attack us in public?
He tries to stifle like a snort, like laughter kind of thing. Obviously, with how fucking quiet this room is, you heard it clearly. And he's like, "Oh, just like gives like awkward pause because it was too much, like he couldn't hide it." He says, "Just the thing here and there."
The thing here and there. I heard something about us letting the fame get to our heads or something, but has he been saying we've done some kind of terrible deeds?
Is many things, some plausible, some very much not so. But you know how it is. Word spreads. People have their beliefs. Beltran has been assuming it's him and not true. I assume it's not true, he says. Been putting in his efforts trying to make sure that your reputation is not as polished as it was some months ago.
That seems to be sticking.
Mikhail, I really should not be here too much longer with you in case we're seen together. It's dangerous, but I'll give you one example of one of the more ridiculous ones that I've heard more than once. You spent time in the mountains to the west, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. You had some expedition or something out of Leshev or Forvin or something head that way. And after you came back, what happened? The fires from the knolls. Well, you weren't heroes enough, so you had to make more situations for you to be a hero. And so you brought the gnolls back, paid them well, maybe even taught them your magics, and that now they're going around and setting fires to towns so that you could be the heroes that stop them. That's the rumors.
He does interject to ask if he has like a sack or something he can use to carry the rest of the armor.
When you out, he goes, but they're packaged in their boxes.
Right, but so that I can carry the boxes without...
It'll dent the edges. Yeah, that's fine. He says, like, realizing prioritization.
Guy makes armor and has no idea what a fight is like.
Yeah. Okay, good. I will put the boxes in a sack. Which Mikhail does not enjoy doing either, but, like, priorities. But continue.
He says, anyways, yeah, I don't think you're doing dealings with gnolls, but by your own admission, you went to the mountains, and the rumors are that you saw gnolls in the mountains, and there's rumors that they've always been there. I guess not around here, but apparently other people have talked about it. But because these rumors exist, people are just assuming that the other ones do. It is what it is. And so these kinds of things are what are going around. They started some months ago.
I see. Well, obviously I can come up with a dozen other questions, but again, I don't want to cause more trouble for you than I already have. Thanks for looking out for us as you have. I'll try to make sure these get to the other two.
Yes, well, Never mind. You just get out of here. Get safe. Do you know where they would go?
I have some guesses, but I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'll have to find them either way.
I can't offer you refuge.
You can't.
And until this blows over, perhaps it's best if you don't come back.
Correct. It
Then
is.
after that, I'd be more than happy to make whatever it is that you need.
You've done plenty. We certainly appreciate it.
For a charge.
Right. A reasonable one, I'm sure.
Quite.
Then he'll give a quick nod and take his leave.
Grab the. I assume you don't put them inside of the extra dimensional space in front of him.
No, not in front of him. No.
Yeah. Or to whatever.
That's why I asked for the sack to. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, so you put the packages inside of the sack or whatever, and get that prepared. When you actually go over to take the packages, so when you eventually leave, and he's opens the front door, and he like waits, and he looks, he's like, I think it's clear. Blows out the candle. Be quick. And then you say your goodbye. You leave. Several moments later, he leaves and locks the door up the multiple locks and goes a separate direction from the way. Well, he goes his normal way. You go wherever you went. Eventually, when you stop to what's the word I'm looking for here? Sorry. Eventually, when you stop to grab the packages and to open up the extra dimensional space, try to do the best you can to tuck them inside there. It's not as flat as the demonstration that was given to you beforehand, but you can make it so they at least take up way less space, so you can kind of like shove them into your bag a bit more, so it's easier for you to carry them and not as heavy. Because 2 fucking suits of armor is more than Mikhail can carry when he's wearing a suit of armor.
Yeah.
So
3 because of my old armor.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's more than he can. He's laden. So so he's definitely at least wearing and carrying one, and then the other one is mostly contained inside of the sack here. So as he's kind of like going about doing this, you actually notice as you pick up the one package to kind of tuck it in between the 2 packages, he had actually something else inside there too. It's hard to tell inside the darkness, so you'll be able to check it out later on when you have more light. But it looks as though he put something else in there with the other items. Something else that seems to be folded fabric, but you have to check it out later.
Okay.
Cool.
Another pair of tight pants.
God, please no.
And so you
I've had enough.
And so you'll eventually kind of, where does your character, I mean, in the meta, you obviously know where they are. But
yeah,
I don't know if Mikhail would think to look there.
Not first, because now he's concerned because of the fact that, like, he didn't see Koa anywhere around or in Gwenn's shop. They obviously didn't go back. They haven't been back to get the armor, which was already prearranged. So now he's worried. So he would probably circle back to check near the end.
Okay.
Now that it's been enough time.
Does this happen simultaneously with me looking for you?
No, because you already got back and had a conversation with Koa and didn't find him.
No, I wasn't coming. I stepped away, so you might have.
Oh, that's right. You were leaving after you talked to Koa to go find. Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would
He hasn't
say.
heard from me yet.
I would say go ahead and roll perception checks to look for each other.
Well, the places that I'm looking for Mikhail specifically, I will roll a perception anyway. But the only places I know are, I wouldn't have thought he would have went back to the inn. I would have checked the armor place, which he was at, and Gwenn's shop. But other than that, there's nowhere else of significance to us.
Yeah, it's just moving throughout the town.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm glad you rolled good.
Okay. So yeah, Aldo, I mean, he stands out like a sore thumb. He's wearing creaky new armor. Like it is brand new, and brand new leather creaks. So like, and moving about, and his tight pants. He's got kind of a funny walk. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, he stands out. He's also very laden. He's medium, if not heavy load. So he's also not moving with much grace, not because of the tight pants, but because of how heavily laden he is. And so it's pretty easy to spot him struggling to get around.
Yeah. At some point, seeing that, it's getting on time now, right? Is it dark? It is dark. He had a candle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A guy which you would recognize as Aldo, right? He walks up next to you, but keeps walking past, and he says, "The ruins, the soccer place. Go there."
Shit. Okay.
Now.
You're both all right. He starts
Yeah,
he turns off.
Yeah.
And starts walking. Okay. He walks a ways. Is there really anyone else around once we run into each other?
Is there? Sorry, say that one more time.
Is there anyone else really like around whenever we cross each other? Or is it?
Oh, I mean, if there are few, far between, sporadic, nothing worth noting, you guys can definitely duck away. It's nighttime, and the guards are about, so a lot of other people are staying home to avoid the chaos of that, right? So you can imagine you can stay away from other people if that's what you're looking for, Keegan.
Okay. After we've moved maybe 60, 70 feet away from each other, Mikhail's going to cast message back at Aldo.
Is that a new
He says, yeah, just haven't really had a need to use it just yet. He'll say, "What are you about to do? You can reply to this." It just sounds like a whisper, like kind of over your shoulder.
Yeah. Aldo says, I'm talking to myself in my head. Can you hear this?
What are you about to do? Talk to myself.
There's Mikhail now like 80 feet away is like and casts it again. Says, "No, it's Mikhail, it's a spell. What are you about to do?"
We got to get ahead of this. I'm doing what I do.
Okay. But you weren't in a disguise when he saw you.
I was disguised. I'm the lame guy.
Oh, you okay, cool. So I would recognize your voice, but not your face. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he'll do one more before we're out of range. He just says, "They tried to kill me. You need to be really careful."
I'll do my best. Be safe. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. If you look back that direction, you see him kind of pause, like he doesn't look over towards you, but you can see almost that like hesitation, like he doesn't want to let you just go by yourself, but he keeps walking.
Yep.
All right, and then Mikhail will head to the ruins.
What's your plan? What are you going to do, Jake?
I'm going to go not in the heavily patrolled areas, but just like inns in different districts. And I am going to get ahead of this story. So I'm going to attempt rumor monger to counteract what happened here. Spreading rumors of the guards were extorting a shop owner who didn't have enough to pay, so they tried to take his hand. And was stopped by the valiant few, who the guards then attacked on sight.
What was the why were they trying to take their hand? What did they do?
Extorting them, and they didn't have enough money to pay.
Extorting.
Like perfection. Like, what's it called? Brains fraud.
Okay. I understood. And it takes... Okay, cool. So you're going to spend your night doing this. Understood. And this is a bluff check for you to make this attempt. You can go ahead and do so whenever you'd like.
All right.
Ooh, that is a low number, sir.
I need a 20, correct?
For a large town, it is a 20. You need a +4 from what you rolled.
Damn. Well, looks like we're both using hero points today. I'll hit it up to a 20.
Is it not?
We got to get ahead of this.
Because chat gave 2 to Keegan and Wade uses 1 and you use your 1. Is that technically 4 hero points in one session?
Yeah, you kind of fucked us today, man.
I did this. I did not do this. I did not do this.
God, he's got a 20. Quit trying to defend yourself. It's not gonna work. Just tell us what happened.
But I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
You just made us roll 500 of the most important rolls of our life and expected us all to hit DC 15 to 30 all day. I get it.
Yeah, light work for level 3 adventurers.
My dog has cancer for the 2nd time. Can't you be nice to me?
I almost made a joke, but I can't make it non-content. I start to stop myself.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
If y'all just unfollow, I wouldn't blame a single one of you.
Oh, okay. Really does suck. All right, cool. So, you're using it. You hit your 20. Rumor monger to get out ahead of the story. Now, the issue is the story is going to take place, kind of immediately. It was the whole fucking place exploded, so on and so forth. Rumor monger takes 1d4 days to propagate, to start settling in. So wait, hold on. No, that's wrong. It takes a week to settle in. So it's going to take time for the story to take over. So more or less between now and then, assuming it works the way that you hope it will, you're more or less expecting to lie low.
Was this shit a monkey's paw? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Assuming you've got his 20, assuming it works the way you want it to. It's like, Jake, if you don't say it exactly perfectly, the way you get your payout is your son dies at work. And then you get the $20 you needed to pay your taxes.
So let me
Monkey's paw, man.
Let's say, for instance, the rumor that he set was that, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example here. Let's say the rumor that he set was that, I don't know, Beltran murdered his cousin. That very well could be like the rumor that goes around that he murdered his cousin. That could be terrible. But that also could either, if it's associated with something that actually happened, like let's say he actually did murder his cousin, but his cousin was actually also kind of like a horrible individual. And so people are like, well, yeah, maybe he murdered his cousin, but honestly, fuck that guy anyways. So that's not so bad. That could be a way that you spread a rumor, but it didn't go quite the way that you anticipated. That's like a terrible example, but the closest way I can get.
We call that a monkey's paw.
No,
I'm going to specify the way I said the rumor was they were getting extorted.
No, I got it.
And physically hurting them, and we stopped it. Okay, I just wanted to. I'm just saying that.
I get what you're saying. You're good. But as always, anytime you spread a rumor and it evolves, let's see how it plays out.
That's true.
Yeah.
Don't forget though that my rumor monger is an advanced rogue talent, and it works a bit differently than say like rumors from
5 or more.
Billy and Bob the guard who
as more or less
telling the other guards.
Yeah. No. I understand.
Can you bloop rumor monger for me?
Okay.
I want to read it.
Do you actually want to read it?
Yeah, I want Jake to bloop it.
Yeah, I can read it out loud to you if you'd like for chat. It goes,
I can read it.
A rogue with this talent can attempt to spread a rumor in a small town or larger settlement by making a bluff check. They can do so a number of times per week equal to the charisma modifier, minimum 0. Oh, that's a funny minimum. The DC is based off the size of the settlement, and it takes a week for the rumor to propagate throughout the settlement. If the check succeeds, the rumor is practically accepted as fact within the community. Succeeding by 5 or more over the DC decreases the time it takes to propagate by 1d4 days. A failed check means the rumor failed to gain traction, while failing by 5 or more causes the opposite of the rumor or something completely, something competing theory involving the rumor subject to take hold. That's how. Can you
repeat the DC that he needed? Was it a
20?
And what happens if you succeed by 5 or more? Can you read that part?
It reduces it by 1d4 days.
Thank you.
Why do you care about the 5 or more part?
Just something you said a few minutes ago.
Oh, but they propagate as fact. Yeah, I read that through. So no. Again, I know how it works, but again, you don't know what's going to happen once once you put something into play. That's how it goes.
Yeah, they accept it as fact. Yes.
Yeah. Cool. So, I
think we know, but
Picture a little Paul.
Either way, so you go out there and you spend your evening working the rumors. You don't go back to the place until morning because you're going to stay out and you're going to try to work these rumors to the bone, and then you can spend the next day sleeping in. Unfortunately, it does mean Aldo gets a bit, drunk. Not trash. He's not stupid. He's got a job on the mind, but he's having the beers here or there as he needs to. If he's at a speakeasy, a tavern, a bar, a dockyard, whatever it is that he's doing, and playing up as different characters to go and try to pull this bullshit off. He's trying to get ahead of the story. He's trying to make sure that there is some degree of reprieve that can happen, even if it takes time to kick in. At the end of the night, or as the sun's coming up, he's fucking exhausted and is going to make his way back before it gets too light and somebody might notice him go crawling into his hole. Which, by the way, I didn't say earlier because I had to go pee, but it was there exactly as you guys had left it. The sock is still on the floor. It's just moldy now.
No, Mikhail prestidigitation it.
No. He balls up the mold and puts it into a saucepan. Anyways, so anyways, that's how that plays out. And then was there something else that I'm missing before we finish up here? It's 2:04. You were going back. Oh, I remember what it was. No, that's fine.
Oh, makes it taste like pizza too.
Oh, mushroom pizza. So yeah, you guys are able to go there. Guinevere takes her herb or medication, and as she does so, you can see like literally as she takes the medicine, she gets like really cold, like shivering cold, to the point where like she snuggles up with Koa and whatever cloaks or whatever you have with you, if you guys have bedrolls, whatever it might be, to try to keep warm. As she takes this medicine, she is shivering cold, and Koa has to like literally like snuggle with her under blankets or whatever to try to keep her from like teeth chattering till they crack or anything like that as the thing is kicking in. And if he shows concern or whatnot, she can't really respond because of the condition she put herself in, but more or less lets you know like this is supposed to happen, like so he knows.
Yeah, the condition Scott put her in. I got you.
Well, yeah, because she did what she wasn't supposed to do. She protected her man. So,
man, if I had restful sleep, that'd be like super nice. She could actually get like some rest.
It would be, but you have to get
You're not allowed to get your level 2 spell.
Yeah, that bard only spell that came out before Ultimate Magic. Yeah, that one.
Good things don't happen to us, Keegan.
Well, it did. I gave you guys free rooms at the inn and so on and so forth.
Fuck yourself, dude.
Free? Are you kidding? Are you gonna bring up the free rooms at the end we
spent
out
10
of?
gold to have our asses kicked and lose everything again.
Oh, it was pretty rough.
Yeah, I lured you into a trap. Aren't you happy?
Hey guys,
you spent all those resources
you
trying to avoid it being a trap.
Spent how many resources to get this guy to like you? Oh, well, the other dude overheard and he ratted you out.
Yeah, too bad. The bartender was there.
For those on YouTube or Spotify, chat is saying, screw you, Scott. Fuck off. Just fuck off. Scott sucks. Earlier in chat, like 10 minutes ago, it's pretty rough. 20 minutes ago was pretty rough. 30 minutes ago was pretty... Chat is being very, shall we say, accurate. Needlessly aggressive. Oh.
Fair?
Oh.
Yeah.
We might be receiving this.
They're being calmer about it than they should be.
That is true. Perception is reality. Our reality
Scott's
just
like, I got
more.
2 hype trains worth of money tonight. You know what I should do? Fuck everyone.
I did not do that. There's scenarios. He was literally spoken of in front of the bartender.
Yeah, all right. Thank you all for watching.
I said to Mikhail multiple times, you were alone inside of that room. The person that comes back to offer you drinks is the innkeep. I never once said the bartender. I explicitly said the things. Just no alarms went off.
They gonna roll for those alarms to have gone off?
No, you're a person. You heard the words.
Yeah, okay, Scott, but listen.
He said innkeep, not barkeep.
You leave shit out sometimes. That happens. All right, I will just start calling you on everything you forget or leave out or misspeak.
No, because then I have to.
That way, there can't be any misunderstandings. We don't have any fucking bartenders walking off, getting paid 5 gold that we burned a double of just to try to resolve this fucking situation. Like,
Listen,
holy shit.
I have something to make everybody happy right now.
Oh, fuck you.
As we start our outro, I'll remind you, join us next week for Lost Initiatives Aurorum Enemy Lines. It is a mini-series that is going to be DM'd by Keegan, the one that plays Mikhail. It's an exciting mini-series with the... Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, it's canceled now. I'm not doing it.
Oh, no. The PCs being Wade... no, that's wrong. With Tesh...
Dog,
Jake,
after all
and
the
myself.
shit he pulled, you really needed to give him that.
I'm afraid to read it. Oh God, I don't want to read it.
Of all things, with how this session went.
Yeah, you're like, you know what, Scott? You even used your dog's cancer against everyone tonight.
Of all things, Joey.
Uh,
A malfeasance.
How many fortune's fucking favors were redeemed today?
0.
I don't even.
4
Okay.
hero points.
Okay,
We
well,
barely got armor we paid for like 8 months ago.
we'll cover how many guards are outside the cave where you guys are in the morning when you wake up.
I'm
next
killing
session. So no, I'm just kidding. All right, so next week, Keegan DMing the first session of a mini series.
How do we ruin Aurorum, Keegan? Let's talk.
I got ideas. First thing that happens, no gods. There's just no gods anymore.
There never were, man.
We're just wiping it clean.
I'm going to pray to the dice gods that the dice are nice to me next week. I just want to play my character.
I hope they're as nice to you as they were to Phil.
It's a nice character, Scott. You made a nice character.
I did. I made a good boy. I made a character that if I played anything other than this kind of character, I think Norway would spank me, and I don't like spankings, and so I played in a nice.
I'm gonna sense motive that, because I think that's Cat.
It's a DC 2. You passed.
Yeah,
Scott's line.
it's 100% cap. You got that one.
All right, fine. I'm playing an evil character.
No, you're not.
Oh,
You did
I
make him a
like that.
POC just to make
Yeah,
me.
that's what I was talking
You made him a
Take the
POC to
word
try to make me feel
playing
bad
out of that sentence.
about being
Scott's an
mean
evil
to him,
character.
but I won't.
No, it makes sense for the region where he's from, but
Yeah.
like spank me, Pally Daddy. Is that what it is? Spank me, Pally Daddy. I've been a sinner.
We're all
Yeah.
mad at
Alright,
you.
you-
We have to sit here and listen to you bullshit more. Can we
You can-
leave?
Can you?
Yeah, you can
wanna
go to
say
the outro
goodbyes?
screen now.
Yeah.
You can-
Unnatural ones, distractible. Jake, nothing. See you.
Oh
Yep,
man.
those things, all of them. I will see you twice next week.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Burning it all down. I mean, it'll be fun, guys. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely be nice to Jake.
Scott's like, I don't
And
kill
Tesh,
Guinevere. I'll have Guinevere kill Guinevere.
No, she was protecting you.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
You need Mikhail. You just need to have 8 15s in a row. That's it. 8
Yeah.
15s in a
Wait,
row.
no, he just had to pass 15 total. You could
DC
do that in
13
2
magic.
rolls.
DC 15 window.
You could legitimately have done it in 2 rolls.
Uh-huh.
It's 7
Yeah,
attempts to
that
pass
works. It's
15.
fine. It's all good. It's all
Mhm.
good. It only took us 4 hero points to get through this.
Listen, okay, you did not have to use 2 of those, 3 of those. One of them
Really?
makes sense. Yeah, the last one is the one that made the most sense.
Oh yeah, that's true. Bitch.
One of those was for that escape that I was trying not
One
to
of
die
those was
in.
to save my character's
One of those was
fiancé.
for right, yeah. Like one of those was so that Gwenn wouldn't exacerbate her fucking terminal illness.
We should be raiding. I don't know what he's doing, man.
I don't
I don't
either.
know what you're all. Just
I'm trying to
doing
find
for.
somebody to raid, but nobody's streaming.
The hint one was literally he had to use it within a minute. There weren't really many choices there.
Yeah, they were. Those are.
Was
those are
wasn't
really
the
quick.
so wasn't the one where you were escaping? That also you had to use that within a minute.
Yeah. those get used quick because there's a time limit on them.
Well, I meant. Well, yeah. Okay, fair.
Yeah, Joey. We all
Too
care
young
that you're
for
DMing him in Discord. We all care so much.
Oh, I'm not even reading that. That's a Thursday morning problem. I literally can't find anybody streaming. Wait, do you know somebody streaming right now that I can raid?
Kung Fu Fruit Cup.
Okay, I have to remember how to raid.
About your goddamn malfeasance.
Search. You said
Kung Fu.
KUNGFOO.
No, just
Kung Fu
FU.
Fruit Cup. I found it.
It's FU, not FOO.
Yeah, so yeah, Kung Fu Fruit Cup. Yep.
Plain Clair Obscure.
Cool.
I heard that was good.
Cool. Let's go.
Unlike
raid.
being here on Wednesdays. I look forward to this all week just to be fucking pissed off every time we end.
Wasn't such a you know we should have known when he set the tone the way he did at the very beginning of the session what this was going to be like. Should have known then.
Bye, everybody.